I never in my wildest dreams thought that my 25th birthday wish would actually come true. Last night, I was just sitting in my tiny, rented room, blowing out birthday candles and wishing for a blonde, blue-eyed, beast-eared girl to be my girlfriend. But when I woke up, my face was swollen from being slapped. I opened my eyes to find myself surrounded by over 20 beast-eared girls. The problem was, this wasn't modern society at all, but a primitive tribal era. And worse, the extreme winter was coming. In the cave, 3 elderly cat-eared women looked as pale as ghosts. "Can we even survive this extreme winter?" one muttered. The tribe was down to just about 20 people. In previous extreme winters, half of them had always perished. "If it comes to that, the children come first," said the first elder through gritted teeth. "The key is fire," the second elder sighed. Last time, the wolf-ear tribe traded their entire food stock for fire and still lost half their people to starvation. Silence spread through the cave. At that moment, a voice came from the entrance. "Mother, Spring is back. She brought prey and a stranger." I was shoved into the cave, my face still stinging. Looking at the scantily clad cat-eared women and their crude living conditions, it finally clicked. I had really transmigrated, and right into deep trouble. The hunting party returned, and the camp suddenly buzzed with activity. Beast-eared girls rushed over to unload prey and pass water around. "Spring, you brought so much today. You even caught a mole rat. This elk can last us for days." The prey was hauled to a large stone in the middle of the camp. No one seemed interested in the outsider me. "Hey, you're pretty lucky to have survived by the river so long without being eaten by wild beasts." A tall woman walked over, standing about 6 feet. Her sleek black hair was accented with 2 long rabbit ears, and her red eyes were icy cold. This was Spring, a member of the hunting team. She had an incredible figure, voluptuous yet toned, her suntanned skin highlighting lean, muscular legs that seemed taut like drawn bowstrings. She exuded an aloof, dominant energy. But, her grip could use some work. My face still hurt. Her left leg had an old injury, and she limped when she walked. "This is our camp. You can rest here and leave whenever you want. If you want to stay, you'll need to contribute work to earn food," Spring said flatly before looking toward 4 others, a wolf-eared girl, a fox-eared girl, and 2 deerhorn girls. They were all wanderers. "The tent area on the east has some open spaces. Gather dry grass for bedding. When it's time for food distribution, don't cause trouble," she instructed. Her gaze lingered on the wolf-eared girl for a moment. I glanced over at the wolf-eared girl too, and my eye twitched. She was painfully skinny, small in stature, her skin sallow, her tail limp. Only her ears had a bit of life to them. She looked like a stray kitten abandoned on the side of the road. Oddly though, despite being so stick-thin, her chest was rather full. The energy in the camp shifted as the central stone became the focus. Cheers erupted as a cat-eared girl climbed onto the stone knife in hand, to process the elk. The knife wasn't sharp. She hacked off the elk's head with sheer brute force, peeled away its hide, and ripped out its innards. Other cat-eared women used stone axes to chop the meat into pieces. Time to divide the meat. The 7 members of the hunting party each got 5 or 6 hefty chunks of meat, and Spring even got extra innards. Everyone else got 2 tiny pieces of meat and a few fruits. I also received a meager piece of meat and a fruit. The distribution was incredibly uneven, but no one objected. What happened next, though, shook me to my core. Everyone hungrily grabbed their raw, blood-dripping meat and started devouring it. Spring stuffed the raw innards straight into her mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing. Dozens of people gulping down raw meat together. What the heck? They're really eating it raw. This wasn't the beast-eared harem I had in mind at all. My body tensed up in fear, half expecting them to finish the meat and turn me into their next snack. Especially that scrawny wolf-eared girl. She was fast as lightning, devouring her share in just a few swift bites. Primitive times, raw meat eating, this was full-on savage. I nibbled on my sour, shriveled fruit, staring at the raw meat in my hand. When I looked up, my gaze locked with the wolf-eared girl's. She stared at the meat in my hand, her eyes glowing with hunger. "You want it?" I whispered. Her wolf ears perked up, and she nodded cautiously. "I do." Her voice was soft and childlike. "Here, it's yours." I ditched the meat and headed to the east side of the camp. There were 7 or 8 tents here, with 5 of them vacant. In the center was a patch of blackened ground, evidence of an old fire pit. I grabbed some dry grass and crawled into an empty tent, setting up a makeshift bed before collapsing onto it. Finally, I could catch my breath. The whole situation still felt surreal. The suddenness of it all. One minute I was blowing out birthday candles, then bam. Here I was, utterly naked, except for the beast skin clothing spring through at me to spare me the indignity of streaking. Beast-eared women, primitive society. What kind of absurd scenario was this? What was I even supposed to do now? I was a computer science major, not some survivalist. Leaving? Common sense told me that wandering off alone would guarantee death. Besides, beast-eared girls. Who needs a bike when you've got what I wished for? My ridiculous birthday wish had come true, so I might as well embrace it, tears and all. Moonlight spilled into the tent, hitting my legs. Whose idea of a shelter was this? The so-called tent left my legs exposed to the elements. As I lay there, pondering, a question began itching at me. Why were there only women in this tribe? No men, no children. How had this tribe even survived? The noise outside continued, although it felt out of sync with me. Finally, it quieted down. The beast-eared women retreated to their own tents for the night. Then suddenly, a glowing screen appeared before my eyes. The system interface displayed. Host, Suchong. Talents. Encyclopedic knowledge, dexterous hands, danger sense. Encyclopedic knowledge. Access any information. Dexterous hands. Learn and master skills quickly. Danger sense. Receive warnings of threats. Warning. The extreme winter is coming. Please improve your living conditions. I nearly burst out laughing in relief. A golden finger system. Thank heavens. Without wasting time, I searched extreme winter. The system displayed. Extreme winter occurs every 7 years. Expect plummeting temperatures, alternating blizzards, hailstorms, and torrential rains. Conditions are exponentially worse than a typical winter. Prolonged extreme nights. Without adequate preparation, extinction is likely. My mouth twitched. This weather was beyond brutal. The beast-eared women were already barely clothed, sleeping in wind-leaking tents, eating scraps. How had they even survived past winters? Then again, they were natives. They probably had some level of resilience. As for me, with my weak little modern body, one extreme winter and I'd be toast. I had to do something fast. A cold draft snuck in, making the autumn night in the primitive tent unbearably chilly. My exposed legs trembled from the cold. Sleep? Impossible. I sat up and peered outside. In the moonlight, I noticed 2 cat-eared girls in a nearby tent, peeking out with glowing eyes, observing me like curious animals. The wolf-eared girl was there too, curled up in a ball, her little head poking out. Her glowing eyes fixated on me as well. These girls were dressed just as thinly as I was, but seemed entirely unfazed by the cold. I clicked my tongue in frustration. Was I just useless? Those animal-eared girls seemed so resilient, but I couldn't compare. If this freezing chill went on, I'd definitely lose my mind. I decided to make my own fire. Opening an encyclopedia, I searched for fire making with friction. Quickly, I found methods like the hand drill and bow drill. Resources were scarce, so I opted for the hand drill method. I darted outside, met with the puzzled gazes of the animal-eared girls, and carefully picked out some poplar and birch wood from the pile. Poplar, soft wood, perfect for the hearthboard. Birch, hard wood, ideal for the spindle. Hardwood against soft maximizes friction efficiency. I also gathered dry grass and fine fibers to use as tinder. From the corner of my eye, I caught 3 pairs of curious eyes following my every move. Watching me pick wood here, gather kindling there, all eventually placed upon a blackened patch of earth. I turned to the trio. Anyone got a bone knife? I need to borrow one. The cat-eared girl blinked a few times before handing me the knife. What are you doing? She asked, tilting her head. Making fire, I replied, taking the knife. Unlike you, I do get cold. The 2 cat-eared girls exchanged a glance. Wait, who said they weren't cold? Hold on. Did I just say making fire? Naya. Suddenly, the cat-eared girls straightened up, their eyes sparkling with intensity. As I crouched, preparing the materials, all 3 gathered around me. Big, shiny, gleaming eyes stared me down like it was the most important thing ever. You're really going to make fire? One of the cat-eared girls asked again for confirmation. Yes, I said with a nod, gesturing for them. Help me by blocking the wind, would you? I followed the instructions from the book, first working on the poplar wood to make the hearthboard. Using the bone knife, I cut a V-shaped notch on one edge and patted it with dry leaves as tinder. Then, I shaped the birchwood into a straight rod for the spindle. Lastly, I drilled a small round depression at the notch on the board. Everything was ready. Step on either side of the board to hold it down for me. The wolf-eared girl immediately stepped up and held one side down with her foot. One cat-eared girl meowed and raced to claim the other side. The third cat-eared girl pouted, frustrated for missing her chance to help. Step firmly, I reminded them. Kneeling, I grabbed the spindle and prepared to start drilling, but when I glanced sideways, immediate regret. The two animal-eared girls at my side knelt close, wearing fur skirts, feet up on the board. At this angle, just one upward glance. Thankfully, it was nighttime and pretty dark. Focus. Focus. You're making fire, not ogling anyone. I gulped and firmly gripped the spindle, setting it into the hearth. Then, I started spinning with all my strength. No stopping, every second counted. Blackened wood powder gathered, filling the groove of the hearth as the base of the spindle began to char. The animal-eared girls leaned in, their glowing eyes locked onto every movement, anticipation building. Time stretched endlessly. Tension hung thick in the air. I couldn't afford to fail. This was my moment. Elsewhere in the camp, on the far side, the rabbit-eared girl, Chun, sat discussing their dire situation with a group of animal-eared girls under the moonlight. Lin, how much food do we have left? Asked Chun, one leg injured, leaning on the dry grass pile. The younger cat-eared girl, who oversaw food distribution earlier, shook her head. We're still short one basket. But we agreed 5 baskets would be enough, protested one of the cat girls angrily. The wolf ears only got 3 baskets trading fire with the flame tribe. We even gave an extra basket of berries. Then go trade for it yourself, snapped another cat girl. Silence fell over them. The cat ears lacked the strength for lengthy journeys like the wolf ears, who could travel far without getting lost. Their current territory, small and resource-poor, forced them into a corner of the forest. Giving away more food to the wolf ears was like adding insult to injury. If only we had a shaman, someone muttered under their breath. Shamans, with their wisdom, could conjure fire and heal illnesses, like the fever plaguing Ago. A collective sigh escaped them. Ago is still sick? Lin inquired. She only managed water today, couldn't eat, and her body's burning. Fufu's caring for her, someone answered softly. A fever like that, in a time like this? Near impossible to survive. Chun inhaled deeply. Tomorrow, we'll hunt more and ensure we reach the food quota. The fire's been out for too many days. We can't delay any longer. Fire alone might comfort Ago, at least. Everyone, stay cautious tonight for any beasts lurking. Chun, Lin hesitated. Out of the 5 people you brought back, 3 are already gone. Only 2 remain. 2. The wolf-ear girl and that man. Chun raised an eyebrow. Frankly, she'd been surprised anyone stayed at all, considering the fireless cat-ear tribe was also without male warriors. Where's the man from, anyway? Lin asked. Found him by the river, unconscious. No visible animal ears or tails. Couldn't tell his tribe. Chun replied. Ah, so astray. Independent male beastkin rarely joined weaker tribes, especially ones like the cat ears, who were barely scraping by. Would he stay? How would I know? Chun said coldly. Even if he does, what difference would that make? He's not cat ear tribe. He won't be much help. Instead of wasting time on him, think about surviving this harsh winter. Pragmatic words made everyone fall silent again. Another mouth to feed wasn't as important as securing enough food for trade. Men of other species had lower compatibility for producing offspring with the cat ears. Even if they could have children together, they'd likely be weak and unlikely to survive. If he stays, so be it, muttered one cat girl. If not, let him leave. But we should consider the future of the tribe, Lin argued. At the very least, he's a man. Isn't it worth taking a chance? The room fell quiet. Even Chun glanced sideways somewhat uneasily. The oldest of their group sighed deeply. Under normal circumstances, I'd agree. But we're desperate now. If he's willing to stay, maybe we should give it a try. If not, leave him be. Chun didn't respond. Gazing upward at the full moon, she prayed for a successful hunt come morning. Suddenly, light blossomed to the east of the campsite. Shadows danced as the darkness retreated. A figure darted among the tents, cheering loudly. Fire. We have fire. Heads poked out from every corner. It's really fire. Finally, warmth. Cheers erupted, vibrant and full of relief. The figure, revealed to be Red Peach, stumbled into Chun's group, practically glowing from the glow of the firelight. Stop right there. Chun grabbed her firmly. What's going on? Lin pressed. Breathless, Red Peach gestured wildly. He did it. That man. Even without flames from the wolf ears, he made fire. Spinning and spinning, then poof. Fire. Who's he? Chun lowered her voice. The man you brought back, his name's Su Chung. Are you certain? Lin demanded. I swear it's true. Both Ing and the wolf-eared girl helped. I saw it with my own eyes. There was no need to confirm further. Firelight already flickered against the sky. Chun and Lin exchanged a glance and then sprinted toward the eastern part of the camp. Fire had indeed been born there, and a large crowd of delighted cat-ear girls now surrounded it. This is amazing. So warm. Ing, are you serious? He made the fire? I thought only shamans could conjure fire. Their excitement overwhelmed me. I stood surrounded, utterly baffled by the sea of cat-ear girls closing in too fast to process. Chun and Lin pushed through the crowd, making their way to me. Chun studied me closely, her gaze pausing on the fire roaring ahead. You can make fire? Chun asked. Yes. How do you know how to do that? I've always known. It's not that hard. Chun fell silent, at a loss for words. She sat across from me, pulling out a few burning sticks from the fire and handing them to the cat-eared girls. Spread the fire to everyone. Protect the flames. The cat-eared girls cheered, carefully holding the fire as they left. By the fire, only Chun, Lin, the wolf-eared girl, and I remained. Lin took out some slices of meat, skewered them, and started roasting them over the flames. Then it dawned on me. Shit, I misunderstood. Seeing the scorched earth and ash, I thought they knew how to make fire. Turns out, I was wrong. You don't know how to make fire? Where'd your last fire come from? I asked. Chun looked confused. Should we know? Who would teach us? The fire's been gone for days, Chun explained. Our tribe doesn't have a shaman, so we have to trade food with the wolf-eared tribe to get fire. They demand a lot of food, and we work hard hunting. When we can't get fire from them, we wait for the rain. Sometimes light falls from the sky. Occasionally, there's fire. That's probably lightning. I couldn't help but twitch at the corner of my mouth. That's way too unreliable. What is a shaman? I suddenly asked. Chun, Lin, and the wolf-eared girl all showed reverent expressions. Lin spoke between bites of roasted meat. Shamans are amazing. Only the big tribes have them. They know how to make fire, heal wounds, find water, predict the weather, teach us how to hunt, and even craft weapons. Even roasting meat, someone like you, is only something shamans taught us. It clicked for me. Shamans are the clever ones. People who learned from nature and turned that knowledge into survival tactics. So none of you know how to make fire? I confirmed. Lin's ears drooped. The shaman only teaches the air how to create fire. The rest of the tribe doesn't know how it works. They just focus on hunting and bringing food back. When the fire goes out, the shaman makes it again. Chun added. Small tribes trade food with big tribes for fire and do their best to keep it burning. If it goes out, they just wait for thunderstorms to find fire. I've heard from my mother that fire might also come from rocks, but I don't know if that's true. I got the picture. Fire, the beginning of civilization, hasn't even become widely understood yet. Instead, it's used as a bargaining chip by stronger tribes. These are dark, primitive times. A cold wind rustled the leaves above, filling the air with their soft whispers. I listened to the cheerful chatter of the cat-eared girls around the fire, feeling a pang in my chest. The gift the heavens gave me on my birthday felt like a piece of red-hot gold. Precious yet burning to hold. But it's mine, and I'll protect it. I'll teach you how to make fire, I said. You'll never have to worry about it again. Really? Lin widened her eyes in amazement. Chun stared at me, equally astonished. You're willing to teach us? Chun asked, cautiously. Of course. You saved my life. Awesome, Lin shouted, throwing herself onto me in excitement. Thank you, she squealed as two soft mounds pressed against my face. This really is paradise. My head spun. Lin was an expressive, lively girl who wasn't shy about showing her emotions. Excitement made her so carefree, she couldn't help but give hugs. Thank you, Chun said, her icy demeanor thawing slightly. She spoke earnestly. Welcome to the cat-eared tribe. I'm Chun. Lin released me, noticing my face squashed awkwardly against her chest and bowing her head. Hi, I'm Lin. Nice to meet you. I'm Su Chung. Su Chung. Chung. Got it, Lin said, smiling as she pulled out a piece of meat from her waist pouch and offered it to me. Here, eat this, Chung. I didn't turn her down. The hunger gnawed at me. I'd only had a few bites of fruit today. I skewered the meat with a branch and began roasting it over the fire. Soon, its aroma filled the air. The wolf-eared girl, Luo, peeked out from under her arm, clutching onto my fur skirt. Chung, I'm Luo. I helped with the fire too. They said if I work, I'll get food. I tore off half the meat and handed it to her. Luo's eyes sparkled as she opened her mouth wide, biting into it. She rolled herself up in a ball and curled into my lap, wagging her tail with delight as she nibbled at the meat, her head resting on my thigh. Chun, who had been spreading bedding across from me, looked up and saw the scene. Wolf-eared girls don't usually get so attached to outsiders, she murmured. She must really like you. Too bad this wolf-eared girl was so small and weak. She'd been cast out of her tribe. I stroked Luo's ears. She does like me, I said, though it's probably my meat she likes. Lin noticed Chun's movements. Wait, Chun, you're sleeping here tonight? Yes, Chun said, her gaze flicking to me. Then I'll stay here too, Lin announced knowingly. She had figured out Chun's thoughts. This man needed to be kept close. He couldn't be allowed to leave. I shifted the conversation to other matters. To survive, I need to rely on the cat-eared tribe. And to make it through this unforgiving winter, I had to start making changes to improve their circumstances. After sharing the knowledge of fire making, everything would become much easier. Chun and Lin filled me in on the situation. The small forest nearby was known as the Wolf Woods. The cat-eared tribe originally lived in the distant mountains, but during the chaos, their men and warriors were slaughtered. The elders led about 50 or 60 children here to escape. Continuous disasters reduced their numbers further to what we see now. The forest housed 3 tribes: the cat-eared tribe, the wolf-eared tribe, and a northern bullhorn tribe that controlled access to water sources. The wolf-eared tribe was fierce and territorial. They'd fought over resources a few times in the past. To survive, the cat-eared tribe had given up part of their hunting grounds to avoid mutual destruction. But this pushed them into a corner, cut off by the mountains with limited resources to live on. If Chun hadn't been leading them in hunting, half their tribe would have been lost already. As Lin talked about Chun, her face lit up with joy. Chun, though a rabbit-eared girl, had fighting skills comparable to lion-eared or tiger-eared warriors. The rabbit-eared tribe valued strength, but were cold-hearted by nature. Chun's left leg had been broken, so she was ostracized and left the tribe on her own. She wandered for half a month, starving, before Lin found and rescued her. To repay the favor, she stayed and taught them how to hunt. Hearing these words seemed to touch Chun. After more than 6 months here, she realized this place had become her home. The cold wind whistled past, and the camp gradually fell silent. Troubled thoughts churned in my mind. The cat-eared tribe was in a far worse position than I'd imagined. No fire, scarce resources, they were all women. Without a miracle, they wouldn't make it through the brutal winter. Lin's chatter eventually turned into yawns before she drifted off to sleep. I carried Luo back to the tent before heading to my own bedding. Chun sat on dried grass nearby, thoughtfully stroking Lin's tail while staring into the fire, deep in thought. She was trying to make sense of this man who could summon fire, a skill only shamans possessed. Where did he come from? The sky began to pale with the early glow of dawn. I had gone to bed late and woke groggily to the sound of someone shouting. When I opened my eyes, I saw Luo squatting nearby, staring at me with bright, eager eyes. I followed her gaze downward. Uffed. The view was breathtaking. I blurted out, "What the heck?" My nose was burning red. Feeling my old face heat up, I quickly sat up and asked, "What are you doing in my tent?" Luo tilted her head. "Chun asked me to watch over you until you woke up." As I stepped out of the tent, the lingering images in my head wouldn't fade away. Quite the jolt to start my morning. Who could handle this? Taking a deep breath, I slapped my cheeks to focus, looking at the ash-covered fire pit and the empty grass bed. I turned back around and asked, "Where's Chun?" Luo came running out of the tent. "Some catfolk came by shouting earlier. Said someone's got a severe fever and we're close to dying." She pointed west. "They all went that way." "A fever?" I scratched my head. Luo's face turned anxious. "It's terrifying. They burn up, get weak, cough a lot, and it spreads easily. Only a shaman can cure it." "Coughing, fever, weak limbs?" I stroked my chin. Could it just be a cold? A cold isn't much to modern humans, but here, it could be life-threatening. "I'll go take a look." Even before I made it to the west side of the camp, I could hear the frantic voices of the catfolk. "Lin, what do we do?" "Aguos dying." One of the cat-eared women was pacing frantically, but too afraid to approach a frail figure lying atop a grass pile. The others looked equally terrified. Lin stood there, her face lost and helpless. Chun crouched next to the sick woman, her expression grim as she examined Aguo. She hadn't expected the condition to deteriorate this quickly. Aguo was barely clinging to consciousness now. "There's nothing we can do. She won't make it through." The despair in the atmosphere weighed heavy over the group. At that moment, I squeezed through the crowd. The catfolk seemed to perk up slightly at my arrival, though there was no real hope behind their eyes. Curing a fever was a shaman's skill after all. I could make fire, sure, but I wasn't a shaman. Still, a hopeful voice emerged. Chung, can you cure a fever? Aguo is in critical condition. Please help her. Chung, you're good at making fire. You must have a way, right? We'll trade you food if you can save her. The pressure from their expectant gazes mounted. First, we need to be sure what the illness is. If it's a cold, I might have a shot. Let's just pray this isn't something weird. The catfolk parted, and finally, I saw her. Aguo, lying just outside the tent. She was a frail figure curled up, her face beet red and drenched in sweat. She was barely conscious, clutching her tail tightly, with her expression twisted in pain. She coughed feebly now and then. As I got closer, a sharp, unpleasant smell hit me. Her tail fur clung damply against her, and the surrounding grass was soaked. There was vomit around her mouth, and she was breathing roughly through her nose. How long has she been like this? I crouched down and asked. 3 days. Today's the 3rd day, Lin answered nervously. It wasn't this bad yesterday, Chun added. With the fire you made last night, I thought the warmth might help. How did she get sick? Chun shook her head. I'm not sure. 3 days ago, at dusk, she came back from the riverbank, and shortly after, she was like this. The riverbank. That's near where I found you. Chun reminded me. My brow furrowed. Did she go into the river? Surprised, Chun nodded. Aguo said she saw a fish lying still and tried to catch it. She ended up soaking wet, but didn't catch anything. A late fall evening, wading into the river to fish, then catching a chill possibly aggravated by the wind. I felt her forehead and limbs. All burning up, severe fever. Disorientation was expected. With the coughing, fever, fatigue combined with what she had done, I had a pretty solid guess. How is she? Chun asked anxiously. I'm not sure yet, but I might be able to do something. This was my first time treating a cold in a setting like this. Whether catfolk physiology differed from humans, I couldn't say. Regardless, my words alone ignited sparks of hope in their eyes, even brighter than the flames dancing last night. Luo ran over to help without hesitation. It's not that she wasn't afraid of the fever. She'd seen others succumb to it before. Guess she just instinctively trusted being near me. Chung, what should I do? Luo asked. Lin stepped up too. Me too, Chung. Tell us how we can help. I thought for a while, cycling through the data stored in my mental encyclopedia. Fetch plenty of water. Start a fire and boil it in bamboo sections. Also, I need clean dry grass, some beast hide skirts, and small pieces of fur if you can find them. Make sure they're clean. The cat-eared women sprang into action. I'll get some. Me too. I'll collect dry grass. Luo looked up at me. What about me, Chung? You wait here for now? I'll need you soon. Okay. Luo obediently squatted nearby. Before long, they returned with the supplies. I took the dry grass, water-filled bamboo, and a stone mortar from their haul. Since I didn't have cotton or linen cloth, the soft hide would have to substitute. I selected a few pieces, soaked them, and placed them on Aguo's forehead. High fevers can damage neural functions, so cooling her head was a priority. Her body also needed wiping down. Luo, her body is dirty. We need to clean her up, I instructed, pointing lower. Luo smelled the unpleasant odor but nodded, understanding. She began pulling at Aguo's beast hide skirt, ready to clean her thoroughly. I quickly stopped her. No bare hands. Use pieces of fur. Make sure you use clean water. Grabbing a clean bamboo tube, I filled it with water and handed it to Luo. Got it, Luo said and started working. I carefully propped Aguo up to assist Luo in cleaning her neck, underarms, elbows, wrists, and more personal areas like the groin and backs of her knees, major spots for heat dissipation. We rotated the damp forehead cloth twice while Lin and the other catfolk anxiously watched from a distance. Not daring to interrupt, they instead fetched more water when the supply ran low. Only now did I realize catfolk physiology didn't differ much from humans, aside from the obvious additions of ears and tails. The tails were positioned slightly above the pelvis. Their feet also had padded soles. Otherwise, they were pretty much the same. When Luo finished cleaning, she blinked her big, curious eyes at me. Chung, what next? She asked. I gently lowered Aguo into a fresh bed of dry grass Luo had laid out earlier. Now, bundle her in fresh bedding and keep her out of the night breeze. Bring her into the tent tonight for warmth. It'll help keep her fever from worsening. Understood, Luo replied. Once she dressed Aguo in clean clothes, the others cautiously approached me. Nervously, Lin asked, Is it over? Did it work? I gave them a reassuring smile. Not yet. Her fever's still high. Just wiping her down won't cure it. You'll stay with her and keep trying, right? Lin pressed. Absolutely, I nodded. But we'll need more than one step. There's still work to do tonight. Relief washed over the group, and for the first time, I saw a glimmer of true hope in their hesitant smiles. Grabbing some firewood from a pile, I searched for willow tree branches. Stripping off their bark, I crushed them into fine paste in the stone mortar while boiling more water over the fire in bamboo sections. Willow bark contains salicin, which can relieve pain and reduce fever. It is one of the oldest medicines known to mankind. She can't chew it right now, so we'll boil it into a drink for her. Boil it? Luo blinked in surprise. Yes, boil the willow bark into a broth. I glanced at the unconscious Aguo. When it's ready, let it cool down and give it to her to drink. The more, the better. After that, it's up to her own body to recover. What followed would be nothing more than rest and waiting. With Lin and Luo taking care of things, Chun could be at ease. She had her own matters to attend to. Although the issue of fire was solved, getting through the harsh winter would still require storing sufficient food. I didn't plan to stay with them forever. After explaining in detail how to care for the patient, I headed toward the center of the camp. The crowd of cat-eared girls who had gathered around dispersed quickly. Before long, I found Chun gathering her group for a hunting trip. Approaching them, I noticed 6 other members of the hunting party already gathered together. Chung, you can take a break today, Chun turned and said. Yeah, thank you for helping Aguo recover. Today we'll hunt extra meat as a thank you for you. I heard you're going to teach us how to make fire. Do you think we can learn? The cat-eared girls were enthusiastic, and I smiled. Of course you can. Then I looked at Chun. Hey Chun, I'd like to come with you all on the hunt. After a night of reflection, I had formed a plan. To improve the dire situation of the cat-eared tribe, I needed to address their basic needs: food, clothing, and shelter. We still had over 3 months before the extreme winter set in, so time wasn't pressing. But the first priority, getting enough to eat. From what I had observed, the tribe primarily relied on small wildlife for meat. Their lack of medium or large prey suggested they lacked the ability to hunt bigger predators. Since their food supply was directly tied to their hunting ability, I wanted to see firsthand what hunting methods they used. The root of their resource scarcity likely lay in both their hunting techniques and the limitations of their hunting grounds. The richness of a territory depended on its vegetation, fruit, and wildlife populations. With the wolf-eared tribe firmly controlling large areas of territory, they weren't about to concede any land. That left me looking at other ways to resolve their predicament. Hearing that I wanted to join, Chun seemed briefly stunned. Are you sure you want to come with us? Yeah. All right. Chun nodded. Having me by her side seemed to give her some sense of reassurance. The cat-eared girls, however, grew visibly excited. If Chun comes, we're sure to find more prey, Nyan. We'll protect you. Just stay close to us. Let's get ready to leave, Chun said, tucking a bone knife into her belt. The 7 beast-eared girls wasted no time, unfastening the animal skins they wore on their upper bodies. Under the bright sunlight, their varying skin tones and distinctiveness wobbled slightly as I stared, dumbfounded. It had only been a day, and I was already feeling like my eyes weren't enough. Noticing my gaze, one of the cat-eared girls looked back, smirked, and cheekily jiggled her hands. They were used to living exclusively among women, and to them, my presence was more amusing than anything else. Chun, however, felt slightly off-put, instinctively angling her body to avoid the directness of that gaze. With practiced efficiency, they used grass ropes to help each other bind themselves tightly, using animal hides to press down and flatten their chests. They hopped a few times in place to test the fit, making sure it wouldn't impede movement before putting their outer animal hide garments back on. It's because some prey run really fast, Chun explained. Binding like this makes it easier for us to move quickly. I nodded. Yeah, running with all that would definitely make things harder. They double-checked their stone and bone knives, inspected their water and ration pouches, and prepared to set off. Chun even handed me a bone knife, and I instinctively noted that these stone and bone tools were all the weapons they had, simple and crude, as I suspected. We ventured into the deeper forest. Stay close. Once we get through this thicket, we'll enter the wildlife zone. Chun, walking slower to accommodate her limp, stayed near the back to keep an eye on me. If there's danger, hide behind me. Got it, I nodded. My gaze fell to Chun's left calf, where an old, gnarly scar pushed out prominently. How long ago did you hurt your leg? A long time. Does it still hurt? Why were you asking? She replied nonchalantly. Rabbit-eared folks like me have excellent healing abilities. When the bone snapped, it healed within 5 days. Didn't hurt anymore after that. I just can't run like I used to. 5 days. I was stunned. For ordinary humans, broken bones meant being bedridden for 3 months. These rabbit-eared girls really were extraordinary. Are all the tribes like this? Of course not, Chun said, holding her head high with some pride. Stronger, tougher tribes recover much faster. Cat-eared folk, for example, don't heal quite as quickly. If they broke something, they'd need to rest for about 2 weeks. Even 2 weeks was ridiculously strong. It amazed me. These races on this world had bodily endurance clearly far beyond regular humans, and even the weaker, cat-eared tribe had impressive capabilities, which meant that the wild beasts in this world were probably just as tough, or even worse. It made sense upon reflection. Without extraordinary physical qualities, how could any of them survive winters as harsh as this world's extreme cold? Watching my thoughtful expression, Chun seemed puzzled. She couldn't figure me out. Someone who could make fire and heal people, yet seemed so clueless about their tribes and races. Where had I come from? After pushing our way through the undergrowth, the view opened up to a stunning scene. The sparkling lake water extended far and wide, reflecting the sunlight as fish leapt from its surface. All around, towering trees formed a dense green barrier, with spots of reed beds adding a charming touch. On the far side of the water, several massive yaks were drinking from the lake. They were enormous, easily close to 10 feet tall. Their burly bodies, covered in coarse, black fur, were crowned with massive curved horns that looked utterly menacing. I stared, stunned by the sheer scale. Judging from the size, those beasts must weigh at least 1,500 pounds, twice the size of modern yaks. Every time I see them, they're terrifying, someone whispered. It's a good thing they don't come running over. Imagine if we could hunt one of those. Just one yak would feed us for so long, Nyan. You've got to be joking, right? You'd get crushed to death before you even got close. The cat-eared girls gazed at the yaks longingly, swallowing hard but clearly unable to fathom how they could ever take down something that monstrous. All right, rest up. Drink some water and recover your energy. We shouldn't linger here too long, Chun reminded them. Excited chatter answered her back as the girls stepped into the shallow water, splashing it on their arms and faces. They crouched down, drinking the fresh lake water in gulps while their tails swayed happily behind them. I crouched by the river, watching them drink and fetch water, taking in the scenery beneath their animal skin skirts. Suddenly, Chun moved in close, placing herself protectively in front of me. The rabbit-eared girl fixed her gaze on the western forest, gripping her bone knife tightly. The cat-eared girls instantly caught on, forming a defensive circle. I caught sight of several figures in the forest. Dark shapes crouched silently in the underbrush. After a few tense minutes of standoff, they emerged. Triangular ears, gray tails. 6 of them, 3 men, 3 women. Wolf-ear folk, Chun whispered. As long as we don't step into their hunting grounds, there won't be trouble. It was my first time seeing male beast folk. The 3 wolf-eared men were brawny, with bronze skin, rugged and wild, broad-chested and powerfully built. Looking at them made me think of Luo. Next to them, she'd seem like a child. 6 wolf-eared folk against 7 cat-eared ones plus me. 6 versus 8. Despite the numbers, the wolf-ear group didn't seem intimidated. They stopped a dozen paces away, their unfriendly eyes glaring as they brandished bone knives and stone clubs to threaten us. Cat-ear tribe, move along. Get your water and leave. This is our territory. It didn't escalate. They clearly just wanted to drive them off. Chun, don't forget to get the food ready to trade for fire. The chief doesn't want to wait long, the male in the lead said dismissively. But I noticed how his arms and legs tensed instinctively when facing Chun. He was clearly wary of her. Without expression, Chun replied, no need to wait any longer. We've already got fire. Impossible. Where'd you get it? The wolf-eared man sounded disbelieving. Not your concern. Humph. Next time you want to trade, we'll demand more, he snorted. At that moment, a groundhog sprang from the grass. The nearest wolf-eared girl instantly locked on. She pulled something from her pouch and threw it with a sharp motion. The groundhog screeched. The wolf-eared girl dashed forward and quickly returned, clutching the bloodied animal no larger than a fist in her hand. Grinning at Chun and the others, she bared her sharp, bloodied teeth in a taunting display. Swift and precise, Her actions were leagues apart from Luo's attempts. The cat-eared girls, meanwhile, stood puffing their cheeks, clearly annoyed. They had to admit they weren't as skilled at catching groundhogs as the wolf-eared tribe. "We're leaving," Chun ordered, leading the cat-eared girls away without further incident. Once we left the riverbank, I couldn't help but ask, "What did the wolf-eared girl throw back there?" "A rock," Chun replied. "They sharpened small stones and used them as weapons to hunt small animals." I'd seen the wolf-eared tribe before and knew they carried not just bone and flint knives, but also large stone clubs, likely for hunting bigger beasts. "That was such a clean throw," I said admiringly. Her technique had been both skillful and ruthless. Turning to Chun and the others, I added, "You could try learning that. Speed up your hunting." The cat-eared girls wilted at the suggestion. Chun shot me a glare. "They can't learn that, and neither can I." She wasn't wrong. That kind of skill wasn't something you could just pick up casually. Chun continued, "That's the wolf-ear tribe's talent. The cat-ear tribe excels in stealth and hearing. Their speed is their strength, but they lack power. I once taught them how to use stone clubs to fight wild boars. Rather than hurting the boars, they just ended up angering them. If not for their speed, they'd have been injured. Those clubs weigh dozens of pounds, at least. It's no wonder they couldn't swing them properly." Hearing this, the cat-eared girls hung their ears low in disappointment, but facts were facts. They could only take on small to mid-sized animals. Our group of 8 reached the edge of the cat-ear hunting grounds. The girls regained their vigilance, their eyes sharp and ready. Everyone crouched low as they entered the forest quietly. The 2 leading girls pushed aside the undergrowth, searching for signs of prey. I stuck close to Chun, whispering as we walked, "What about the rabbit-ear tribe? What do you specialize in?" Red light glimmered in Chun's eyes as she replied, "We're experts at tracking prey. Once a rabbit ear has locked onto a target, it never escapes. Rabbit ear warriors are strong. We only need 4 to take down a wild boar with stone knives," she added confidently. "And for bigger beasts, I assume you rely on numbers?" "Of course." She blinked her red eyes at me. "That's how it's done. Even the largest beasts tire eventually. As long as there are enough people taking turns attacking, they'll go down eventually. So tribes with stronger warriors and more numbers end up with more food." Exactly as I thought. I realized that they were still in the stage of relying on sheer manpower. Even if one tribe discovered a more efficient hunting method, they'd likely keep it hidden, much like they guarded fire. Combined with the general lack of contact between groups, those methods wouldn't easily spread. I'll never underestimate ancient ingenuity, but the isolation and tendency to hoard knowledge are undeniable constraints. Chun and her group led me far along the forest outskirts. They observed footprints, scat, and used the cat-eared girls' hearing to successfully hunt several animals. Their hunting tactics were as I expected: surround, drive, ambush, and corner. They relied entirely on agility and speed, using stone or bone knives, as well as stones and flints, to take down their prey. Despite their efforts, they made mistakes, tripping, falling, or letting their quarry escape. Their skin was scratched raw by vines, and their faces were smeared with dirt. Though they sometimes looked a little comical, I felt no mockery in my heart. I've never thought that being born in modern times made me superior. If anything, I feel deep respect for these people striving to survive. Work is noble, and effort makes them beautiful. This truth spans every era. The cat-eared girls weren't dim-witted. Their danger instincts were sharp, and they had a clear understanding of their own capabilities. I noticed they would deliberately avoid certain areas, either steering far around them or outright refusing to approach, especially the deeper parts of the forest, which they didn't dare to enter. There must be beasts there they knew they couldn't handle. We made our way north until we came to a patch of forest closest to a yak grazing field. That's where they stopped. All 8 of us crouched low amongst half-human-height grass, lying at its edge. The cat-eared girls drew close together, tightly packed, with Chun pressing against me protectively. Her heartbeat thundered in her chest. I could hear it clearly. Carefully, I parted the grass and peered out at the large animals ahead. By the riverbank, where green grass met barren ground, dust rose faintly in the air. The yak's heavy breathing filled the area, a loud, intimidating sound. Seeing them from up close was an entirely different experience. It was overwhelming. I counted 6 large yaks and 3 smaller ones. But my attention was drawn to what lay behind them, a dark cave at the base of a cliff. It was massive, easily 2 people tall and 5 or 6 meters wide, a natural cavern. This place had potential. I wondered how expansive it might be inside. "Got a good look?" Chun whispered, leaning in so close I could feel the warmth of her breath. If I hadn't insisted on coming, Chun would never have agreed to take this risk. She seemed like she wanted me to experience up close how terrifying a yak could be, so I wouldn't dare get any closer in the future. Got it. I nodded, a faint smile tugging at my lips. In my heart, I'd already marked this place as a strategic stronghold. Let's head back. The cat-eared girls looked relieved, crouching low and retreating the way they had come. It wasn't until we were far away from the forest that we could finally take a deep breath. Meow. That was terrifying. My first time seeing such a huge bull so close, one of the cat-eared girls said, clutching her chest. Well, Chung, you're really brave, messing with a yak like that. My legs went soft just now. No way I'm coming back here again. Meow, Shuriwei, you're so timid. Your voice was shaking just now, and you're laughing at me? Hee hee, I was just wondering if yak meat tastes good. It doesn't. One bite from a yak would finish you off. Spring looked at me curiously. Chung, what are you even thinking? Of course, it's to hunt them someday for food. I replied with a grin. Spring rolled her eyes at me. Chung, you'd get trampled to death in seconds, she warned, trying to shatter my little fantasy. She pointed ahead at the 6 giggling cat-eared girls. Don't even think about getting help from the cat-eared tribe. They're not strong enough for that. Neither am I. Her eyes dimmed slightly. For warriors of the rabbit-eared tribe, hunting large beasts was the ultimate glory. They revered strength, embracing danger without hesitation. The sight of a formidable prey made their blood boil, knives ready to slice through throats and bellies. They craved bringing back the blood, meat, and bones of powerful beasts, earning the title of the strongest warrior. Yet, I wasn't fazed. Who says they can't do it? I said seriously. Spring blinked in surprise for a moment. I can make the cat-eared tribe stronger. Yaks might be a stretch for now, but wild boars or wild oxen, that's absolutely possible. The 6 cat-eared girls up ahead froze in their tracks, eyes wide and exchanging confused looks. What? Hunting wild boars? Wild oxen? Seriously? Impossible. Spring snapped back, doubling down, her gaze sharp. Chung, they can't do it. And what if I say they can? Not even 4, just 3 of them. Working together, they could take down a wild boar. I stared into her fiery red eyes. I know the cat-eared tribe isn't strong. Their numbers aren't impressive, either. But hunting beasts isn't just about brute strength. If it's not about strength or numbers, then what else is there? Spring flared up, stubbornly holding her ground. She knew I had skills, starting fires, treating fevers, but those were unique abilities. When it came to hunting, she was utterly confident. It took 4 strong rabbit-eared warriors to hunt a wild boar. For 3 cat-eared girls to do it together? Even their shaman wouldn't dare make such bold claims. Still, her confidence wavered a little at my words. I'll teach them how to hunt wild boars successfully, I said calmly. Then you'll have your answer. I want to know now, Spring exclaimed, visibly frustrated. I tilted my head with a smile. Not telling. Spring huffed, fuming in silence. Right now, I probably seemed infuriating enough to make her want to punch me. The cat-eared girls, cowed by our heated exchange, huddled together whispering. Chung says he wants to teach us to hunt wild boars. He's got to be kidding. Are we really going to hunt wild boars? Meow, last time one chased me for ages. Shill, I think I hear a wild boar now. Don't be ridiculous. Wild boars live deep in the forest. They wouldn't just. The cat-eared girl stiffened mid-sentence, tail puffed out as she spotted a shadow beneath a large tree in the distance. Wild boar. Grunt. Crack, crack. The familiar deep growl echoed, accompanied by the sound of tusks scraping against each other, a warning bell. Crap, run. I shouted immediately. Before I even finished yelling, Spring grabbed me and bolted, without a moment's hesitation. The cat-eared girls didn't waste any time either. They scattered like leaves in the wind. All I could feel was the world spinning, the howling wind rushing past my ears. I looked up to see Spring's icy expression, her brows furrowed tightly, lips pressed together, stone cold as always. Yep, the rabbit-eared tribe is indeed the strongest. That arm strength is seriously impressive. But she was more stubborn than I'd imagined. Despite the obvious pain in her left leg, she still found the need to mock me as she ran. Weren't you so confident earlier? Weren't you going to hunt them? You want to get down now. Now's not the time for jokes, sis, I said, rolling my eyes and clinging tighter to her. You were the one joking just now. Spring huffed coldly. I didn't reply, instead glancing back at the boar, which was gradually slowing down. Half as tall as a man, covered in dark brown bristles with its mane slowly settling. It was indeed big, fierce, and strong, but no different from the wild boars I'd imagined. That's it. How about we make a bet? I said. The wild boar finally gave up the chase, turning back into the forest. Only then did Spring come to a halt. Still holding a grudge, she dropped me unceremoniously to the ground, crossing her arms and snorting. What kind of bet? If I can teach them to hunt wild boars, then from now on, you have to listen to me. Whatever I say goes. I winced, shaking off the pain after being dumped on the ground. Spring's eyes shimmered subtly. She didn't take long to decide. Deal. And if you can't, then you can name any condition. As long as I can do it, I'll agree. Spring barely hesitated. If you lose, you'll join the cat-eared tribe and stay with us forever. Fine with me. That's hardly a punishment. I wasn't planning to leave anyway. Grinning mischievously, I added, starting tomorrow, though, the hunting party listens to all my orders. Okay. By evening, we arrived back at camp. The cat-eared girls got to work skinning and butchering the day's catch, while Spring and I headed west to check on Aguo. Aguo was seated, munching on wild berries, looking much better, her face rosy. Lynn said that taking care of Aguo hadn't been too hard. The sap from the willow bark had worked wonders, showing results by the afternoon. Lynn had already told Aguo about what I did. Aguo looked up at me, her face brimming with admiration. Chung, thank you for helping me. No problem. Just make sure to cover up with extra dry grass tonight. Don't let the wind get to you, I said, also reminding Lynn, wash your hands often. Don't let yourself catch it. You already said that this morning. All right then, I'll head back first. I needed to figure out how to properly plan the boar hunt. As I left, Lynn and Spring were chatting about it. When Lynn heard about the wild boar chasing us, she yelped in fright. By the time I returned to my tent, the surrounding cat-eared girls were staring at me with burning curiosity. Chung, are you really going to hunt a wild boar? Chung, if you lose, are you really going to join us? Chung, wild boars are dangerous. You need to be careful. I see. The rumor about the bet spread quickly. As time went on, the atmosphere got stranger and stranger. Haha, Chung is going to join us. Red Peach, let's pray together for Chung to lose. Chung, make sure you lose. Wild boar, you have to defeat Chung. No, it's wild boar defeating Chung, but don't hurt him, okay? I was speechless. Not a single soul wanted me to win. When I went back to the tent, Luo was curled up on my bed, fast asleep. I had no choice but to stay outside. Lynn brought over some food, her eyes sharp and focused. Chun sat across from me. Luo smelled the food and woke up, hopping out and jumping onto my lap. Chung, you're back, Luo said, staring at the pieces of meat. She worked really hard taking care of Aguo today, Lynn said as she gave Luo some meat. If you work, you get meat. Luo grinned, tilting her face up to look at me. Chung, I worked hard today too. I petted her ears, and she closed her eyes in delight, her tail wagging. Lynn asked, Chung, are you really going to hunt a wild boar? I'll teach you my method of hunting wild boar. Chun said she doesn't believe you. And you? I believe in Chung. Luo was the first to reply. Chung will definitely catch a wild boar. Chung, I also believe in you, Lynn said with a chuckle. Really? Of course not. Lynn grinned mischievously before looking at Chun. Chun, your punishment is brilliant. Chung won't leave. He'll stay in the cat-ear tribe forever. Chun and I exchanged glances. She quickly looked away. You all really want me to stay? Of course. Chung taught us how to make fire, healed Aguo, and we all like you. I like you guys too. Really? Lynn's eyes sparkled. Take a guess. Lynn let out a playful howl and pounced, wrapping her arms around my head. Chun coughed, and Lynn reluctantly let go. Chung, we truly hope you'll stay. I never said I wanted to leave. You'd really stay? Yeah. I glanced at Chun. The bet still stands. If you lose, you'll have to listen to me. Chun tilted her chin upward. I'm not going to lose. Wolf Ear Camp. The tribe gathered around a fire, celebrating a bountiful harvest. The chief, Hong Xiang, tore into a roasted fowl, listening to the team talk about the cat-ear tribe. Hong Xiang stood taller and sturdier than Chun, her black hair tied high, with sharp features and fierce eyebrows like swords, a wild and bold presence. She wore a tiger skin outfit, a mark of her triumph in taking down a tiger. The cat-ear tribe has fire now? Hong Xiang laughed through the crunch of chicken bones. With that rabbit-eared Chun around, I'm surprised they didn't starve to death. Now they've got fire? They'll hang on a bit longer. Chief, what do we do? We're wasting the eastern woods on them. No problem. This extreme winter, they won't make it. When the time comes, We'll expand and drive them out. Chief, there's a man in their hunting team. A man? Is he from the cat ear tribe? No, we can't tell what species he is. Hong Xiang laughed loudly. Haha, there's still a man willing to stay with the cat ears? Are they finally thinking about breeding with other tribes? Too late for that now. A few wolf-eared children ran over, climbing onto Hong Xiang's back. Hong Xiang, are we fighting later? I want to watch. Teach us how to fight. All right. Hong Xiang scarfed down the chicken and laughed uproariously. Let's wrestle later. Same rules. Winners get meat, losers watch the fire. Hong Xiang stood up, her gaze sharp. And I'll participate today. Anyone who defeats me, I'll consider having kids with them. Howl! The camp roared with excitement. Killing a tiger was the highest honor among the wolf-ear tribe, and having offspring with Hong Xiang was everyone's greatest wish. To them, she was their queen-to-be. But up to now, no one had been able to defeat her. Another night passed. I was still sound asleep when someone woke me. Chung, wake up. Opening my eyes, I felt a warm, furry sensation against my waist. I reached over instinctively. Yep, it was a soft and fluffy Luo. This little one must have snuck in at some point during the night, cuddling up for warmth. I sat up and saw a tall silhouette outside the tent. It was Chun, her rabbit ears upright, as cold-looking as the morning weather. She glanced at me emotionlessly. Everyone's here now. As per the bet, they'll listen to you these few days. All right, got it. I got up quickly, grabbed a bamboo joint for some water to rinse my mouth. Luo woke up groggily, rubbing her eyes and fumbling around for her missing pillow. Luo, you'll gather berries with the other cat ears from now on, Chun said. She couldn't imagine what other work the petite Luo could manage, so she decided to have her gather berries, at least let her build some strength. All right. The little one nodded and tugged at my fur coat. Chung, I'll help you gather lots of berries. Sounds good. I smiled. It was a safe job, so I was relieved. Chun rolled her eyes from the side. You're gathering for the tribe, not just for Chung. Luo went off to gather berries. Chun called over 6 familiar cat ear girls, who quickly swarmed around us. Shiyu, Shiling, Huer, Big Ear, Yanhua, and Nia. You're all under Chung now for the next few days. Whatever he says, you do. Chun instructed seriously. They didn't object. After all, Chung brought them fire. He clearly wasn't ordinary. Chun introduced them one by one, and I finally learned the hunting team cat ears' names. Shiyu and Shiling were sisters, with similar appearances and builds. Shiling was the one who grabbed my chest yesterday. Huer was the shortest and the quickest, skilled in Chun's tracking techniques. Big Ear's ears were, well, the biggest. She had a pure and neighborly girl-next-door vibe. Yanhua was the only dark-skinned cat ear in the team, always sunbathing, her skin slightly darker. Nia had the firmest hips. Even though I'm handing you over to Chung, for safety, I'll accompany every hunt, Chun said. I won't interfere with Cheng's decisions, and you all better behave, understood? Yes, Chun. Got it, we'll behave. Chung, when are we hunting? Yeah, didn't you say you'd teach us how to hunt wild boars? Shiyu and Shiling seemed especially eager. I waved my hand dismissively. Don't rush. Get prepared first. I'll wait here. Okay. The 7 beast-eared girls quickly stripped off their fur coats to bind their chests. I got an eyeful. Oh boy. Today, Chun had her back turned. Why? No trust in me today? I was disappointed, then remembered. Oh, she's a rabbit ear, not a cat ear. Once everyone was geared up, I cleared my throat. We're not hunting today. Instead, we'll gather some things, maybe by the riverbank. Bring extra furs and empty water pouches. They all looked confused. Chun raised an eyebrow suspiciously. We're not hunting. She seemed to think I was up to no good. The cat ear girls pouted, now regretting binding their chests so tightly, so uncomfortable. I feigned calmness. Stop dawdling. Get ready so we can head out. Before long, they returned with furs and empty pouches in hand. I rolled up the animal hide and tied it around my waist. Let's move. The cat-eared girls cheered happily. It was nice for them to skip a hunting trip. We dove into the jungle. Instincts as a spring warrior kept me ever vigilant. She walked up to me, asking, "What exactly are you looking for?" I thought for a moment and replied, "A kind of wood, a kind of stone, and a kind of tree." Spring narrowed her eyes, trying to figure out my intentions. She couldn't see how these materials had anything to do with hunting wild boars. Wood, rocks, trees, they're everywhere here, she said with a scoff. I smiled. I'm looking for something special. I'll explain in a bit. I wanted to share knowledge, not just tools. Progress and civilization should never be hoarded. I wanted the cat-eared girls to learn something new so that even if I were no longer around, they'd have the skills to survive. Thanks to my encyclopedia scanning ability, I could quickly identify things through snapshots. Soon, the first thing came into view: white ash wood, the king of spear shafts. That tree stood tall with a deep gray trunk, its bark patterned with net-like cracks opposite bright yellow leaves. The cat-eared girls probably had passed by these trees many times on their way to the hunting grounds, but simply hadn't noticed them before. Standing beneath the tree, I turned to the group and spoke earnestly. This is a white ash tree. Remember its appearance. They might not yet understand what I was saying, but that didn't matter. If they could remember it, understanding would come naturally with time. Ignoring their puzzled looks, I continued. This tree has wood that's both hard and resilient, with straight grain and uniform structure. It's exceptionally tough, resistant to impact forces, can bend without breaking, and offers great elasticity while being lightweight. It's the top-tier material for making spear shafts. Today, I'm going to teach you how to make spears. I glanced around, picked up a slender, dry branch, and pulled out a bone knife to sharpen one end into a pointed tip. A spear is essentially a long shaft with a sharp end. Its body is straight and easy to handle. It can be gripped, earning it the name grip spear, making it perfect for dealing with medium to large-sized beasts. You've been relying on bone knives or stone blades for melee combat, but spears are different. They allow you to attack from a mid-range distance, keeping you safe while delivering lethal strikes to prey. And if necessary, you can even throw it, just like how the wolf-eared tribe uses sharp stones to deal damage from afar. The biggest advantage of a spear is that it amplifies your power. Whether you gain momentum through a running start or focus the energy of your body into a strike, the force concentrates at the tip, generating incredible penetrating power. Sometimes it can pierce even the thick hides of beasts, reaching their vital organs. I demonstrated a stabbing motion with the dried branch, thrusting it forward. Though the words might have been a bit technical, years of hunting experience helped the cat-eared girls grasp the essence. Spears were a better option for taking down large beasts than bone weapons. Spring, especially, seemed to understand its potential. Though she still couldn't fully imagine how powerful a spear could be, she was visibly shaken by the idea. Meanwhile, Fire stared intently at the stick in my hand. All right, but other trees can be used to make spears too, right? I nodded. Yes, as long as the wood meets the right standards. But keep in mind, these are weapons meant to go up against medium to large beasts. Those animals have thick hides and tough builds. If your weapon isn't strong enough, it'll break after a few strikes. Then how will you finish the fight? When we return, you can try experimenting with other types of wood. Compare them to white ash, and you'll see the difference for yourselves. Circling the white ash tree, I pointed to one of its branches. Stone Moon, climb up and cut that branch for me. The moment I finished speaking, Stone Moon darted up the tree like a gust of wind, so quick it startled me. I still didn't fully understand. While they were part of the cat-eared tribe and mostly resembled humans, their hands and feet lacked claws or sharp nails. How could they move so nimbly? Stone Moon hacked at the branch deftly, and I glanced at the others. Can all of you climb this fast? Of course, the cat-eared girl said proudly. Climbing trees is one of our tribe's specialties. Spring scratched her head sheepishly. Don't look at me. I can't do it. I couldn't help but grin. With such skilled climbers, the wild boar stood no chance this time. In no time, Stone Moon threw the branch down. I caught it, measuring its diameter with my hand. It was slightly over 2 centimeters around, and its length was about 2 meters. Perfect. According to the encyclopedia, the ideal diameter for throwing spears was between 1.5 and 2.5 centimeters, while grip spears should range between 2.5 and 3.5 centimeters. The length should ideally be 2 to 3 meters. Using this branch as the benchmark, I addressed the group. Aim for this thickness, and make sure they're at least this long. The straighter, the better. Gather as many as you can and bring them back. There are plenty of white ash trees nearby, and their shape is easy to recognize. If you're unsure, just ask me. Got it. The cat-eared girls cheered in unison before leaping into action, their agile figures vanishing swiftly among the trees like shadows. I turned to look at Spring, who seemed a bit dazed, staring blankly at me. What's wrong? Nothing, she said quickly, snapping out of it and looking away. I'll stay on the ground and search around. No need. The 6 of them are enough. Let's rest for a bit. I smiled, sitting down against a tree stump and patting the patch of grass beside me. Come, have a seat. Spring didn't respond, but still walked over and quietly sat by my side. Those cat-eared girls really were children of the forest. Their agility was incredible, whipping through the trees like ghosts and tossing down suitable branches in no time. After a while, Spring couldn't hold back a question anymore. "How do you know all this stuff?" "I learned it," I said, leaning back against the stump lazily. "From a shaman?" "Let's just say I'm a shaman, then." No way I could tell her my knowledge came from an encyclopedia. Spring squinted at me. "You're a shaman's successor? Then why are you wandering around on your own?" "I don't know," I said, turning to her with a toothy grin. "When I woke up, I was lying on the riverbank. If you hadn't rescued me, I'd probably be beast food by now. Or maybe the wolf-eared tribe would have picked me up, but they're notoriously unwelcoming to outsiders. Either way, I wouldn't have lasted long there." Spring's expression grew complicated, her red eyes flickering with unease. I didn't bother denying her assumptions about me being a successor. "Then why don't you go back?" she asked, her voice softer this time. "Why would I?" I turned my head slightly and smirked. Life in the tribe, surrounded by adorable cat-eared girls, with daily blessings of simple happiness, it wasn't bad. Sure, there were no phones, no internet, and no snacks, but you can't have it all. I chose the cat-eared girls. Besides, I can't go back. I chuckled, flashing her an impish grin. "You don't want me here?" Caught under my gaze, her cheeks flushed, and the uneasiness in her eyes was replaced by a flicker of warmth. She let out a haughty huff. "Suit yourself. Even if you wanted to leave, we couldn't stop you." The corner of my mouth twitched. Seriously? Compared to their strength, they could land 9 punches on me in 1 second. If they wanted to stop me, they'd probably have to kneel and beg me not to die. Not leaving means not leaving. I stretched lazily, glancing at Chun's side profile. Her brows and eyes were indeed beautiful. "You lose this bet. From now on, you'll have to listen to me." Chun frowned. "What do you want?" "You. What do you mean?" "Nothing." "Humph. Win first, and then talk." Chun turned away, probably to stop herself from elbowing me in the ribs. An hour later, the cat-eared girls returned, carrying plenty of white ash wood. I picked out the unusable ones and tied them up with vines. "Sure Ling, and sure you carried the load." We moved on. "To the riverside," I said. "One more material to collect, and then we'll come back." "Aren't there 2 left?" Chun asked. "Yes, but one of them I spotted earlier. We'll grab it later." They didn't understand why, but followed my directions to the riverbank. Half an hour later, we arrived. My target this time was the stones by the riverbank. I had 2 plans in mind: flint and obsidian. Obsidian only exists around active volcanoes, so I had to scrap that idea. Flint is more commonly found downstream, but this riverbank is the only likely spot left to search. I wasn't just looking for flint, though. Quartzite and pyrite were also on my list. All of these are excellent fire-starting materials, much better than rubbing sticks together. However, this area falls under the wolf-eared tribe's territory. We couldn't stay long. Even on the east side of the riverbank, the wolf-eared tribe keeps watch and doesn't allow free roaming by the cat-eared tribe. My eyes scanned the stones like a precision scanner while the cat-eared girls stood guard, alert for wild animal attacks. They were smart enough to stay silent, watching me pick rocks and stash them into empty sacks. Lady Luck smiled on us. Even though the area was small and time was tight, the harvest was decent. 13 pieces of flint, 20 pieces of quartz, 2 chunks of pyrite, and even a few bits of natural copper. Feeling pleased, I tucked the flint and quartz away carefully, keeping the pyrite and natural copper separate. We retraced our route into the forest. I took out our prizes to explain. "This is flint," I began, holding up a gray-brown smooth stone. "These are usually found along downstream riverbanks." I continued to introduce quartz and pyrite. They listened in confusion, their faces saying, "What on earth is he talking about?" Chun finally asked, "What's the point of these stones?" "To make fire," I announced. "I'll teach you how when we get back." "Stones can make fire?" The cat-eared girls were stunned. Chun's eyes lit up as they fixated on the stones. "Is this what Lin meant by fire hiding in stones?" I nodded. "Exactly, though finding flint isn't just for making fire." I held up a brown stone. "This type is great for making spearheads. It's much sharper and sturdier than a plain wood tip. It can easily cut through skin, flesh, and tendons, perfect for hunting. Bones can also be used for spearheads, but when flint runs out, then you use bone as a fallback. For attaching spearheads to shafts, you'll need bindings or adhesives, like pine resin and birch tar. Luckily, both are available around here, so we don't need to search specifically for them." After gathering all the necessary materials, I led the group on a winding path until we stood before a tall tree. Along the way, my eyes hadn't stopped scanning for prospects. Finally, I found this solitary specimen, a towering tree over 20 meters high, with gray-brown bark and branches bearing red, fleshy fruits. Poison arrow tree, deadly to the touch. I gazed at it with fascination. Poison. This would be the ultimate fallback for the cat-eared girls. Of course, to preserve game meat, we'd avoid using it if possible. I could go without it, but having some was critical. Double-checking the information from my mental encyclopedia, I wrapped my hands and mouth with beast skin, took out a bone knife and an empty sack, and approached carefully. Watch from a distance. Don't get near. With a precise cut, a milky white sap oozed out. I carefully collected it into the sack. Several cuts later, I filled the sack halfway and swapped it for another. Once done, I allowed myself to exhale. The cat-eared girls had been holding their breath, utterly tense. Let's head back to camp, I said. No one should get close to this tree. Its leaves, fruits, and sap are equally deadly. This tree stood far from any resources, planted near the border of two tribes' territories. Both sides avoided it instinctively. Thankfully, we hadn't run into any trouble. This, I explained, is a toxic tree. You may not fully understand poison, but you've seen fever infections, right? Imagine something worse, multiple times over. The sap of this tree, it touches a wound, or you ingest just a little, you're infected immediately. In severe cases, you die quickly. I wasn't exaggerating. The poison arrow tree contains cardiac glycosides, which block the heart's sodium-potassium pump, inducing irregular heart rhythms and cardiac arrest. For this age, it's an excellent hunting aid. The cat-eared girls were stunned. To think their territory harbored such a terrifying tree. Seeing their fur fluff up in alarm, I chuckled. Don't fret. Look at it another way. This is a treasure exclusive to our tribe. Remember my warnings, and you won't get poisoned. On the way back, we peeled a good amount of birch bark. We reached the camp in the afternoon. Warm sunlight hit my face, and sleepiness tempted me. The cat-eared girls set down their bundles, awaiting instructions. Meanwhile, I picked up the birch bark and began processing it. This stuff needs to be roasted into tar to be functional, I said. It's tricky, so take your time learning. All right, got it. You work, we'll watch. They crowded around, their eyes fixed on me. I tightly rolled the bark, dug a pit in the ground, placed it vertically, and covered it with mud and stones, leaving only a tiny gap. I reignited the campfire and surrounded the bark with kindling to heat it. Don't let the flames get too close, just a steady roast. By sunset, it should be ready. Leave it for now. Add more wood if it burns low. Next, we'll process the white ash wood and flint. By today, I want spears ready. The girls looked overwhelmed. Today's lesson stuffed their heads to bursting. They hadn't expected that making a spear would require so much effort. To sharpen your tools, you need first to prepare the right materials. What they didn't know was that my preparations weren't about being meticulous. I was gearing up for a battle with a giant boar. I needed sturdy and reliable equipment. Teaching them fire starting earned me respect and admiration, but I wanted more. I needed trust, authority, and absolute obedience. I wanted to consolidate the tribe into a cohesive force where everyone revolved around me, enabling reform and seamless collaboration. And I saw clearly how to achieve it. It wasn't hard, as long as they had enough to eat. With superior hunting skills that ensured full bellies, earning the tribe's awe and trust would be the quickest path. Failure was not an option. I initially wanted to make a bow and arrow, but I gave up. Bows take time to practice, unlike spears. Spears are simple to craft and easier to master. Using flint for the spearhead should suffice. Sharpening flint isn't too complicated. The cat-eared girls often grind bone or stone knives, so they're experienced. But this time's different. I want to make spearheads with blood grooves and barbs. The cat-eared girls haven't done it before, so I have to handle it myself. Luckily, I have encyclopedia illustrations for reference. I worked on shaping the flint carefully, mindful not to waste it. Meanwhile, the cat-eared girls worked on the spear shafts, peeling and shaving down the ashwood until it was smooth and straight. By the time I finished the first spearhead prototype, they were already done with the shafts. Chun stood to the side with the others, waiting. Chun stared at the odd, sharp piece of stone. So this is the spearhead? I nodded. Yep. Pointing to the groove, I explained. This is the blood groove. It makes it easier to pull out of a beast, speeds up bleeding, and increases damage. It also adds strength while reducing weight. Everyone looked blank. I rephrased. This kind of spearhead makes hunting simpler and the spear more durable. With this flint, polish it following this pattern, I instructed. Got it, they replied. I checked the spear shafts and added wood to the fire used to heat birch bark tar. Now comes the lesson. Everyone, sit. They all sat down, still confused. Quirr asked, lesson? What's that? I'm going to teach you how to hunt larger beasts. Meow, hurry up and teach us. The cat-eared girls perked up. I began the lesson. You can't charge headfirst into hunting powerful beasts. You need to use your brain and have a strategy. First, gather information. Figure out its attack patterns, habits, environment, and weaknesses. Know when it eats and when it rests. Learn everything. The cat-eared girls didn't respond much, but Chun looked shocked. This was the kind of tracking knowledge her rabbit-eared clan excelled in, but I was explaining it even more thoroughly than her people's shaman ever had. Sitting straighter, Chun's rabbit ears stood upright, not wanting to miss a single word. Second, use the environment. Familiarize yourselves with the hunting grounds. Find ambush points and plan escape routes. Failure isn't shameful. It just means you'll have another chance. But always ensure there's a way out. I don't want any of you getting hurt. The cat-eared girls felt a warmth in their chests. Third, weapons. An appropriate weapon will cover your weaknesses and make your attacks more lethal. Against powerful beasts, any advantage can be life-saving. Fourth, play to your strengths. Use what you're good at. Tell me, what are your advantages? Sure, you said, we can run really fast. Shirling added, we can hear beasts from far away. Horror said, we can quietly sneak up on prey. I smiled. And there's one more, your biggest advantage. The cat-eared girls widened their eyes, puzzled, and even Chun looked confused. Tree climbing. To me, it felt like a total game changer. In the forest, your battlefield isn't on the ground. It's in the trees. Meow, meow, meow. Really, climbing trees is that strong? But how does that help kill beasts? Chun felt her pride dissipating and was overcome with anticipation. I explained the process of hunting wild boars, from ambushing to fighting and finally killing them. It made perfect use of the cat-eared girls' strengths: teamwork, luring, primary attack, and support. Everyone had a role. Chun and the others were so engaged they acted like they were experiencing it firsthand, feeling their blood surge with excitement. To be honest, I hadn't considered traps. Digging a pit 6 to 9 feet deep would be way too much effort. Wild boars are famously tough, with copper heads, iron backs, and soft bellies. Even traps might not hold them. Too much work for too little gain. I can hunt wild boars now. Take us with you. Let's hunt wild boars. The cat-eared girls were fired up. I felt my face twitch slightly. If a wild boar appeared right now, they'd still run for their lives. Fear is a hardwired instinct, no matter the adrenaline rush. They still needed one more lesson: building courage. Stop getting ahead of yourselves. Train with me for 5 days, and then we'll hunt wild boars. The birch tar for adhesives still needs to be heated. First, I'll teach you how to use a spear. Everyone pick a shaft. Spear techniques fall into 3 categories. Thrust. I demonstrated a forward stab. Strike. I stabbed downwards with force. Throw. Gripping the shaft with one hand, I hurled the spear forward. To make the best use of a spear, practice well. Thrusting will be your most frequent move. Aim for weak spots on the beast. For wild boars, the weak points are the lungs and heart behind the front legs, the side of the neck, and the belly. I turned to Chun and said, find someone good at weaving. I'll need netting and tripwire snares. Chun nodded. Lin's the one for that. I'll go get her. By dusk, as the fire crackled, Lin was pestering Chun to hear more about the hunting squad, visibly ecstatic. One like fire, the other like ice. I couldn't figure out how these two got along. When Chun had finally endured enough, I set aside what I was working on. Lin came running over to inspect the newly made spears. Luo was nestled on my lap, craning her head for a look too. Typically, birch tar glue takes about a month to reach full strength. If rushed, it'd take at least 2 weeks, but we didn't have that time. The tribe needed food now. So, I went with an old reinforcement trick, combining the tar glue with rawhide strips. Wet rawhide wraps were tightly wound, and as they dried, they'd shrink dramatically, clamping the spearhead firmly in place. Within hours, or by the next day, the spears would be ready. Are they finished? Lin asked eagerly. Chun was also examining the weapon carefully. The spears are done. They'll be ready to use by tomorrow. Shirling and the others polished 5 spearheads, and I'll have them attached shortly. Chun picked up a spear, and with the flint tip attached, it felt entirely different. I want one too, declared Chun. Lin clung to my arm, her soft curves leaving me momentarily speechless. I realized Lin was truly the MVP, a natural talent for leveraging her assets. Yes, yes, you'll all get one. Late at night, just as I was about to sleep, a petite shadow slinked into my tent. In the darkness, a pair of bright eyes shone. Luo, you again? I want to sleep here, she said, crawling into my arms and snuggling in. It's so warm here, Chung. I held her close, her delicate frame soft and light as air. Luo, how old are you? I asked. 18. What? I was stunned. She looked nowhere near it. Luo, you should eat more. Put on a little weight. On my chest, she asked, looking up. Cough, what are you even saying? I noticed Luo really likes it here. When Lin hugs you, you secretly glance over and look so happy. You've got it wrong. No, I don't. Luo stared at me with unwavering eyes. I'll listen to Chung, eat the meat properly, and make Chung happy. I'm already happy now. I reminded her. Don't just grow in one area. You're too skinny. You need some meat everywhere. Oh, I got it. Why do you like me? I asked, puzzled. We'd barely known each other for 2 days. Because you gave all the meat to Luo. She fell silent for a moment, then said, back in the tribe, they'd only snatch up Luo's food because Luo wasn't strong enough to hunt with everyone else. Luo used to gather fruit to share, but no one liked that. One day, the chief took everyone away to find a new place to live. When Luo woke up, the tribe was gone. She was all alone. The wolf-ear girl raised her head nervously, glancing at me. Chung, Luo can only get fruit to give to you now. I gazed into her clear eyes and pulled her into an embrace, holding her tightly. Fruit is great too. Fruit's not as good as meat. Fruit is nutritious. What's nutritious? I leaned down to tease her. Just know that you've got to eat both. Eating only meat might turn you into a wild boar. She'd seen wild boars before, carried back by the tribe in chunks, dark and ugly. I don't want to turn into a wild boar. I'll listen to Chung. That's more like it. I continued. How did you end up here? After leaving the tribe, I wandered around aimlessly. Along the way, I met 2 antlered folk who said there were 3 tribes here. They told me, as someone from the wolf-ear clan, I might try joining. Later, I ran into a fox-ear girl, and the 4 of us traveled together. I hadn't expected their first encounter would be with the cat-ear tribe. That group of 3 beast folk girls didn't make it in. The next day, I was awakened by rhythmic chanting outside. The morning light seeped in. The cat-ear girls were already training. When I sat up, Luo stirred awake from her perch around my neck, and I quickly scooped her up. Her soft, cool body felt weightless in my arms. As soon as I gave her a squeeze, her fluffy tail wrapped tightly around my wrist. Chung, you're awake, she murmured, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Yeah. Noticing certain morning reactions, I hurriedly placed Luo on the straw mat, rising into a crouch. Luo, fetch me some water. I want to wash my face. Okay, Chung. The wolf-ear girl exited the tent, and Spring walked in right after her. She lifted the thick hide curtain and spotted me bent strangely. What's with you? Nothing. Stone Moon and the gang are training. If you're awake, come out and have a look. Spring urged, but didn't move her gaze. Suddenly, realization seemed to dawn on her as a subtle smirk curled her lips. We'll wait outside. Hurry up. I got it. I'll be out soon. After Luo brought the water and I washed up, I finally ventured out of the tent. It was still early, and most of the beast folk girls were still asleep. Luo stood nearby, observing Stone Ling and the others train. The group of 6 practiced with staffs, moving in synchronized unison. It was oddly mesmerizing. Their attacks were sharper, as their techniques improved with imagined foes. Sweat soaked their animal hides, glistening under the morning light. As the sun crept higher, its rays pierced the forest canopy, lighting up the camp. Like clockwork, the entire cat-ear tribe began to stir. Cat-ear girls crawled out of their tents. Some stretched, others brushed out their fur, and a few joined the crowd watching the hunters train. A handful of them beckoned Luo over. They treated her like a little sister, doting on her fondly. Today, they were tasked with sorting and drying berries, crushing them for storage. Luo worked hard to adapt to her new life, her face bright with smiles. She had grown up in a wolf pack where survival of the fittest ruled. Fate led her here when she needed it most, to a tribe full of kindness. After 2 hours of training, I led the team out to hunt. Morning training sessions, afternoon hunting expeditions, it was Spring's idea. Today's lesson was about building courage. As we tread through the woods, I purposely slowed my steps, letting my gaze linger on the underbrush, roots, and vines. While searching for arrowwood yesterday, it dawned on me that I shouldn't waste my talent for identifying plants. The primeval forest wasn't just filled with towering trees. There were spices hidden here too. Wild mustard greens, scallions, ginger, garlic. I pocketed whatever I stumbled upon. These natural seasonings were lifesavers for me at this point. Honestly, the gamey taste of roasted meat was unbearable after just 2 days without seasoning. To my surprise, I found spicy milk caps, golden chanterelles, pepper vines, and even licorice root. With my trusty encyclopedia app, I ensured none were poisonous. While the cat ear girls walked ahead, I stuffed my pouch with these treasures. They looked at me curiously but didn't question it. I even sifted through the pebbles by the riverside. You never know what might come in handy. It's dangerous to eat mushrooms randomly, Spring warned me. Some poisons make you sick, or worse, kill you. I know, I replied, catching up with the group. That's called poisoning. You know about that? Spring's surprise was genuine. Like the arrowwood. Exactly. They all have varying toxicity. You know more than our rabbit folk shamans. I smirked, baring my teeth mischievously. You bet I do. Want to learn? But I won't teach for free. If you let me touch your rabbit ears, I might consider it. Haven't felt ears as long as yours before. Spring turned away, clearly ignoring me. Chung, even we've never touched Spring's ears. A cat ear girl chimed in, stirring the pot. Looks like Lynn might have. Spring only lets her touch them, Stoneling laughed. Long ears must feel better than ours. Ask Lynn when we get back, then. Spring's mad now, run. The cat ear girls scattered, giggling. Porter approached me with sparkly eyes. Chung, can you teach me how to catch fish? Every time we pass a riverbank, they dart under the water, and it's so annoying. She didn't care about eating fish. She just wanted to catch them. By evening, after our hunt, we reached the woods where we'd encountered wild boars before. Today's lesson, face your fears. I knew the catfolk girls' fear of ferocious beasts stemmed from instinct. To teach them to hunt wild boars without panic, they had to grow comfortable with their presence, their attacks, and even the feeling of being chased. This reminded me of learning to drive. After barely passing the second test, my first time on the road was nerve-wracking, monitoring clutch, brake, gas pedal, watching traffic, and all the while stressing out. At 30 miles per hour, I was already panicking and failed that test horribly. Later, I spent half a month hanging out with my childhood friend, riding his car every day across the main roads. The speed went from 40 miles per hour to 60 miles per hour, then to 100 miles per hour. From driving straight to making turns, then accelerating. Once I got used to it, nothing was scary anymore. The best way to overcome fear is to face it head on. What the cat-eared girls lacked was the courage to confront the wild boar directly. Chung, what exactly does courage training mean? Shirling asked. It's to make you braver, so you're not scared of the wild boar. I said, in a bit, you'll provoke the wild boar and make it chase you. Just focus on running, but observe it while you run. Observe its distance, speed, and how it attacks. Chun frowned. Chung, that sounds dangerous. Shirling and the others pulled their heads back. All the enthusiasm they had yesterday vanished. Chung, just running away should be fine, right? Yeah, we can all get away safely, meow. But how do we observe it while we're running? Chung, what exactly should we do? Relax, it's just one wild boar. It can't chase everyone at once. I explained seriously. Why do you all always run in the same direction? This is a forest. Scatter. Give it options to choose its target. That way, everyone else can climb a tree to avoid it and take the chance to observe. The cat girls suddenly understood. Before, they were only focused on running away and never thought of this. Meow sounds about right. That means only one of us will have bad luck. We're pretty great at climbing trees. They still didn't fully grasp how this related to overcoming their fear of the wild boar, but my suggestion was clearly doable. I found a big tree and had Shirling and Sure You pull me and Chun up into it. The cat-eared girls nervously crept toward the wild boar's habitat. Chun asked me worriedly, Chung, are you sure this'll be okay? I reassured her. Don't worry, the wild boar can't catch them. You'll understand after one look. Chun still seemed uneasy. Will this really build their courage? I smiled. They're scared because they think the wild boar is too powerful and themselves too weak. They've never faced it directly to know the real difference. But they can't beat it, Chun argued. I even had them try using wooden bats like the Wolfier clan, but they couldn't hurt it and almost got injured themselves. I rolled my eyes. Their strengths are in speed and agility, yet you had them use heavy weapons? That's like tying their hands and feet. Of course they'd lose. That's on you. Chun blushed. Sitting close together, I could feel Chun's heartbeat racing next to me. I continued, forget about trying to win for now. Let them realize the wild boar is powerful, yes, but it's not invincible. They can outpace it and get away. They can't kill the boar, but the boar can't hurt them either. Once they grasp that, their fear will diminish. Only when they see themselves as equals can they confront the wild boar calmly. Chun stared at me, half understanding, half lost in thought. Suddenly, a roar broke through the quiet. The wild boar is coming. 6 figures darted through the forest, running at full speed as the wild boar roared furiously behind them, its short legs pumping wildly. 2 groups of runners dashed past beneath the tree. Chun's red eyes grew brighter and brighter. As someone who used to be in their shoes but was now watching from the sideline, she finally understood what I meant. Shirling and the others were much faster than the wild boar. They could even afford to pause and catch their breath without being caught. Before, they were only focused on escaping and hadn't noticed this. Now, Daer, Yanhua, and Huaer had all climbed trees already. Naya, and sure you also made it up safely. Shirling was the only one still running, pouting about how the wild boar had chosen her as its target. The cat-eared girls on the tree watched the wild boar closely, along with their teammate. Shirling looped back toward us. The wild boar tried to turn to follow her, but nearly tripped over itself. From the trees, the cat girls stayed on high alert. But upon closer inspection, Shirling didn't look nearly as desperate as before. The wild boar ran sluggishly, far slower than they'd imagined. Sure you jumped down to pick up a rock and lobbed it at the boar. Ling, climb up quick. Shirling immediately scurried up the tree. The wild boar, hit by the rock, roared in frustration and shifted its anger to chasing Shiryu. At the Wolf-Ear tribe's camp, the scent of cooked meat filled the air. Tribespeople shared roasted game amidst lively chatter. Wolf-eared girls danced around the bonfire. Hong Xiang, the chief, was happily gnawing on a chunk of meat while collecting goat's wool to make blankets. Chief, there's something strange about the cat-ear tribe lately, Lon reported. Hong Xiang ruffled Lan's small wolf ears. What did you see? They've been carrying wood to the riverbank. It looks like they're protecting that man. Chopping wood during a hunt. Hong Xiang frowned. They hunt in the afternoons, but I don't know what they're doing in the mornings. And they've been provoking wild boars, letting themselves get chased. What? Hong Xiang was thoroughly confused. Even Chun's involved. And that man. They're all there. Each time, they head into the forest together. Then the wild boar chases the cat-eared warriors right back out. Lon added, I think they're trying to hunt the boar. Hong Xiang burst into laughter. You think they could actually catch a wild boar? The wolf-ear warriors all shook their heads. Besides, Chun's bad leg means she can only share her advice. She can't really help, Hong Xiang remarked. Still, it didn't explain the strange behavior of the cat-ear tribe. They've been searching for something along the riverbank too, Lon continued. That man keeps trying to explore the western side, but we always drive him back. This guy sounds pretty interesting. Hong Xiang rested her chin on her hand. Maybe I'll drop by the riverbank tomorrow. It's been a while since I saw that rabbit-eared guy. Lon frowned. Chief, are you really going? The two butted heads every time they met, and Hong Xiang always came out the loser. That guy eats grass, you know? He pulls it out of the ground and stuffs it into a bag. Lon added. Hong Xiang stared blankly, as if the story couldn't get any weirder. Now she really wanted to meet this grass-eating man. 5 days passed. I'd officially turned into a little savage, wearing a skirt made of animal hide and leading the cat-ear girls on wild runs through the forest every day. The courage training plan was going great. The cat-eared girls were now wild boar experts and understood its attack patterns. Beside the crackling campfire, I sat cross-legged with Luo snuggled in my lap. She pressed her forehead against my chin, her tail brushing against my stomach. God, she was so cute. Her ears were unbelievably soft. I wrapped my arms around her from behind, resting my chin on her head. Her tiny frame had put on a little more weight lately. Chung, are you thinking about hunting the wild boar? Luo asked. Yeah, I admitted. Chung will definitely succeed. I smiled. Real combat was different from practice. I was still a bit nervous. Chung had been called away by Lin and hadn't returned yet. Chung, does wild boar taste good? Luo asked. I don't know. I've never tried it. But I had tasted pork before. Braised pork belly. Just thinking about it made my mouth water. I can't hold back anymore. This is driving me crazier than watching a late-night food show. I've got to master these skills fast and ensure we get to eat properly. At that moment, Chun and Lin walked over. They didn't look good, both of them. Even Lin, who's usually so cheerful, wore anxious expressions. What happened? I asked. Chun sighed. The tribal elders are worried about the food situation. They don't believe the cat ear tribe can hunt wild boars. Hunting time has been reduced to half a day, and with food supplies dwindling, we won't make it through the dead winter. Lin frowned and added, the tribe has been through that awful season before, and now they're scared. After a pause, she continued, but the Great Mother says this is an opportunity. The cat ear tribe has been struggling for too long. If we don't change, we're doomed. Lin's eyes burned with determination. The Great Mother and I both believe in you. You must hunt a wild boar. Chun has also promised the elders tomorrow will be the last attempt. No matter what, the hunting team will return to their old schedule afterward. Chun stayed silent, but her expression showed she knew the odds. Hunting a wild boar was nearly impossible for the cat ear tribe. However, the tools and knowledge I'd been teaching her had already shattered her previous understanding of what was possible. All right, we will succeed, Chun declared firmly. I knew we couldn't delay any longer. Hunting a wild boar wasn't just about proving ourselves. It was the start of solving the tribe's critical food problem. Big game provides far more meat than small prey. Watching the hunting team bring back only a few rodents or grouse every day would make anyone anxious. Over time, that anxiety breeds fear. But fear is also an opportunity. Psychology tells us that people develop reliance on someone who can save them from their suffering. If I succeed, their fear will transform into an unprecedented level of trust. Tomorrow, we act, I said. Tomorrow. Yeah, Shirling and the others don't need more training. It's time to see results. Chun understood. This wasn't just a small change. It was a major turning point. All right. The next morning, thick clouds loomed overhead, and the air was heavy with moisture. I got up early, careful not to wake Luo, and headed out to the open field. Shiryu, Shirling, and 4 others were already geared up and ready to go. Each of them carried a flint-headed spear, a coil of rope, and a bone knife at their waists. They wore makeshift grassland camo and carried pouches with a resin and poison paste made from arrow tree sap, an emergency measure for dire situations. We'd avoid eating animals killed by poison since it's risky, but it was better to have a last resort than nothing at all. The cat ear girls radiated excitement, their training over the past few days having bolstered their courage to face a wild boar. We're ready. That boar's gonna learn how badass we are. Meow. Chun stood quietly nearby, observing them with pride. She knew these 6 weren't just warriors anymore. They were evolving. Let's move out, I commanded. The forest was eerily quiet. A thick morning mist hung in the air, heavy and oppressive. 6 agile figures moved seamlessly through the woods, meeting under a large tree shortly after. Over the past few days, they'd scouted the boar's territory and studied their habits. Chun and I climbed into the tree, morning dew dripping from the branches and heightening everyone's nerves. The cat ear girls triple-checked their gear, smearing dirt on their faces to mask their scent. Shiryu, Shirling, Yanhua, Big Ear, and Nia fanned out, silently hiding in the undergrowth. They held their breaths, tense and focused. Wild boars are most active in the morning. The girls had chosen an ideal ambush spot. This part of the forest was on the outskirts, so it wouldn't disturb deeper predators. The tall grass was dense for excellent concealment, and the sturdy trees couldn't be easily knocked down. Meanwhile, the morning dew and light drizzle muffled sounds and scents, offering natural cover. With time and terrain on our side, Hooer set down her gear and slipped silently through the shrubbery toward the boar's den. What came next was a test of patience. The cat ear girls didn't move a muscle. They're coming, Chun whispered. I scanned the distance. Hooer was already retreating, darting into hiding. The others stiffened as the sound of heavy footsteps grew closer. Snort, snort. I focused on the black beast emerging from the trees. It sniffed the grass, snorting as it leisurely wandered toward us, its guard lowered. The boar was used to disturbances in the afternoon, not the morning, so it wasn't alert. From over 100 paces away, the massive animal took its time crossing through the clearing. The cat ear girls stayed hidden, remembering my instructions. Don't attack until the whistle blows. The first strike was crucial. It had to hit when the boar was at its most vulnerable. Time crawled by as the boar moved closer to the ambush point. Hold. Just a little longer. 10 more steps. Sure, you focused on its hooves. The boar stopped, its ears twitching. It sniffed the air and paused for 2 whole minutes before resuming its march. 8 steps. 6. 3, 1. Fweet. The whistle burst through the forest, shattering the tension. The underbrush rustled as 6 shapes leaped from their hiding places, spears aiming for the boar's weak spots. Front legs, hind legs, neck, belly, haunches, and the eyes, the boldest target. Huer's spear headed straight for the eye, but missed as the boar jerked sideways. Shirling's spear barely pierced its tough hide before slipping out again. Big Ear hit solidly, embedding her spear halfway into its haunch. Yanhua's strike to the hind leg went deep, sending blood spraying. Shiryu and Nia hit their marks with decent results as well. Their first barrage done, the team quickly retreated, spreading out. The boar bellowed in pain, thrashing wildly and snapping at its wounds before locking onto Yanhua. It charged with terrifying speed, forcing her to sprint for her life. She ran. It chased. Grard, sensing danger behind her, Yanhua bolted to an old tree and scrambled up into the branches just in time. Boom. The tree shook under the boar's impact, its leaves falling as Yanhua clung to a branch, shutting her eyes tightly. Arg! The boar groaned in pain, momentarily stunned from the collision. Now's our chance, go. Shiryu blew her whistle and led the charge, aiming for its injured hind leg. Still dazed, the boar barely put up a fight as Yanhua leapt down onto its neck with a spear. Thud! 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 Spears stabbed into its hide. No single hit was fatal, but the accumulating wounds were taking their toll. Fall back, Shiryu ordered. The team scattered again, leaving the boar swaying on unsteady legs. It shook its head, trying to clear the confusion, and bellowed angrily. But its enemies were gone, just retreating shadows on the edges of its vision. Grah! The boar could only roar in frustration, unable to understand why this group of pests was so impossibly slippery, never giving it a clean chance to counterattack. Chun stared at the scene, stunned. The cat ear girls had far exceeded her expectations. This strategy had completely reshaped her understanding of hunting tactics. I'd taken their natural talents, speed and tree climbing, and turned them into the boar's worst nightmare. In the spring, memories of bunny-ear warriors encircling a wild boar resurface, facing it head-on, enduring its frenzied counterattacks, yet never retreating. To them, retreat was cowardice. A warrior must press ever forward. It was a true battle of burning blood and honor. But now, Spring questioned, did hunting beasts really have to cost so much? She touched the old scar on her left leg, her emotions swirling. Noticing something off, I asked, what's wrong? Does the old wound hurt again? It's nothing. She shook her head, a bittersweet smile forming at the corners of her mouth. Chung, you're really skilled. If only I had met you earlier. Startled, I replied, don't say things like that. What's gotten into you so suddenly? Just thinking about the past. Spring took a deep breath, her gaze growing distant. Our bunny-ear tribe hunts fierce beasts with relentless courage. But people always get hurt, sometimes even killed. Do you think it's worth it? I paused. Fighting for survival isn't wrong, but recklessness is. Hot-blooded bravery alone won't take you far. You all respect the shaman because he's wise, and he teaches you new skills. You should think more, too. If you don't know something, just ask me. Spring looked at me, her hands instinctively brushing her ears, which trembled ever so slightly. If the shaman's so smart, why doesn't he know the things you do? Different eras and different experiences. What I know, someday they'll know too. That'll be natural. What do you mean by that? I mean, I'm the odd one out. Still puzzled, Spring tried to make sense of my words, but the battlefield erupted into chaos before we could delve further. The boar, giant and enraged, was now chasing the cat ear girls. It cornered one trying to climb a tree, leaving her no escape. Its wounds dripped fresh blood as the girls frantically watched for an opening, unsure what would come next. Suddenly, the boar turned, charging into the dense forest. Not good, it's trying to flee. Stone Moon's whistle split the air as the crew sprang into action, throwing down nets and tripping ropes. Stop it, I frowned. The nets would restrict its movement, but also leave them dangerously close to its counterattacks. The trap was sprung, and the boar was entangled in the woven constraints, its vision obscured as it thrashed and twisted. The cat ear girls swiftly caught its limbs and head, pulling with all their might. Tighten the ropes. The boar roared in defiance, its furious strength threatening to snap their resolve as it fought to break free. The grips slipping. Fire's rope was suddenly seized by the boar's powerful jaws, snapping tight and yanking her forward. She was flung toward the beast. Spring instinctively wanted to leap in and help, but I held her back. This is their battle. If they can't resolve it themselves, they'll never become true warriors. Steeling herself, Fire gripped her spear in both hands, thrusting it directly into the boar's gaping maw with a wet, sickening sound. Thwack! The spear pierced through its lower jaw as Fire collided with its tusks. Stone's spirit leapt to shield her, both of them tumbling away. Roar! Eyes blazing red, the boar broke into a blood rage. It snapped the spear in its jaw, charging blindly at their prone forms with terrifying speed. In one savage burst of power, it shredded the net and dragged its captors until palms burned and ropes slackened. Stone Moon instinctively dropped to all fours, her body twisting with inhuman agility. Channeling her latent potential, she launched herself like a cannonball, colliding with the beast mid-charge. The impact sent her flying, but her diversion worked. The boar barreled past, narrowly missing the fallen Fire and Stone spirit as it slammed headfirst into a tree. Crack! The tusks embedded themselves into the sturdy trunk, snapping under the force. The behemoth collapsed, too drained of strength to rise again. Spring clenched her fists. I held my breath. The cat ear girls, Fire, Stone Spirit, and Stone Moon, staggered back to their feet. Big Ear, Rock Flower, and Nia approached cautiously, long spears in hand. Roar! The boar twitched and kicked weakly, its strength fading. The three girls moved quickly, plunging their spears into its belly with decisive precision. Thwack! 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 Blood gushed from deep wounds as its thrashing grew weaker by the second. They draped the net over its writhing body, stepping back with triumphant caution. Relief surged through me. At last, they'd crossed the threshold. They were no longer just scavengers, but true warriors. The boar's deafening cries dwindled to pitiful whimpers, its breath shallow. 10 minutes passed before it fell silent. Is it dead? I asked. Still alive, someone replied. Fire hurled a stone, striking its skull. It flinched, reflexively gnashing at the air. Another whistle signaled the final push. The cat ear girls charged in unison, their spears jabbing deep into its vitals. This time, its body trembled violently before collapsing entirely. A great cheer erupted. Meow! We did it! We killed the boar. Breathing heavily, the six collapsed into a seated circle. Hey, Spirit, my arm really hurts. I'll rub it for you. Spring and I approached, but they jumped up eagerly to claim credit. Chung, we did it. Spring, did you see how I speared it? Fire said proudly. I patted her ear gently. Success is important, but safety comes first. Surveying everyone, I allowed myself a smile. Nice work out there. The beast must have weighed near 300 pounds. Circling its lifeless form, I pried its snapped tusk from the tree roots. Ancient warriors wore such trophies to display their dominance. Spring and the others fashioned a stretcher from dried wood, using the shredded net as binding. 4 of them heaved the heavy carcass, while Fire and Stone Moon took point. Their excitement was uncontainable. Wild boar meat, a delicacy we'd never tasted. Back home, the village was bound to shower them with admiration. Meow! Fire chimed, quickly joined by the others. Tonight, so much meat. Then we'll crush the wolf-ear tribe. I twitched at that. Meanwhile, Spring trailed behind, her gaze distant as she scrutinized me. Inwardly, she mulled over the implications of our earlier wager. Could it be she now had to listen to me? What would I ask of her? Surely not to stroke her ears. Or worse, share my tent like Laura did. She shot me a sharp glare, dismissing the thought as absurd. Anything else she could tolerate. There was no way that would happen. Still, I felt her piercing gaze burning into my back. Turning, I met her fiery red eyes. And now what's up with you? Nothing. If something's weighing on you, don't bottle it up. Here, let me rub those ears again. Free consultation included. No. I smirked. Of course, she assumed I was after her ears yet again. Spring silently applauded herself for resisting. Then why were you glaring at me? I was not. That look just now. It was like you wanted to eat me alive. I always look like this, she snapped, slightly embarrassed at being caught. Why do you always want to touch my ears? I was stunned for a moment. I couldn't exactly say it was just because I was itching for a fight. Ahem, do you really want to know? Out with it. Before I could say anything further, Shuriwa suddenly stopped, stepping back to shield the wild boar. It's the wolf-ear tribe. Several figures emerged from the woods, and we ran right into each other. Haru instinctively moved to shield me, her expression grave. When I saw their faces, I froze completely. Holy crap. They're so tall. Among the 7 or 8 wolf-eared tribesmen, one wolf-eared woman stood out in particular. She had to be at least 6 feet 3 inches tall. Her figure was fiery and striking, with long, shapely legs and an aura that screamed supermodel. She wore a tiger-skin skirt hugging her waist, her large, bushy tail covered in grayish-brown fur. Even just standing there, she radiated an oppressive energy, her eyes like stars tempered in fire. I was utterly captivated. Haru snapped at me coldly. If there's a fight, you run. Don't worry about us. It was the first time I'd seen her this serious. Shuriwe and the others also looked as if they were facing down a major threat. Clearly, this fiery wolf-eared woman was formidable. Well, Haru, long time no see. The wolf-eared woman's voice was crisp and vibrant. The wolf-eared tribespeople scanning the wild boar were visibly shocked by its injuries. Red Fragrance, what are you doing here? Haru asked in a cold voice. Hunting, of course. This is our territory too. Do you really expect me to believe that? The wolf-eared tribe was known to have 2 hunting grounds, but Red Fragrance rarely came here. Still as boring as ever, Red Fragrance glanced at the wild boar. Oh ho, bagged yourself a boar, huh? Legs all better now. None of your business. Haru clearly didn't want to get entangled with Red Fragrance. The first time they'd met, they'd clashed, even fought. Red Fragrance had stopped the fight halfway through, leaving Haru unsatisfied. Since then, every time they met, they'd argue, though they hadn't thrown punches again. What do you want this time? Haru queried. Red Fragrance crossed her arms, her dominating demeanor escalating. I heard you guys tried sneaking to the west side of the gravel beach a few days ago. That's wolf-eared tribe hunting grounds. Planning to break the rules. Haru frowned. That must have been when Su Cheng tried to collect flint and got caught quickly after. The gravel beach belonged to the wolf-eared tribe, but the cat-eared tribe had permission for temporary access, as long as they didn't overstay. The gravel beach is ours to use too, Haru replied. That's part of the agreement. Sure, no one said you can't use it. But why were you wandering toward the west? Haru clammed up and then let out a dry snort. To drink water. No water on the east side? West side water tastes better. You think I'm that easy to fool? Believe it or not, we were just drinking water. Haru snapped, weaving lies out of thin air. Red Fragrance glared, furious. You want to fight? You're the one spoiling for a fight. Both parties glared daggers at each other. I quickly tugged Haru back, stepping between them. Looking up at the towering wolf-eared woman, my confidence wasn't exactly overflowing. Forcing a stiff smile, I tried to defuse the situation. We just wandered a bit too far. We didn't break any rules. No need to fight over such a small matter. I reached into my bag and pulled out a thong, offering it up. A token of goodwill from our old tribal tradition. It's customary for first meetings. Please accept it. Red Fragrance took the thong, twirled it in her hand, and stuffed it into her pocket. You're the man who just joined the cat-eared tribe, right? That's me. Word is, you like eating grass. My mouth twitched. Who's spreading these filthy lies? The cat-ear women around me glanced my way with odd expressions. Even Haru looked at me suspiciously. I don't eat grass. I eat meat. I immediately clarified. Red Fragrance plucked a lame mountain fowl from the grass net she carried, tossing it to me. You're amusing. I'm Red Fragrance, leader of the wolf-ear tribe. The bird's yours. Passing the bird to Haru, I faced Red Fragrance again. Red Fragrance, I'd like to discuss something with you. What is it? I want to trade for the gravel beach. Her expression immediately darkened, danger glinting in her eyes. You want the gravel beach? Yes, a fair trade. No fighting, no conflict. Let's resolve this peacefully. I answered earnestly. Red Fragrance studied me anew, realizing I wasn't joking. But she couldn't figure it out. Why on earth did the cat-ear tribe want the gravel beach? It wasn't exactly rich in resources. Lon had mentioned before that they'd been lingering on that gravel beach recently, as if they were searching for something. What could it be? Carrying a 660-pound wild boar, it took us over 2 hours to get back to the cat-ear tribe settlement. Shuriwe and the others were drenched in sweat. The boar's carcass hit the ground with a heavy thud, plunging the entire camp into silence. It's a boar. An actual boar. The next second, jubilant shouts erupted. The cat-ear women swarmed around Shuriwe and her group. Amazing. So much meat. Go rest. You've earned it. Drinking water in long gulps, Shuriwe collapsed onto a seat with a triumphant sigh. We did it. Horror blew a victory whistle, and everyone cheered to the sky. Meow. I looked over at Haru. Why don't you look happy? I've already smiled. I didn't see it. Why would I show you? I grinned. Don't forget our bet. I won. Haru took a deep breath. Fine. I'll listen to you from now on. Then flash me a smile first. She lifted the corners of her lips slightly, revealing a radiant smile. Enchantingly beautiful, but pure. Soft, yet strong. I was mesmerized. Lin jumped on my back. Haru, your smile is so lovely. Lo held my arm. Su-chung, you're amazing. I patted her head gently. The amazing ones are Shuriwe and the others. Lin chirped. I'm going to tell the elders. They're not in the settlement. Our elders live in the mountain caves behind us, Lin explained. That's where we store food. Haru added. You wouldn't know since you're new. Ah, it clicked. The caves were a storage vault of sorts, with only senior members having access. Haru continued. The caves aren't big, mainly for food. 3 senior cat ear women live there as caretakers. We've got 6 baskets of food left. Originally, they were meant to trade for fire, but you brought fire, so they weren't used. Does the wolf ear tribe have shamans? I asked. No, their fire comes from exchanges with the Flame Earth tribe. The 3 tribes here survive by trading fire that way. Flame Earth tribe. I blinked in surprise. Haru clarified. Only tribes with shamans get names. It's a way to assert power, marking their land so no one dares encroach. I chuckled. But why not just name a tribe even if they don't have a shaman? Haru rolled her eyes. A nameless tribe with no shaman gets 0 respect, and might even get attacked by shamans for disrespect. I mulled that over, and then turned to Haru. Haru, have you ever considered that disrespecting the shaman might just be an excuse for those invasions? Haru froze, staring at me. She recalled how, back when the Rabbit Ear tribe attacked others, the chief's reason was also disrespect toward the shaman. But hadn't the Rabbit Ear tribe always had their own shaman? Chun asked softly, why are we doing this? I replied, it's all for the territory and resources. Don't overthink it. As long as we get stronger, who would dare provoke us? Chun glanced at the cheerful cat-eared girls nearby and asked, can the cat-ear tribe grow this strong? I confidently replied, it can. Chun said, all right, maybe I've made mistakes in the past. I responded, you won't anymore. She asked why. With a sly smile, I replied, because from now on, you'll listen to me. Suddenly, Shiryu's voice called out, time to butcher the pig. Lin grabbed Chun's hand and urged, let's go help butcher the pig. I rolled up my sleeves. I'm in. Luo followed behind. All right, from now on, I'll listen to you too. At the center of the camp, a wild boar was hoisted onto a stone slab. Shiryu sharpened her blade, preparing for the task. The cat-eared girls gathered to watch, their mouths practically watering. Grabbing a bone knife, I joined in, with Luo assisting diligently. All 5 of us worked together, draining blood, skinning, deboning, and sectioning the meat. The cooperation was seamless. Although it was my first time, my hands moved deftly. After all, I'd watched a few pig slaughters as a kid. Every part of the wild boar was valuable, the pelt, bristles, bones, even the blood and organs. The work lasted till evening under the orange glow of the setting sun. We processed half the boar into over 100 pounds of meat, a full pelt, half a skeleton, and plenty of assorted innards. As for the remaining pig blood and scraps, I packaged those up to prevent the cat-eared girls from sneaking them to eat. It was gross just thinking about it. Instead, I planned to use them for fishing bait. Who would probably like that? Shiryu and the cat-eared girls brought in dry grass and firewood, piling it high to start a roaring bonfire. Using some fine dry grass as tinder, they quickly coaxed flames to life. The wind fed the fire until it grew, illuminating the camp. This type of bonfire celebration was reserved for times of abundance. For the cat-eared girls, today was certainly worth celebrating. Lin and Shiryu hauled over the other half of the boar, splitting it into 2 and tying the halves onto a long wooden pole. They carried it to the fire. Lin hollered excitedly, roasted meat time. The cat-eared girls erupted into cheers, leaping around in anticipation. Some began rhythmically pounding on bones to create music, drawing an increasing number of people into dancing. They circled the fire, hopping and singing, with their tails playfully wagging. The flames, dances, and melodies wove an unforgettable scene. Lin tugged the shy Luo into joining the festivities. The otherwise reserved wolf-eared girl was soon swept up in the cheerful energy. Watching from the sidelines brought a twinge of emotion. Chun stood quietly in a corner, observing with what I guessed was unspoken joy. She's just not the expressive type. Before long, the crackling boar on the spit filled the air with an irresistible aroma. A few cat-eared girls took turns rotating the skewer, their noses twitching greedily. They might not have modern seasonings, but they knew how to roast meat to perfection. As the singing and dancing gave way to the growing temptation of food, I saw my chance. Gathering black pepper, wild mushrooms, and a few other spices, I crushed them into a coarse mix, sprinkling it atop the sizzling meat. Curious, Lin leaned over and sniffed, only to recoil with a sneeze and watery eyes. Ugh, meow, it reeks. Luo stared intently at the meat, drooling. Compared to singing and dancing, she clearly had simpler needs. I chuckled. These are spices. They'll make the meat taste even better. I don't believe you, Lin pouted, rubbing her nose. Then don't come begging me later. I will, though. Lin grinned mischievously and dragged Luo off. We'll go gather berries to share with everyone. As they squeezed past the crowd, Luo earnestly told her, Lin, I need to save extra for Cheng. I picked a lot today. Lin laughed. You can't always just think about Cheng. Why not? I want him to eat well. There's plenty of meat, isn't there? But Cheng doesn't even like meat that much. Nonsense. I absolutely do. After an hour and a half of roasting, the 2 huge chunks of boar meat were finally done. Lin, ensure you took on the task of carving. I focused on sprinkling my spice mix. In total, I ended up seasoning more than 20 times and used up most of the mix. With the meat portioned out, I found a spot to sit down and eat. Luo quickly plopped down beside me. The aroma was mouth-watering. The glistening pork belly, with its crispy charred edges, released tantalizing bursts of sizzling fat. Sprinkling some seasoning on a piece, I took a bite. The outer layer was crispy with a smoky edge, but the juicy meat inside was still a bit gamey for my taste. Luckily, the spicy seasoning masked the rough flavors. But that was just me. The cat-eared girls were wide-eyed, tearing into their portions with delight. The numbing spice clearly impressed them. Lin was especially eager, tongue sticking out as she took a massive bite. This meat is amazing. It's the spice, Cheng added. It's so much tastier now. My tongue feels tingly. This is amazing. Their excited chatter filled the air. Lin darted over to me, eyes sparkling. Cheng, I want more. The others chimed in eagerly. We want more too. I knew the spices were running low, but fortunately, the forest had an abundance of ingredients to replenish them. Seeing their love for the flavors, I figured they'd be even more motivated to gather supplies next time. Luo, as always, ate her portion with focus and enthusiasm. By the time I'd barely started, she'd already finished hers. She looked at me with expectant puppy dog eyes, her chin shiny with grease, tongue diligently licking herself clean. I tore off a piece for her. Eat up. You need to fatten up a little. I am fat now, she mumbled through a mouthful, nudging her head against my chest like a puppy. I'll listen to you, I promise. Good girl, I chuckled. My progress in raising her seemed to be going well. As dinner wound down, Lin mysteriously pulled me over to the bonfire. The beast-eared girls were all seated, their wide eyes filled with awe and anticipation. Cheng, just wait a moment, Lin said with a sly smile before scurrying off. The wood crackled loudly in the fire. Soon, faint figures emerged from the southern edge of the camp. At the front was the lively Lin, but trailing behind her were 3 figures with steadier steps, one leaning on a cane. In the firelight, 3 elderly cat-eared women emerged. They looked to be in their 50s or 60s, with streaks of white in their hair and thin yet resilient frames. Their bright eyes carried a lifetime of wisdom and hardship. Reaching that age in this era, especially surviving multiple harsh winters, was no minor feat. But their weathered faces and frail bodies hinted that their days were numbered. As soon as they appeared, the camp rose in unison, the cat-eared girls calling out, "Mothers!" The elders raised a hand for quiet, sternly scanning each young face under the fire's glow. They are the elders who raised these children and their final protectors. Lin pulled me over to introduce them. These are our Grand Alma, Second Alma, and Third Alma. I nodded respectfully, hello. It was Grand Alma who chose to trust me. Looking at this kind, elderly woman filled my heart with warmth. The 3 elders sized me up, exchanged glances, and nodded. Grand Alma stepped forward, studying me seriously before showing a kind smile. Child, we've heard about you. Your name is Su Cheng, right? Yes, I replied. She smiled, satisfied. You have brought us hope. Hope for the cat-eared tribe. You brought fire to drive away the cold. You discovered herbs to vanquish the fear of fever. You taught the children how to hunt the dangerous beasts. Her voice was aged but full of strength. Every cat-eared girl quietly gazed at the elders who had raised them. Grand Alma looked at each face before finally focusing on me. She took a deep breath, as if making a monumental decision. Her eyes were resolute, yet they shone with hope. Child, if you are willing, from this day forth, you shall be the shaman of the Cat Ear tribe. All tribesfolk will follow your commands. And if you are willing, any of these young Cat Ear girls can help you continue your lineage. Her words resonated deep within me like waves. I had thought about becoming a shaman of this tribe, but not so soon. For the entire tribe to entrust their lives to me, it was no mere promise. Being a shaman wasn't just about words, it was about trust and life itself. I was thrilled that my efforts had earned their trust. In just a few days with the Cat Ear tribe, from starting fires to curing the fever to teaching them how to hunt, these life-saving skills had indeed proven invaluable. Success. But why didn't the Cat Ear girls seem as excited as I'd imagined at the continuing the lineage part? So novels do lie about the main characters, plot armor, and girls throwing themselves at them. Bah lies. However, Luo's gaze caught my attention. It was eager, and her reddened cheeks looked adorable. She truly is the best, raised near me all this while. Spring stood silently at the corner of the room, her arms crossed. As always, she watched calmly, as though she'd predicted this outcome. There wasn't a flicker of emotion on her face. After Grand Alma finished, she waited for my response. The Cat Ear girls stared at me with wide eyes, a buzz of excitement spreading among them. What did Alma just say? Su Chang is going to become our shaman? Is it real? He's our shaman now. We finally have a shaman. They didn't even consider the possibility of me refusing and simply erupted into cheers. Lin was so excited she pounced on me, nearly knocking the air out of me. Amazing. You're our shaman now. I'll be as obedient to you as Spring is. Grand Alma continued to look at me patiently. After a long pause, she asked again, Child, have you made your decision? I'm willing, I replied. The once loud crowd seemed frozen in time. The three elders breathed a collective sigh of relief, while Grand Alma's voice trembled with both gratitude and hints of helplessness. Child, I am sorry to place this responsibility on your shoulders, but we do not have much time left. These children need you to be their shaman, to lead them to survival. Her words carried an apology and a resignation devoid of deceit. They only wanted to survive. Grand Alma moved to kneel before me, but I quickly caught her, supporting her firmly. Inhaling deeply, I solemnly declared, I will make sure they survive and live well. Grand Alma knocked her staff against the fire pit, sending glowing embers flying, commanding everyone's attention. Children, from this day forth, Su Chang is your shaman. Even though you've never had a shaman to follow before, remember, he is the one you must hold in the highest regard. Show him the utmost respect. Instantly, every cat-eared girl silenced herself, recalling old rituals. In unison, they knelt and bowed before me, their voices ringing throughout the camp. Shaman. The chorus of voices left me scratching my head, unsure of what to do. This was the first time in both of my lives that I had been worshipped like this. Grand Alma added, Lin, from now on, you are responsible for tending to the shaman's daily needs. Understood, Alma, Lin replied cheerfully. She then looked up at me with a playful grin. Grand Alma handed me an item passed respectfully from the hands of another elder. As soon as I took it, I felt its weight. It was a deep, gray, palm-sized stone with an odd appearance. Upon examining it more closely, I realized it was meteorite iron. My lips twitched. Had they told me earlier they had something this valuable, I wouldn't have been out there hunting wild boars with a flint spear every day. In this era, meteorite iron is referred to as the metal of the gods. A natural iron-nickel alloy, its lethality, strength, and toughness far surpass ordinary stone tools. It was absolutely a treasure. I couldn't help but adore it. Truly deserving of the title Sacred Relic. After the three elders retreated, the cat-ear girls remained, their eyes nervously darting toward me. They had never followed a shaman before and didn't know what to do. I motioned for them. Stand up, sit down, everyone. I'm the shaman now, so let's have a chat. Okay, Meow. Shaman, we're seated. Just give the order. Lin returned after seeing the elders off. She noticed everyone sitting neatly, listening attentively to me. She bounded over and plopped down beside me. Shaman, Amma told me to take care of you from now on. Her voice was soft. Actually, she'd probably still prefer calling me by name. It felt closer. Luo didn't jump onto my lap. Instead, she sat respectfully among the others. Her gaze was full of admiration and reverence. She was different from the cat-ear tribe. The previous shaman had never even spoken to her. In the past, Shamans were exalted, sitting high in their grand tents, eating the best food. Luo could only bow from afar and steal glances. Now, I was the shaman. It was her first time being so close to one, but she knew the shaman was someone to revere, not someone to openly act freely around. Yet, knowing that I was now the shaman was enough for her to feel content. She might be everyone else's shaman, but she would still always be mine. As the fire diminished, its light gleamed softly upon their expectant faces. I asked Lynn, "Is everyone here?" She looked around and nodded. "Yes, they're all here." I did a quick count. Including myself and excluding the elders, there were only 23 people here. Far too few. "What are the usual task assignments?" I asked. Lynn explained, 7 on hunting, 5 gathering berries, 5 collecting firewood and dry grass, and 5 handling water and other chores. I mentally took note. For now, I wouldn't make any changes to everyone's roles. Tonight, we'd stick to discussing some important matters. It's late. I'll keep it simple. I hope you'll all listen carefully and follow through strictly. This is my first trial as your shaman. If you succeed, there will be food as a reward. I wore a stern expression, fully aware that breaking old habits wouldn't be easy. So I set up a reward system to motivate them. Sure enough, as soon as they heard there'd be extra food, the cat-eared girls perked up. First food. Starting today, meat must be cooked thoroughly, and water must be boiled. I'll also teach everyone how to filter water. Everyone needs to learn. The cat-eared girls looked confused. They understood cooking meat. But why boil water? And what was water filtration? Shaman, what's water filtration? Why do we have to boil water? In the past, we just drank it directly. Boiling it wastes too much time. The water will be really hot, and we still have to wait for it to cool down. I looked at them with satisfaction as they asked. Filtering water means making the water clean. The water you get from the riverbank pools is very dirty. If you drink it for a long time, you'll get sick, stomach aches, bloating, vomiting, typhoid, fever illnesses. After filtering and boiling it, those illnesses become much less likely. The cat-eared girls widened their eyes. Several tails puffed up. Wow, so that's how it is. No wonder everyone keeps getting stomach aches and vomiting for no reason. Age is the one who got fever from drinking dirty water, right? It should be. What the shaman said must be right. Age already trusted me without question. Anyway, water must be filtered and boiled, and meat and berries also need to be washed. I continued, and there's the issue of excrement. That means you all take leaves and dry grass, then squat down anywhere to handle that business. That has to change too. The cat-eared girls erupted in an uproar. Lynn asked, "Shaman, is that a problem too?" Excrement is very dirty. It contains lots of bacteria, parasite eggs, and pathogens. It's fine if you don't understand. Just know it's many times dirtier than water. If it isn't managed, it'll contaminate the camp and water source. Flies and mosquitoes can spread germs to us. Wow, tiny bugs are that scary. The cat-eared girls were so frightened their fur stood on end. "Shaman, what should we do?" "Meow, well listen." I smiled. "Don't worry too much. You all have good constitutions. Just do as I say and pay attention." I pointed to the west side. "Starting tomorrow, all of you will take care of it in the woods to the west. I'll designate a special area. Each time, dig a small pit, and after you're done, bury it with soil. No going alone. Go in pairs." "Got it, got it. It's not that troublesome after all. Just listen to the shaman." I let out a breath of relief. Eating, drinking, and relieving oneself. Problems unavoidable in primitive times. A tribe's strength doesn't rely on me alone, but on everyone's effort. You need to learn the things I teach. From now on, there will be classes every night. We'll teach hunting, gathering herbs and spices, making fire, sewing clothes, building houses, and so on. I hope everyone studies seriously and helps make the tribe strong together. The cat-eared girls were speechless. Horror asked uneasily, "Shaman, we can all learn?" "Why not? But Mother said that in other tribes, only the shaman's successor is taught. I'm your shaman. If I say you can, then you can. If you have questions, come to me. If I'm not around, ask Lynn or Chun. I'll teach many things to them first, then let them teach you." Lynn's tail started wagging. Her eyes lit up. Chun straightened her ears. She listened without blinking. She knew that in the rabbit-eared tribe, she would never learn these things in her whole life. Privately, you don't have to call me shaman. You can call me by name too. The cat-eared girls shook their heads. Mother said we mustn't be disrespectful to the shaman. I didn't insist. That's all for today. Starting tomorrow, do as I say. Go back and rest. The cat-eared girls ran off. The shaman said if we behave, we can eat more meat. Did you remember everything? Of course, meow. For meat, let's work hard. By the fire, only Luo, Chun, and Lin remained. I waved. Come on, let's go back. Luo, okay, Lin. Heading back, Chun. Luo held my hand tightly. She looked up at me. There was starlight in her eyes. Lin bounced along, full of energy. Chun was a bit slower to react. She looked at my back and asked, Chung, is everything you said true? I turned back and smiled. Of course it's true. Luo chimed in. I believe in Chung. Lin touched her little belly. So the water wasn't clean. No wonder my stomach hurts. Chung, you really know a lot. Chun asked. Chung, what race are you exactly? I'm human. What race is human? Chun shook her head. Never heard of it. Lin asked, was your original tribe far from here? If this is still Earth, then it would be tens of thousands of years away. What does tens of thousands of years mean? What I'm saying now, you won't understand. You'll slowly figure it out later. Chun clenched her fists. You're calling me stupid. No, Chun turned her face away. Lin smiled and hugged Chun. No matter what race you become, you're still our cat-ear tribe's shaman now. Chun returned to camp and, without a word, brought back firewood and dry grass. She crouched over the ashes, fiddling with them, and the fire quickly reignited. She was too dumb to bother with me for the time being. Luo Didida ran toward my tent. Before she got far, Lin grabbed her tail. Luo, Chung is already a shaman now. He's busy and tired, so don't just goes on into his tent randomly. Lin's words hit both of them. I opened my mouth to speak. Believe it or not, I could resign right now. Luo widened her eyes and froze. She looked at Lin, then at me. In the end, she obediently nodded. Lin took Luo's hand. From now on, you'll sleep with me. We'll take care of Chung together. Luo answered obediently, her face full of reluctance. After the two of them returned to the tent, I slumped my shoulders and went back to my own nest. Lying on the dry grass, my arms were empty. My comfortable body pillow was gone. In the middle of the night, Chun finally crawled into the tent. The camp was completely silent, with only the autumn wind and the chirping of insects. Under the moonlight, a black shadow flashed by. My body sank as a petite figure burrowed into my arms. A pair of big eyes glimmered in the dark. I hugged her, and the familiar softness made me tighten my hold a little more. Luo, why are you here again? I want to sleep with Chung. Okay. My hand subconsciously groped around, and my palm met something soft and squishy. Luo buried her head in my arms, her body slightly trembling, her tail coiling around my wrist. 10 minutes later, footsteps sounded. Lin rubbed her eyes and crawled in. Luo, don't disturb Cheng's sleep. She picked Luo up and carried her away. Chung, get some good rest. My little cutie was gone again. I was furious. I hadn't even gotten my fill of touching her yet. But the thrill of being caught somehow made me even more alert. Day broke. I stretched. Another day full of anticipation. Chung, are you awake? Lin came in carrying new beast hide and bamboo tube water. Luo brought berries. Chung, eat some fruit. Luo said you like to rinse your mouth with water in the morning. The two of them helped me wash up and change clothes. I felt awkward. I'd never been taken care of like this in my life. When changing into a dress, they even peeked over secretly, and my face burned. Lin asked with a smile. Chun asked if you're still going hunting today? Yes. I still haven't finished teaching them everything. Then we'll wait for you to come back. I stepped out of the tent and saw Stone Moon and the others brandishing spears. Chun was supervising their training, and only when she saw me did she signal for them to stop. Shaman, are we still hunting together today? First, go west and designate a waste area. I took them to hammer wooden stakes into the ground to make a fence and separate out an area. Simple and practical was enough. Then go find branches. I'll teach you how to make traps. Yay! The cat-eared girls jumped excitedly. I began explaining. Traps are divided into 3 sizes: large, medium, and small. Small ones deal with rabbits and birds. Medium ones deal with deer, wolves, and goats. Large ones deal with mammoths, lions, and tigers. When they heard traps could kill lions and tigers, the cat-eared girls widened their eyes. Why didn't we use traps yesterday? Chun asked. Because it wasn't suitable. Traps require manpower, and wild boars are good at digging and leaping, so the effect isn't great. I found some branches and, while shaving them, explained. For medium and small beasts, the spikes don't need to be too thick. Just about finger thick is enough. The cat-eared girls followed along and made their own. On the way, I kept explaining the habits of wild beasts. Hunting isn't just about going out to kill things. The cat-eared girls tilted their heads in confusion. There are two kinds, active hunting and captive rearing. Active hunting means taking the initiative. Passive hunting means using traps. Have you seen rabbit holes and mole holes? Small animals always take the same route. Chun nodded. Yes, I've taught them that experience before. If the person lying in wait is replaced by a trap, you can save manpower. Traps don't need to eat or sleep. They only need to be checked regularly. The cat-eared girls suddenly understood. But traps can fail. The beast might not trigger them, or it might escape. Spring narrowed her eyes. We can make a few more. There will always be some successes. Right. We just need to check them every day. The cat-eared girls all praised Spring for being smart. I nodded approvingly. Spring is right. This is the quantitative change leading to qualitative change. One trap may or may not work, but if you set a few more, the success rate goes up. You need to understand each beast's habits and make suitable traps. I'll teach you all kinds of small traps. Spring was praised, and her ears stood straight up, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. She was not a dumb bunny-eared girl. Besides active and passive hunting, there's also gathering, I continued. If you're lucky and see a dead animal, shell, or bird egg, just pick it up and bring it back. It's pretty much the same as berry picking. I let out a breath. At last, I'd finished explaining one point of knowledge. It didn't matter if they didn't fully understand. Once we got to the hunting area and actually made the traps themselves, they'd get it. Wizard, what about keeping them in captivity? Spring asked impatiently. The cat-eared girls all perked up their ears. Captive raising is very important. The tribe's future stable development depends on it, I said. If you keep hunting and killing all the time, there will only be fewer and fewer beasts. If you don't control the frequency, the forest will turn into a barren woodland. By then, we'd have to go farther. In the middle of the tall grass was a patch of flattened ground, where the wild boars had rolled around. Near a dead tree covered in brambles and vines, the cries of piglets could be heard. Following the sound, you pushed through the thorns and saw several little balls of flesh lying beneath the dead wood. Found them. There were 7 piglets in all, and 2 were already dead. The nest was lined with branches, dry grass, and leaves, making it very soft. Horror cut vines to weave a basket. Chun tossed the dead piglets aside, then carefully lifted the entire nest and placed it into the basket. The task of protecting the piglets was handed to me. What do we do next? Chun asked. Set the trap here, I said. Chun sent Shiryu and the others to look for burrows. Soon, they found several spots. I taught them how to make lasso traps using vines and tree bark fibers. After finishing, I left, and Chun paused to check the grass. There have been raccoons and reindeer passing through here. A wild boar is dead, so the forest will be more active, she observed. I said, then let's set up some spike traps. Chun, you pick the spots. Chun identified 3 locations. Shiryu and the others started digging with bone knives, carving out large, waist-deep pits in about half an hour. I jumped into one and drove wooden spikes into the ground, stomping them firmly in place, then supported them with branches and covered everything with dead leaves. The traps were ready. Traps rely on camouflage and weight. They don't work well if the branches are too sturdy, I explained as I carved marks into a tree. Remember the locations, and don't fall into one yourself. The cat-eared girls grinned mischievously. We're not that dumb. From now on, check the traps daily, I continued. Repair the camouflage if it gets damaged. You'll be hunting on the outskirts. Chun and I have other tasks. If there's danger, either run or climb up a tree. The cat-eared girls twirled their spears with excitement. Don't worry, we've got this, meow. Chun reminded them not to head north, and Shiryu's group slipped into the forest. After they disappeared, Chun fixed her gaze on me. Chung, is there something else? She asked. I want to take a look deeper into the hunting zone, I replied, teasing her. If there's danger, you'll make sure I get out safe, right? She rolled her eyes. What are you planning? I'm looking for a particularly big cave. What do you mean? I scratched my chin. Caves are the best shelters during harsh winters. There's a place by the upstream yak habitat that's got caves like that, but we can't take on yaks at the moment. Chun looked shocked. You're thinking of hunting yaks? Those aren't like wild boars. Spears wouldn't be enough. At the very least, we need a similar cave as a backup, I explained. I knew the mud and wood huts we'd built wouldn't necessarily withstand a brutal winter. If something went wrong, we'd need a secure fallback, run straight to a cave, seal the entrance, and start a fire to stay alive. My original idea was to hunt all the yaks, move the tribe near the cave entrance, and endure the winter there, I added. Chun's lips trembled at that. With me around, fire would never be an issue. As long as we secured food and shelter, we'd have a good chance of surviving the winter. Before, we'd survive by setting up large tents, but food, fire, and the tent itself were all critical components. Missing one could be lethal. Chun grabbed my wrist. I'll go with you, but once we're in, listen to me. Fine. If trouble comes, you've got to help me escape. I don't want to die young. I haven't even gotten married yet. What does married mean? She asked. I coughed lightly. It's like the relationship we have now. What do you mean? In the old tribes, wife referred to a woman whose husband was willing to protect and trust her. If the tribal elders approved, they became a couple. And the word for husband is husband. Yeah, that's a strange term. It's not strange. Aren't we already like that? All we need is the elder's blessing. You could even practice calling me husband to get used to it. Chun shook her head. I'm not calling you that. Why not? It feels weird. Besides, you're too weak. I don't need your protection. I was speechless. That stung. Chun and I slipped into the forest's depths. The shrubs grew dense, but the trees were sparse. This untouched place showed few signs of wildlife. The forest felt cold, desolate, and eerily silent. Something's off here, I muttered. We stood under a massive tree. I feel it too, Chun agreed. Deep forests typically have predators. It's likely something is hiding here. When predators settle down, other creatures avoid the area, she said, carefully scanning the surroundings. Should we keep going? I thought you said we'd follow your lead, and then you said we'd listen to each other. Chun gave me a sharp glare. Honestly, I wanted to retreat. I had no idea what could be lurking in here. The cat-eared scouts would have been more suitable for this kind of recon. Should we head back? I asked. That's up to you, Chun replied with a blank expression. Just then, a deep roar echoed from the forest depths, scattering birds and animals in panic. It's a bear. Chun's face changed. I heard it too, distant, but unmistakable. A bear showing up could be an opportunity. Its presence often indicated abundant plant resources and prey animals nearby. The question was whether it lived in a natural cave or a den it had dug itself. Chun, can you figure out where the bear's den is? She nodded. Don't underestimate the tracking skills of my rabbit-eared tribe. She pointed northeast. It's far, about 3 or 4 riverbanks length, roughly 2 kilometers away. If we're spotted, I can still get you out. That was somewhat reassuring. Should we go back? She asked. No, let's change direction. It's to the northeast. We head east, go around it to find the foot of the mountain, scout the southeast corner, then come back. Okay. Continuing through the tall grass, I noted the resource points and picked spices. Half an hour later, a sheer cliff appeared beyond the big trees. We had left the bear territory, and prey began to increase. When they saw people, they ran. Chun suddenly turned around. Chung, your original tribe never found you a wife? My heart ached. Seeing my expression change, she didn't ask anymore. She seemed to understand why I left the tribe. Without trust and protection, people are lonely. Chung, I'll protect you, Chun said seriously. I gave a wry smile. Then can you call me husband first? No, thick rock blocked the way below the cliff, and the cliff face towered above us. Chun crouched to examine the traces. There's bear activity here. Deep footprints, mixed with the footprints of other animals. The mud was damp and carried a salty, fishy smell. There may be a water source. Walking along the south side of the cliff, we found a cold pool beneath the rocks. Chun tasted the water and frowned. It tastes weird. What kind of weird? Like beast blood, salty and bitter. I took a sip. It's salty and bitter. A salt spring. The mineral content is high. Salt can be extracted here. Salt. It's those salty little grains. You drink beast blood and eat organs to supplement salt. A lack of salt causes weakness and can be fatal. Bring some back. No. The salt spring water has too high a mineral content to drink directly. We need to extract the salt, and that requires tools. With no pottery, how could we make salt? Let's make the tools later and come back to claim this place. What about the bears? It's very dangerous for the tribesmen to come get water. Leave it for now. It's actually a good thing if bears are guarding it. I took Chun's hand. Let's go on scouting south and then head back. Chun nodded blankly. A big hand holding a small one. Oddly, it didn't feel bad. At noon, we met up with Shuriwe and the others. The 6 cat-eared girls had caught an ostrich. 5 of them kept watch under the trees, and Hor hung from a tree fiddling with something. On another tree, Two squirrels were chattering noisily. Hoyer puffed out her cheeks as she ate snacks, like a field mouse. Seeing us return, she jumped down from the tree and took out chestnuts, walnuts, acorns, and berries. Shaman, do you want some? Shuriwe and the others gathered around, picking berries and eating them with crunches. Meow, we caught an ostrich. Shaman, are you done with your business? I looked at the black and blue ostrich. It had a huge comb on its head, looking like a dinosaur in a museum. Like a little dinosaur stealing eggs. A search in the encyclopedia said the meat was hard to eat, but the protein was plentiful. I took the berries and handed some to Chun. Crunching on them, I said, I'm done. After saying that, it felt a little strange. I turned to look at Chun, and she looked back at me too. I brought the wild boar piglet back to camp. I'm not needed here anymore. We need to make a proper plan for what comes next. There are bears in the deep forest, and there's a salt spring too. It's time to plan. Chun nodded. She solemnly instructed Shuriwe. After checking the traps, come back. Don't go too deep, and don't provoke any bears. A bear? Meow. Good thing we didn't run into one. The cat-eared girls were terrified and nodded repeatedly. After giving my instructions, Chun and I returned the way we came. Through the woods, across the riverbank. I played with the little piglet and didn't notice anything unusual about Chun. She kept looking at my hands from time to time, then at her own hands, her heart itching. Only when we got back to camp did that feeling fade a little. We returned early, bringing the little wild boar piglet with us. The cat-eared girls gathered around to look. Hearing that I was going to raise pigs, everyone was curious. The tribesmen gathered firewood, bark, grass, and leaves as I requested. Chun helped too. Soon, a small pig pen was built. It would eat leaves, fruit, and roots. No milk, survival of the fittest, depending on who could live through it first. I took the seeds to the area near the tent, marked out a plot, and turned the soil with a bone knife. Chun asked, what are you doing? Planting seeds, to see if they can grow. Chun's eyes lit up. Spice seeds. Most of them. Let's try. I buried the seeds and scooped water to irrigate them. Suddenly, something pressed down on my back, and Luo climbed onto me. Chun, you're back. Chun coughed. In the tribe, Luo, you should call him Shaman. There's no one else here. I rubbed her head. Why are you back? Lin was thirsty and asked me to get water. Then I saw you. How was the harvest today? Not bad. Lin took me somewhere else, and we picked a lot of berries. Luo's eyes curved with happiness. I picked Luo up. Stay with me for a while. Luo hesitated. I'll stay. I still need to bring water to Lin. Chun sighed. Then Luo stays to look after Chung, and I'll take the water. Thanks, Chun. I gave her a thumbs up and earned a glare in return. Chun left. I set Luo down. Just then, after I'd rubbed her a little, she was blushing and her tail curled up, and I took her hand and led her to the little pig pen. Chung, are these wild boar piglets? Yeah. Raise them and we'll eat the meat. Luo poked at the awake piglets. Their eyes were half open, and they started crying out, disturbing their brothers and sisters. 5 voices in chorus. There were fruits and roots in the nest, but the little things still wanted milk and refused to eat. I didn't care. If they wouldn't eat, they'd be culled. That was the law of survival. Luo watched for a while. Chung, can they really be raised? I shrugged. Let's try first. It'd be best if we can bring back a mother sheep that's alive and has milk to feed the young. Survival rates would be higher. Chung, teach me how to raise the young. I'll help you raise them. I was surprised. Why do you want to learn? A wolf-eared girl wants to be a farm owner? If Chun heard that, she'd be jumping up and down. She'd probably want to train Luo into a wolf-eared warrior. Luo lowered her head, scuffing the ground with her foot. I want to help Chung do more things, but I'm not as capable as the other tribesmen. The old tribe looked down on me because I was thin and weak. I was useless. So I want to learn what I can do myself. The little one's eyes were full of dependence. From being isolated to wandering, and finally coming to the cat-eared tribe, I had become the first person to be kind to her. Though it was by mistake, I had become the light in her heart. She just wanted to cling to that light tightly. If the light went out, she wouldn't be able to live either. I felt helpless and heartbroken. Such deep feelings. If you want to learn, then learn. I'll teach you. I took a deep breath, smiled, and hugged her. If it hadn't been for the goat-horned girl leading her the wrong way, Luo should have been in the wolf-eared clan. Life is strange. Keeping wild beasts in captivity isn't hard, just tiring. Every day, you have to feed them, clean up, and guard against them wrecking the pig pen. When I was little, I used to clean the pigsty until my back ached so badly I couldn't straighten up. I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. There weren't many people in the tribe, and there were only a few piglets, so one luo would be enough to handle it. I'll study hard, Luo said with a sweet smile. Come back with me and rest. We returned to the tent, and I held Luo in my arms as we laid down on the hay bed. Half an hour later, Luo got up, breathing a little fast, adjusted her beast skin dress, her face flushed red, and left the tent. There was still work in the afternoon. She had to go pick berries with Lin. All right, I'm going. Tell Lin to come back early. I'll teach them how to filter water tonight. Okay. Listening to their footsteps fade away, I sat up. Play was play, but the real work had to get done. I picked up a branch and started writing and sketching on the ground. There was so much to do if I wanted to change our survival situation. Surviving the extreme winter was the ultimate goal. Right now I had a few problems. 1. The yak herd and the cave. 2. The relationship between the bear and the salt spring. 3. The forging of meteorite iron and the use of natural copper. 4. Developing the salt spring requires pottery. 5. Making bows and arrows. 6. Finding flint for tools. Food, clothing, and shelter were the 3 major categories. Clothing could be left for last. If these 6 problems were solved, success wouldn't be far off. The yak herd and the cave were backup options. Solving them would bring a huge boost to the tribe. I frowned. A lot of problems pointed to one key issue: our poverty of tools. With only stone knives and bone knives, we couldn't do delicate work. We needed flint and clay. Flint could be used to forge upgraded tools and weapons. Clay could usher in the age of pottery. Developing the salt spring, increasing forging methods, and solving storage and cooking issues were top priorities. With pottery, the Bronze Age wouldn't be far off. The Iron Age would only be a matter of time. As long as the tribe didn't have to worry about food, we could focus on technological development. The encyclopedia confirmed that both flint and clay could be found by riverbanks or streams. I took a deep breath. I'd already set myself against the riverbank, and now I was also up against the wolf-eared tribe. This was giving me a headache. Digging clay would make a lot of noise, and it would be heavy. Transport was a problem. The wolf-eared tribe would definitely notice. How could I get through the riverbank peacefully? A few minutes later, I lay down and thought, forget it, one thing at a time. First, make bows and arrows to strengthen hunting. With bows and arrows, spears, and traps, hunting would be no problem. Then I could use the opportunity to look for clay on the east side of the riverbank. If worst came to worst, I'd haul it back little by little. If I couldn't do it by day, I'd sneak out at night and work overtime in the middle of the night. Sparrows carry grass every day and still build nests. Can we humans really lose to birds? The living can't be choked to death by piss. Once we had bows and arrows and pottery, I'd think of a way to occupy the salt spring. Then everything would be in place. After sorting it out, I slapped my face and perked myself up. I opened the encyclopedia, gathered bow and arrow knowledge, and read carefully. Then I left the tent to find materials. Chun had just come back. Seeing me, she looked full of energy. I grinned at her. Chun, come with me if you're free. What do you want to do now? Chun curled her lip, still wanting to go back to the tent and rest. Find materials and make bows and arrows. A new weapon? Chun's eyes lit up. The moment weapons were mentioned, Chun wasn't sleepy anymore. As a warrior, she had an instinctive love for weapons. We went to the pile of firewood and used the white ash wood that Stone Moon and the others had gathered before. It was perfect for making bows. As I searched, I explained, Chun, from now on you'll be a teacher and pass all this on to them. Bows and arrows are more technical than spears. Their lethality and attack range are obviously better, so they're more suitable for Stone Moon and the others. I pointed at a big tree in the distance and gestured. If they practice well, they'll be able to hunt targets from 100 paces away. Chun looked incredulous. How can you kill a beast from that far away? Smiling, I drew a simple sketch with a branch. The bow is us, the arrow is the spear. We use our strength to launch the spear. The arrow is light and thin, so it can fly very far. When I make one, I'll demonstrate it for you, and you'll understand. Chun nodded, clearly looking forward to it. What do you need me to do? Find beast sinew, rawhide strips, and flexible vines if you can. I'll handle the rest. Okay. For now, I wasn't going to think about composite bows. A simple bow would be enough. We split up and searched for materials. After finishing the bow and bowstring, the next step was the arrow shafts. Arrow shafts, arrowheads, fletching, adhesive. The feather of the Hoatsin that Shuriyue and the others hunted was perfect for use. The materials were all ready. I had Chun boil birch bark tar glue. From now on, they would have to learn these tasks by hand. Practice was the only way to remember. I sat down and taught Chun step by step how to process the materials. Choosing the wood, carving the bough limbs, heating and bending them into shape over a fire. The steps were all explained in detail. Then came making the bowstring and arrows. Straightening and sanding the arrow shafts, sharpening bone into arrowheads, cutting the knock at the tail end, and deciding where to attach the feathers. Chun listened intently, not blinking once, trying hard to memorize every sentence and every movement. This was the passing down of knowledge, more important than life itself. I explained everything clearly and carefully, and whenever she didn't understand something, I answered immediately. Chun said that even the witch's successors never got this kind of treatment. The witch had many children, and only they could inherit, while the rest of the tribe had never even thought about it. I was different. Not like the witch, lofty and untouchable, and not like the chieftain, distant and remote. I treated every tribe's person the same, with a friendly gaze. I was within reach. Chun's heart burned hot, as if a fire were blazing inside her, making her want to get closer to protect me. The sun was setting, and the sky was filled with rosy clouds. Once Shuriwe and the others get back, we'll use hoats and feathers for the fletching. It's mainly to stabilize the flight, I said, looking up at Chun. She was leaning in very close, her upper body tilted forward, the warmth of her breath brushing against me. After crossing over, I discovered that beast-eared girls didn't have the smell I had imagined. Instead, they actually smelled quite pleasant. Her face was right before me, and I couldn't help looking at it a couple more times. This rabbit-eared girl was really beautiful, especially those eyes, clear and bright, faintly glowing with a dangerous red light, as if they might devour someone. Their eyes met, and Chun suddenly snapped back to her senses, quickly averting her gaze. Got it. Shuriwe and the others should be back soon, she said hurriedly, changing the subject. With you managing things normally, it's fine. Today you weren't here, so I don't know whether they'd run off and play around. They won't. They're mischievous, but they take hunting seriously. Chun stood up, calming her thoughts, and when she saw the roasted birch bark, she said, the adhesive is ready. Should I get it? Sure. Let's glue the arrowheads on first. A cheerful voice came from afar. Shuriwe and the other 5 had returned, and Linlua's gathering team was also coming back one after another. The harvest was plentiful, and everyone was busy butchering and taking the meat. Shuriwe and the others were called over by Chun to learn archery. In the center of the camp, the cat-eared girls cheered over the bounty. On the eastern side of the camp, Shuriwe and the others marveled at how powerful the bow and arrows were. The fires were lit, and the smell of meat filled the air. I demonstrated the bow and arrows, and the beast-eared girls gasped and cheered in amazement. The witch is so smart. The witches of other tribes definitely aren't as good as ours. Meow. The witch even taught us how to filter water. The witches of other tribes would never casually teach their clansmen. They looked at me with worshipful eyes. If only the witch were also a cat-eared clansman, then I'd want to have the witch's babies. Meow. Doesn't Lin take care of the witch? Do they have children together? Luo often sleeps with the witch too. Go ask her. Luo pricked up her ears, listening to the whispered discussion, her gaze burning as she stared at me. Late at night, after the tribespeople went back to rest, I took Luo back to the tent. Lin and Chun carried the food to the cave. In the cave, the 3 elders watched as Lin demonstrated how to filter water and boil it. Chung said that drinking it this way won't make you sick, Lin said happily like a child. Chung also taught Shuriwe and the others archery, so hunting will be much easier from now on. Grandmother smiled kindly. Lin, do you really like the witch? I do. Chung is good to everyone. Meow, you should call him the witch, the second grandmother reminded her. Lin stuck out her tongue. Got it. Chun comforted them, saying, Chung is different from other witches. He's smart and easy to get along with. Grandmother looked at Chun. Thank you for bringing the witch here. Time is running out. With you and the witch here, we don't need to worry anymore. Then she looked at Lin. Do you really like the witch? Yes, meow, the elders sighed. That's good enough. Go back and rest. On the way back, Lin clung to Chun's arm. Why do mother keep asking me whether I like Chung or not? They hope you and Chung will have children, Chun said expressionlessly. Didn't you used to say you wanted to gamble on it? Lin buried her face in Chun's chest, her voice soft and thin. I didn't say I wasn't willing. Then what are you thinking? Let's wait a while longer. My heart's beating really fast. Lin pointed at her chest. If we take care of it for a while, Maybe I'll be better. Then we can have a baby. Chun didn't say anything. She'd felt that way before too. Back at camp, Chun crawled into the tent and covered herself with dry grass. Lin ran to my tent. Luo, it's time to go back. Luo blushed and came out, tugging at her beast-hide skirt. What were you two doing just now? Lin asked. Nothing. Then why are you blushing? It was hot in the tent. Did Chung fall asleep? F fell asleep. Early morning, just after dawn. Luo woke up and pushed away Lin's arm to get up. Lin blinked groggily. Luo, why are you up so early, meow? I want to prepare food for Chung earlier. Luo patted her face to wake herself up. Then I'll light the fire and roast meat for Chung. The two of them got busy. Lin roasted meat, while Luo first went to feed the piglets. She mashed up fruit stems and roots and fed each piglet separately. Only after making sure they were all full did she come back. Lin finished roasting the meat, picked out some ripe fruit, and came to my tent. I had just woken up and was sitting there dazed. Chung, we brought food, meow. Lin put down the food. Luo held the fruit in her hands and plopped down into my arms. She liked the feeling of being held, safe and warm, able to forget the unhappy past. The little cutie had barely sat down when my whole body jolted and I instantly woke up. Early in the morning, with Luo pressed against me and only 2 layers of beast hides between us, I was defeated in an instant. Luo shifted her hips and looked up with a smile. Chung, all the piglets are alive. I fed them well. Ahem, good job. I kept a straight face. Lin handed me the roasted meat. Chung, eat quickly. It's freshly roasted, meow. The 3 of us squeezed into the tent for breakfast. Luo no longer wolfed her food down like when she first arrived. Instead, she would occasionally look at me and hold fruit to my lips. Seeing that, Lin tore off half a piece of meat and handed it over to. I was stunned. A lifelong single dog of 25 years, I was actually being fed by 2 cute girls. By the time Chun arrived, it was already broad daylight. When are we leaving? Chun asked. What about Shuriwe and the others? They already set out. The traps caught 2 animals, and they made a few more. They waited through the night. The 2 of us walked side by side. In the future, you can wait in my tent. No, why not? It's too crowded. Why would it be crowded with just the 2 of us? Chun gave me a look. 2. I felt guilty and forced myself to say, what's so crowded about just the 4 of us? Chun quickened her pace and didn't want to talk to me. Along the way, I spotted a pepper vine and squatted down to dig up the soil. Chun had no choice but to help. Still mad. I said I'm not mad. Then why are you walking so fast? You're walking too slowly. I picked the peppers. Tonight I'll grind them up and roast meat for you. Chun huffed. As we kept on, I said I wanted to go to the riverbank in the east to look for pottery clay. Chun worried. We have to avoid the wolf-ear tribe. Those guys can see far. It's fine. I'm just checking whether there is any. Chun grabbed my hand and pulled me forward. If there's fighting, I'll handle it. You just run. If you get hurt, who's going to protect me? Didn't I tell you to run? If I run, what about you? I said seriously, from now on, don't always think about making me run off alone. Don't go picking fights with other tribes so casually. Chun turned her face away. You said last time that we should listen to each other. For that to happen, you'd have to be my wife. Then I'll be your wife. Chun won the argument and didn't care about anything else anymore. Do you even know what wife means? Listening to each other, trusting each other, protecting each other. I smiled. There's something more important too. What? Sleeping together and having babies. Chun froze instantly, her ears standing straight up. She glared at me fiercely, then tugged me along and kept walking. After walking a while, Chun stopped. If we really run into a conflict with the wolf-ear tribe, I'll take you and run together. When we reached the riverbank, Chun stood guard on the shore while I stepped into the mud to look for clay. I pushed aside the gravel and exposed a large amount of red silt. The clay was good quality. I found it. I ran back excitedly. With this, we can enter a whole new era. But then I worried about how to transport it back. The wolf-eared tribe won't allow us to operate on the riverbank, Chun said. What if we exchange fire starters for it? Fire starters? Free long-term supply of fire starters in exchange for control of the riverbank. Chun thought for a moment. That should work. This isn't urgent. We'll talk about it when we get back, I said. A fight was impossible. The cat-eared tribe was too weak, and going to war would be unwise. So we're not looking for Shiryu and the others? Chun asked when she saw me turn to leave. No need to go. I said seriously. When we get back, I'll sort out a way to transport the clay. Tonight I'll teach the tribe members so they can get familiar with processing clay and prepare transportation tools. Once the time is right, we'll make our move. Let's go back. Chun nodded. The hunting team didn't need her watching all the time. After only 2 steps, she suddenly turned back with a serious expression. You walk in front. Me. Over the next week, I stayed in the camp teaching the cat-eared girls how to make clay brick blanks, or how to knead clay into balls for easier transport. The transport tool was a basket woven from branches and vines, simple and convenient. I spent time making a cart. This thing was revolutionary in our era. It could carry 5 to 10 times more than a person could carry, and it saved effort. The cart wouldn't just be used for clay. In the future, it could also carry game, wood, and other heavy loads. The conditions were harsh and the tools were primitive, so making it took time. Just for the wheels alone, Chun, Lin, and Luo spent 4 days grinding it out with me. I ground the remaining flint into chisels, awls, and other tools. After teaching them the knowledge, I was responsible for making the tools, while Lin and Chun handled the materials, and Luo helped out by collecting vine bark, twisting rope, and rendering fat and resin. Everyone had their own tasks, busy from morning till night, and sometimes we even forgot to eat. At noon on the 8th day, the cart was fully assembled and tested. Chun, Lin, Luo, and I, along with the cat-eared girls watching nearby, all let out a sigh of relief. The process had gone smoothly. I hadn't expected us to finish it in just 1 week. I reinforced the key joints, loaded it up, and pushed it back and forth a few times. No problem. A sense of accomplishment filled my heart, and I was thrilled. Chun, Lin, and Luo exhaled as if drained of all strength. They touched the cart all around. Then Luo simply lay down on it and closed her eyes happily. In the afternoon sunlight, the sweat droplets glistened like crystal. Chun sat on a pile of dry grass, waving her arms and working out her sore shoulders. For the first time, she felt that making things by hand was much more exhausting than hunting. I sighed with concern and sat down beside her, stretching my tired limbs. The rabbit-eared girl glanced at me. The 2 of us were pressed close together, able to feel each other's body heat. My scent made her slightly dazed, and her nose couldn't help but twitch and inhale. Whether from exhaustion or for some other reason, Chun didn't seem to want to move away. She rather liked sitting like this. Her chest was thumping strangely, but it wasn't unpleasant. You've been worn out these past few days, haven't you? I asked with a smile. Aren't you the same? Chun said irritably. How could that be the same? I laughed awkwardly. Cutting trees and trimming wood. Those are the things you insisted on doing, and they're the most physically demanding. If it weren't for you, Lin and Luo, and I would still be busy for several more days. Chun froze, then said coldly, You're a shaman. Those kinds of tasks shouldn't be done by you. True or false? It's true. The rabbit-eared girl gave me a sidelong glare. I laughed. I thought you were caring about me and couldn't bear to see me work too hard. I'd meant to tease Chun, but unexpectedly, she was very calm today. She didn't retort. She just fell silent and lowered her head even further. I felt a bit embarrassed. Surprisingly, I was right. Haru's legs were sore. Watching her silently massage her legs, I couldn't help but think how adorable this bunny-eared girl looked. I wanted to scoop her up and help her massage them, but of course, I'd only dare to imagine doing so. If I actually tried, she'd definitely bite me the next second. I decided to change the topic and asked, Are your legs really sore? Haru glared at me and replied, What do you think? I said, Let me help you massage them. No need, she responded. It's fine. I'm a massage master, black belt level 80. I declared confidently. What do you mean, massage master? What are you doing? She blurted out, clearly shocked as I had already pulled her long legs into my lap. I feigned seriousness and said, You just lie down and relax. I'll take care of the rest. Her rabbit ears perked up straight, and her expression showed annoyance. Just as she was about to lose her temper, I began applying the perfect amount of pressure while massaging her calves. Haru, who had never experienced a massage before, immediately felt her whole body relax and couldn't muster up any resistance. How does it feel? Not bad, right? I asked with a smirk. She remained silent, glaring daggers at me, but eventually lied on her side, obediently resting and even sliding her other leg onto my lap. I chuckled, classic tsundere behavior. Bodies don't lie. If she truly didn't want me to, she wouldn't have let me grab her legs. Haru's legs were long and perfectly toned, with a healthy sun-kissed complexion. Beads of sweat glistened under the warm sunlight. She looked absolutely stunning at that moment. I had liked her from the first time I saw her, but I never expected I'd someday get the chance to actually massage her legs. If only I could kiss her too. It'd be perfect. Gazing at her legs resting in my lap, I couldn't help but sigh. After all her training, her legs were firm and evenly built, full of strength and elasticity. The thought of her wearing black stockings or white socks. I shook my head, unwilling to go down that tempting mental road. I was so caught up admiring her legs that when I momentarily stopped massaging, her calves gave an impatient little nudge. Snapping out of it, I resumed, and Haru gradually let herself relax. That initial stiffness and awkwardness were fading fast. She closed her eyes, much like Rin and Luo often did when they were enjoying themselves, and the tension in her face softened. Though I had been tired these past 7 or 8 days, for some reason I felt energetic and full of stamina now. Time passed quietly as the sunlight cast 2 shadows, hers and mine. Eventually, Rin and Luo woke up and bounded over to us with excitement. Rin exclaimed, "I want one of those massages too." Luo stayed quiet, just observing. She had already gotten to enjoy even better massages before and generously let her new best friend enjoy the spoiling. Rin's commotion pulled Haru out of her relaxed state, and she quickly pulled her legs away. The 2 bunny-eared girls stared at her while Haru's cheeks flushed red, and she wished she could disappear into the ground out of embarrassment. Oblivious to Haru's discomfort, Rin excitedly asked, "Haru, how was it? Did it feel good? Is he good at it?" Haru stammered in denial, "No, it wasn't good at all." "Huh? But you looked like you were about to doze off. If you don't believe me, why don't you try for yourself?" Haru retorted, trying to escape back to the tent. She stood up, but her legs were so wobbly from relaxing that she almost tripped. Glancing up, she saw me grinning and quickly shot me a fierce glare. She mumbled, "I don't need your help massaging my legs again." "Are you sure?" I teased. "I'm leaving," she said hurriedly. That proud bunny-eared girl tried to straighten her clothes as she fled awkwardly, avoiding any further questions. I turned to the 2 remaining bunny-eared girls with a mischievous grin. "Today we've got a grand opening special, free massages for everyone. So who's next?" That night, I lay in my tent with a satisfied grin, feeling incredible. Today, I had discovered something new. Rin, with her lively and cheerful exterior, was secretly quite shy. Every time I tried to venture to unusual spots, she'd twist and dodge, and finally, she couldn't take it anymore and ran off. Luo, on the other hand, didn't have any of those hang-ups. Clearly, my own little sweetheart was the best. Thinking of that, I clicked my tongue. These past nights, Luo had been sneaking into my tent to snuggle up close, only to be pulled away by Rin shortly after. Sometimes I felt like they did it on purpose, trying to mess with my pure little heart. But hiding in the tent together, whispering, sharing warmth, and sneaking in some gentle lessons while staying alert for Rin's sudden intrusions, it was exhilarating. The next morning, I woke up early, brimming with energy. Determined, I decided to upgrade our small tent to a larger leather one. With 3 of us in here, it was already cramped, and if we crammed in anyone else, the structure would surely collapse. Rin and Luo were all for the idea, hands raised enthusiastically in agreement. Haru, standing off to the side, just looked unimpressed. As a shaman, she already had her own large tent. Of course, the other bunny-eared girls didn't know to suggest such upgrades. They had little experience, and the elders who might have guided them spent most of their time in mountain caves. As soon as I saw the materials, the camp already had them all, and the beast hides and wood were quickly brought over. Following Chun's instructions, we got to work, setting up wooden frames, laying down dry grass and beast hides, hammering and nailing away, all in high spirits. I was in the middle of installing the beast hide curtain on the big tent when the cat-eared girl ran over in a panic and shouted, "Shaman, someone's here. People from the wolf-eared tribe are looking for you." The 4 of us were all confused. I turned around and saw Aguo, the one who had caught a cold before. She had recovered very well, her complexion rosy, looking like the girl next door. "People from the wolf-eared tribe?" Chun asked in confusion. He said he was looking for someone named Su Chung," Aguo replied. Chun looked at me, eyes flashing. "A wolf-eared tribesman who knows your name should be one of Hongxiang's people." Red-hued images of Hongxiang's tall, wild figure surfaced in my mind. What could she possibly want with me all of a sudden? "Let's go take a look," I said. "I'll go with you." Chun wasn't at ease letting me face it alone. Lin and Luo exchanged a glance and didn't follow. The big tent was only half built, so they still had to keep working. The 2 helped each other add more dry grass and tie down the important wooden frames. While busy, Luo suddenly said to Lin, "Lin, once the big tent is finished, I want to sleep with Chung tonight. Lin blinked. Does Luo not like sleeping with me? No. Luo lowered her head and thought for a moment. Lin is very good to me. And I like Lin too, like an older sister. Hee hee, Lin said happily. All right, but you can't sleep in Chang's tent every day, okay? In winter, I also like sleeping with Luo. Meow, Luo nodded happily. Lin added, it's a bit cold these days, meow. Keep me company. When it's bathing day, you can go sleep with Chung again. Bathing day. Luo tilted her head. It means washing your body. Since the weather is cold, there aren't many chances to bathe. Luo understood. Every tribe had something like it. They just called it differently. Lin counted on her fingers. There are only a few days left. By then, Big Sister will help you wash up properly. Okay. A few cat-eared girls were holding bone knives and spears, staying on guard. A wolf-eared warrior stood at a distance, a bone knife hanging at his waist, his brows tightly furrowed, looking cautious. Chun and I came over. You all go back to work, Chun told the cat-eared girls. I'll handle things here. The cat-eared girls put away their weapons and stepped aside. I recognized that wolf-eared warrior, one of the hunting team members I'd often seen by the riverbank. There were sparse trees around the outer edge of the camp, so Chun wasn't worried about an ambush. She gave me a reassuring look, and we walked over. I heard you were looking for me. I asked. The wolf-eared warrior studied me for a few seconds. Yes, the clan elder wants to see you. The clan elder? He means the former clan chief, Chun whispered to remind me. I was surprised. I thought Hongxiang had sent him. What does he want with me? There are people in the tribe with fevers. I heard you know how to treat them, so I told the clan elder. He wants to ask you to take a look. My eyes lit up. So someone's sick? There's actually such a good. TCH. No, that's unfortunate. Still, since you came to me, I'm willing to help. Does Hongxiang know? The wolf-eared warrior hesitated and shook his head. Hongxiang doesn't know yet. My terms stay the same. I'll trade treatment methods for the riverbank. If your clan elder agrees, then we can talk. Can he decide on his own? Right now, Hongxiang is the chief. I don't want any misunderstandings. The wolf-eared warrior froze. The clan elder had not mentioned this. He had only told him to come with those 2 sentences. The clan elder only said to exchange food for you. I don't know about the riverbank. Forget the food, I waved it off. Tell your clan elder that I only want the riverbank. If you want to learn the treatment method, it's best to send someone who can actually make decisions. The conversation ended there. The wolf-eared warrior disappeared into the woods. Chun asked, will they come back? I shook my head with a smile. Probably not. I never really had high hopes in the first place. Why? Fever is terrifying. They wouldn't ignore it. Even with fever, it depends on how serious it is, I said with a slight smile. My guess is it's only a mild cold. Otherwise, since it involves territory, they wouldn't have sent just one warrior to negotiate. I had observed that warrior, quiet, cautious, always on guard, but there was no trace of panic on his face. For minor aches and illnesses, with their physiques, they can probably tough it out. Then why did they come looking for you? Chun still didn't understand. Just asking doesn't cost them anything. What if we agreed? I grinned, baring my teeth. Nice try. Chun snorted coldly. On the way back to the camp, I asked, Chun, how much do you know about the wolf-eared tribe? Does the clan elder have a grudge against Hongxiang? Aren't you afraid of conflict by bypassing the chieftain? I don't know much. Chun shook her head. I only know that after the extreme winter, the chieftain was replaced by Hongxiang. She's very strong. The wolf-eared tribe all respect her. When we returned to the east side of the camp, the big tent was almost finished being put up. Lin and Luo were hanging up the animal hide curtain at the entrance, and Luo was standing on tiptoe, looking sweet and adorable. Luo, let me help you. I ran over and held the top of the hide in place for her. Putting up the curtain was important. I didn't want everything becoming a live broadcast in the future. Luo watched me as I carefully punched the holes and tied it down, a sweet smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Done. What's up? Nothing. I lowered my head. If it's nothing, why call me over? I just wanted to call you. Then call away. I was delighted. Are you happy because something good happened? No, something must have. Hee hee. Luo didn't answer. She blinked, her tail swaying lightly, then suddenly hugged me hard and ran off to Lin's side. Lin, let me help you. Okay, meow, pass me another vine. Lin was installing the second curtain. Seeing me take over Luo's job, she puffed out her cheeks. Fine, help me later too, okay? Okay. Hang it up properly. I also want to eat fragrant, spicy roasted meat tonight. Slurp, I was helpless. The spicy seasoning I'd saved up with so much effort was being coveted again. Chun watched the three of us from behind, her eyelid twitching. Her mouth felt a little bitter, and she felt like she was the odd one out. The big tent was completed. Lin and Luo excitedly carried in straw to make the beds, moved things around, and busied themselves to no end. I watched them romp and tumble around in the large tent, reminded them of a couple of things, and let down the curtain. Today, you two just rest in camp and find some simple things to do. When I looked back, Chun was already gone. As the warm sun rose, the beast-eared girls began to busy themselves. The ones staying behind were grinding stone tools and sewing and drying hides. I passed through several tents and saw Chun standing in the middle of camp from afar. A spear rested by her feet, a bone knife hung at her waist, and with both hands behind her back, she was struggling to tighten her chest with a grass rope. With no one to help, it looked troublesome. I stepped forward, grabbed the end of the rope, and yanked hard. The rabbit-eared girl stiffened, one hand suspended behind her back. Is this okay? I'm asking you. Is the tightness right? Isn't it too tight? It's fine. I've got beast hide padding. Chun lowered her head and took a deep breath before drawing her hand back. Why didn't you wait for me? I said with a smile as I tied off the rope. Next time when Shuriwe and the others aren't around, just call me over to help. I know how to bind a chest. I can do it myself. Chun huffed. Once I finished tying it, she immediately put on her beast hide clothes, and the restlessness in her heart gradually subsided. She turned back, expressionless. The big tent's up? Just finished setting it up. When I saw you weren't there, I came looking for you. I grinned. So? Going hunting. Chun rolled her eyes, her mood inexplicably lifting. She picked up the spear. Nothing to do today. I wanted to go see Shuriwe and the others. Why didn't you call me? You're the shaman. You can't keep running off. You're specifically here to protect me. You can't just disappear without a word either. Chun glared at me. I'm part of the hunting team, not your personal bodyguard. Protecting the shaman is your duty. I said righteously. Protecting the shaman is the duty of the cat-eared tribe. Aren't you from the cat-eared tribe? I was picked up by Lin. Come to think of it, I was also picked up by you. Since you picked me up, you have to take responsibility. I smirked. We left the camp and walked through the woods. The sunlight stretched our shadows long, merging them into one. After a long while, the rabbit-eared girl gritted her teeth. Shaman, can I hit you? Didn't I tell you to call me by my name in private? I want to hit you. Is that okay? No, then can I bite you? Where do you want to bite? Chun felt that she was really strange, clearly furious enough to glare and wanting to punch me. Yet the moment the other person took her hand, her head went buzzing and she forgot everything. Recently, when we went out, we would occasionally hold hands. The temperature in the palm wasn't high, but Chun felt very warm. She wanted to hold on tightly and didn't want to let go. We wound through the forest, and our bickering gradually turned into me talking nonstop by myself. Chun listened quietly, her ears more relaxed than usual. She liked hearing me talk about these things. There was always something novel and interesting in them. Like how, tens of thousands of years later, the world would change beyond recognition. People wouldn't live in crude tents. There would be towering buildings everywhere, and no one would have to worry about the extreme winter. People could even fly into the sky and look down at the earth like birds. Chun remained silent, imagining that scene in her mind. She couldn't picture it, but she longed for it. At the same time, she was puzzled. How long was tens of thousands of years? What were tall buildings? How could one fly into the sky? During extreme winter, could you stay at home with a warm blanket, food, and water? What was a home, anyway? She had many questions, but didn't know where to begin. Chun stared at the hand they were holding, and when she came back to herself, she realized they had already crossed the riverbank and entered the hunting grounds. More precisely, she was jolted awake by the roar of a bear. Deep in the mountains, leaves were falling, and the wind carried roars along with the sounds of birds and beasts fleeing in panic. My heart tightened, and I stopped in my tracks. What's going on? Did that bear run out? Chun listened with her ears perked for a long while before finally relaxing. It's fine. It seems to have gone back. Can you find Shuriwe and the others? I asked. That bear wouldn't leave for no reason. Most likely someone had provoked it. Whether it was Shuriwe and the others or not, I only hoped they hadn't been hurt. Chun nodded. They should be near the traps. She pointed to the northeast woods. There was a lot of bird and beast movement over there just now. Let's go take a look. We quickly plunged into the forest. After walking for about 15 minutes, the trees and undergrowth became even denser. Weeds blocked our view, and beneath the giant trees, light and shadow swayed. Gradually, we saw hidden traps all around us, big and small, buried along the beast trails. Sure, you and the others knew how useful traps were, and they were really good at using them, turning this hunting ground into a beastly minefield. After we entered the mountains, we moved with extreme caution. Trap markers were carved into the trees. More than 10 minutes later, Chun grabbed me and stopped. We pressed ourselves close together and held our breath to listen. A familiar whistle came to our ears. It's Shirling. They're nearby, Chun said with relief. I nodded. Call them over. Chun blew a whistle, the sharp sound piercing through the forest. Soon, a response came, and several figures leaped between the trees like wild forest cats darting through the branches. Branches rustled, leaves fell. Chun, is that you? We're coming over. Hurry and come out, meow. 6 cat-eared girls stopped on the trees, sabers at their waists and bows and arrows on their backs. They had spotted us. Meow. Sure, you spoke first. The others all wore flattering expressions, tails swaying. I sighed. It's not about whether you're brave or not. Investigating the black bear wasn't wrong, but you have to think about safety when you do things, understand? Understood. The 6 cat-eared girls answered in unison. Chun asked, how did the investigation go? Horror instantly perked up. That bear is huge and black, about as big as the 6 of us put together. It sleeps in a cave, and there are lots of bones outside. So you just threw stones at it? Chun was speechless. Ha ha ha. Horror stuck out her tongue and sneakily glanced at me, only to get her head fiercely rubbed by me. I asked, is it fast? Very fast. About the same as us. Horror rubbed her nose. Sure, you added. When it runs, it makes a huge racket, even more fierce than a wild boar. We ran on the trees, and when it chased us, we jumped to another one. It chased us for a long time before we finally ran back. I folded my arms. Do you know that bears can climb trees? The 6 of them froze, looking downright foolish. Even Chun was startled. Seeing the lingering fear on their faces, I grinned. Yes, they can climb, but not nearly as fast as you. I'm just telling you not to act rashly or be too overconfident. Respect your opponent, understand your opponent, and only then can you defeat your opponent. Got it, wizard. I asked more about the black bear. Sure, you and the others had only acted on a whim and didn't understand bears' habits. If we wanted to hunt it, we still needed to keep observing. Sure, you took us to see the traps they had set. They dug pits and placed prey in them, dug spikes around them, and sprinkled blood to lure wild beasts. A textbook case of fishing for enforcement. 3 days passed. Chun and I squatted by the riverbank. Every day, observing the movements of the wolf-eared tribe's hunting party. Autumn nights were full of mosquitoes, but fortunately Chun had a way to repel them. After observing for a while, I was left with a head full of question marks. The wolf-eared tribe seemed like they had gone insane, with no pattern at all. On the first day, they came to the hunting grounds, but on the second and third days, there wasn't even a shadow of them. Chun had never seen anything like it. At dusk on the 4th day, the riverbank was eerily quiet. After closing my eyes to think for a moment, I dragged Chun back to camp. Not camping out anymore? Chun asked in confusion. Yeah, something's off, so there's no need to keep waiting. Chun looked a bit deflated. I smiled. Don't overthink it. From another angle, we still got useful information. We didn't even see anyone. What useful information? What do you think is more important than hunting for food? Chun shook her head. Territory and food are always number one. That's right. Very few things can replace food. Unless, I didn't continue. Unless what? Chun asked anxiously. I can't really say either. I looked toward the wolf-eared tribe's direction. They probably encountered some major change. Chun became intrigued. What do you think happened? Maybe an invasion by another tribe, or maybe internal conflict. Either way, it's not good. I thought of what had happened a few days ago and gave a faint smile. Could it be a cold spreading through them? But no matter what, it was an opportunity for us. My expression sharpened. Chun, go back and have the tribe prepare. Rest tomorrow, and start digging mud pits at night. Okay. We returned to camp as night had already fallen. Flickering lights dotted the camp, and the smell of meat drifted through the air. After the cat-eared girls finished eating, they tidied their skirts and headed east. What are they doing? I asked. Bathing, Chun replied. Today is bath day, once a month. Since it's cold, this is the last bath before the depths of winter. Bathing, huh? I perked up. Are you coming too? Chun glared at me. What do you think? I haven't bathed in a long time either. Want to wash together? No, I'll wash by myself, the rabbit-eared girl answered bluntly. She definitely didn't want me watching her bathe. Men and women only bathe together if they belong to the same tent clan. The two of us didn't even live together. At least, not yet. As for later, thinking of the future, Chun shot me an annoyed look. I surrendered. Fine, fine, you wash alone. Eat first or wash first. Let's eat first. Chun was a little hungry. There are too many people right now, I'll wash last. Okay, I'll roast the meat. We returned to the large tent, and Lin and Luo came out carrying their clothes and skirts. Seeing that we were back so early, they were both surprised. Luo ran over with shining eyes. Chun, why are you back so early today? Go take a bath. I rubbed her head. Chun and I will eat first. You go after you're done washing. Luo nodded obediently, enjoying the ear rub. Okay, I put the berries in the big tent. Don't forget to eat them. Did you get full yourself? Don't leave too much for me next time. I'm full. Luo smiled sweetly. Lin also came over and pouted. Chun, there's my share in the food too. I stroked her ears, and the cat-eared girl narrowed her eyes, revealing a tiny tiger tooth. Chun, why does it feel better when you rub my ears than when AMU does? Luo feels that too. Chun rubbing ears feels so comfortable. That's right. I've got even better skills. I'll let you try them sometime. Okay, meow, the two beast-eared girls left happily. I turned around and saw Chun sitting in front of the fire, quietly watching me. Her gaze was a little resentful. Chun said flatly, I'm hungry. Okay, I'll get the meat. I went into the large tent. Chun took a deep breath, and her long ears twitched with a faint melancholy. The smell of meat filled the air. I carefully grilled the meat and sprinkled pepper on it. Chun gnawed on wild fruit opposite me, watching me through the firelight. From far away came the laughter and bathing sounds of the beast-eared girls. Chun suddenly said, Chun, do you like that wolf-eared girl very much? Yes. I didn't look up. Luo is very well behaved. Who wouldn't like her? Indeed. No one in the cat-eared tribe disliked Luo. She was friendly to everyone and did everything earnestly and carefully. Even Chun herself liked her. Chun had originally wanted to train Luo into a warrior, but instead I arranged for her to take care of the piglets. Chun had regretted that quite a bit. She brought up Luo, but not for that reason. She stared at me for a long time before asking, Do you want to have children with Luo? Huh. My roasting hand stopped. Why are you asking that? Of course I had thought about it. We spent every day together. How could I not? It was just that Luo was too thin, and she needed to build up her body first. I'm asking whether you want to or not. I do, but not now. What do you mean, not now? I mean, it's still early. Chun was speechless. Luo may not think that way. She always wants to sleep in the same tent as you. Wasn't that for having children? I laughed. Why are you worrying about that? If you're willing, you can sleep in the same tent with me too. Chun clenched her fist. She glared at me, then continued. Chun, if you're going to have children with Luo, you should think it through carefully. It might hurt her. Why? I was baffled. In ancient times childbirth was dangerous, but Chun was worrying to this extent? Luo was already 18, and beast-eared girls had strong constitutions. What exactly are you trying to say? Chun realized I truly didn't understand the matter of cross-race childbirth. After hesitating for a moment, she said, Chun, do you remember the promise of the cat-eared elder? I do. All cat-eared tribes people obey my orders, and all cat-eared girls can have children with me. They lied to you, Chun said calmly. The second promise can't be fulfilled. I froze, thinking back on everything, and then looking at Chun's unusual behavior today, I widened my eyes. Fuck, they never even wanted to have children with me. Chun rolled her eyes. It's not that they don't want to, it's that they can't. What do you mean, can't? It's very hard for interspecies couples to give birth to children who can survive, Chun explained, telling me the history of interspecies reproduction. That's why I said, if you really like Luo, you need to think carefully. I understood and laughed. So that's how it is. You scared me. Chun let out a breath of relief and continued. Chun, reproduction is important to the tribe. It's the same for Luo. She gives you fruit to eat, tries hard to be obedient, and wants to sleep together with you. Maybe she just wants to bear children for you. She's not as strong as the other wolf-eared clan members. She doesn't have any other special abilities. She feels this is the biggest thing she can do for you. But if it fails, what will Luo think? It's more than just being sad. I dropped my casual attitude and grew irritated. Luo had always been trying hard to prove her worth. If what Chun said was true, she would be deeply disappointed. Being unable to bear children for the person she likes is tantamount to denying the greatest meaning of her existence. The more I thought about it, The more irritated I became, and I couldn't help asking, "Why are you suddenly saying all this?" Spring's eyes reflected the firelight as she said, "Because I like Luo too. She works so hard, and I don't want to see her sad and disappointed." The two of them fell silent. I sighed. "Spring, come here." She flatly refused. "No," I called again. "Are you coming over or not?" She was still firm. No, there was nothing I could do, so I had to walk over and sit down myself, casually stroking her long ears. Before Spring could even get angry, I grabbed her foot and put it on my lap. Spring struggled and asked, "What are you doing?" I said, "Don't move. I'm looking at your leg." She scoffed. "What's there to look at?" I replied, "Maybe it can be cured." Spring froze. I said with a smile, "I'm thinking very simply. As long as I can live happily with you all, that's enough. Even if I can't have children, I'll still stay with you. I like all of you." Spring turned her face away, the tips of her ears faintly red. "Why am I included?" "I want to," I said, then lowered my head to look at her leg. "If you can't have children for me, would you leave me?" Without hesitation, Spring said, "No," I said, "Then that's fine." "Why think so much?" Spring felt warm inside and asked, "So what do you mean by can be cured?" I answered, "This leg can recover to how it used to be." She grew excited. "Really?" I said, "I'm 90% sure." I had just used the scanning function to take a careful look at the fracture, displacement, nerves, and blood vessels. Spring clenched her fist. "You're lying to me." I looked sincere. "Why would I lie to you? Do you want to go back to how it was before?" Spring was wary. "Chung, you're not allowed to lie to me." I nodded. She asked, "What do you need me to do?" I said, "Nothing much. It'll just hurt a lot. The bone has to be broken and reset." Spring said firmly, "Okay." I reminded her, "Don't rush. We need to prepare a lot of things, and there's also the matter of moving clay." She nodded. "I know." Spring looked at me, and suddenly a feeling she had never experienced before rose in her heart. Her blood seemed to be burning. I was startled. "Why are your eyes so red?" She quickly averted her gaze. "It's nothing." Just then Lin and Luo came back after bathing. Lin twitched her tail and called, "Chung, we're done washing." Luo said, "Chung, you can go wash now." Spring quickly pulled her foot back and ran back to the tent. I carried my clothes and walked through the woods, where I saw 3 cat-eared girls heading back. They weren't even wearing clothes. They were just carrying them in their hands. The moonlight was dim, so I could only see their outlines. I asked, "Wu, are you coming to bathe too?" "Sure," you said. "No one's at the pool anymore. Wu can use it however he wants." Shirling pointed the way. "Wu, the pool is down the mountain. Don't go the wrong way, meow." Nia joined in the fun. "Wu, do you want me to help you bathe?" "We all help each other." Shirling also said, "I can help Wu bathe too." A cool autumn breeze blew past, and I came to my senses. At this temperature, who's taking a cold bath? I might as well wash quickly and head back. I politely declined the cat-eared girl's kindness. "Go back quickly and put on your fur clothes so you don't catch a chill." They giggled. "Okay, meow. Then we're heading off, Wu. See you tomorrow." I waved goodbye. Behind me came a rustling sound as the 3 adorable girls put on their clothes and vanished in a flash. Their laughter gradually faded deeper into the woods. I quickly finished my cold wash and returned to the camp. It was already late at night. Under the moonlight, only the bonfire was still burning by itself. The camp was quiet. The cat-eared girls were all asleep, and the tents of Spring and Lin had their curtains down. I dried myself off and returned to the big tent. In the darkness, a pair of blue-green eyes suddenly opened, startling me. Luo's soft voice came from within. "Chung, you're back." Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she rolled over. I smiled. "You sneaked over again?" After putting down my dirty clothes, I sat on the hay and pulled the little cutie into my arms. Her small body was soft and warm, even warmer than the bonfire. Chu sat there blinking innocently. "I didn't sneak off today," I told Lin, "and I'm sleeping here tonight." She actually agreed? I was surprised. Lin usually liked holding Chu while she slept. Chu nodded. Lin said if I want to come over in the future, I can come often, but I can't disturb your sleep." What's this about disturbing or not disturbing? I was in a great mood. I lay down, wrapping one arm around Chu's waist and the other under her small round bottom. Her tail gently curled around my wrist. The wolf-eared girl lay on top of me, our foreheads touching, her blue-green eyes bright as jewels. I hesitated. "Chu, do you want to have my child?" Chu lowered her head and buried her face in my chest, gripping me even tighter. The tips of her ears turned red. She didn't say anything, But I already knew the answer, just like Chun had said. Thinking of our earlier conversation, my heart tightened. I said, Chu, if we didn't need to have children, would you still want to be with me? She froze, then slowly looked up, her eyes full of confusion. Doesn't Chung like it? I said, No, she asked. Then why don't you want me to have your child? Seeing her so uneasy, I sighed. Do you know about cross-species reproduction? She nodded. I do. Then you still want to have a child with me? She said softly. I just wanted to. I didn't think that much about it. My heart ached even more. Then you can think about it now. She shook her head. I don't want to. Why not? I don't know. I was speechless and asked again. Then what if we never have children? Her eyes shone with determination. I don't know. Then would you be willing to stay with me forever? She said seriously, I would. I sighed. All right. If you don't want to think about it, then don't. Let's sleep early. I closed my eyes when Chu suddenly moved a little. Chung, aren't you going to touch me today? I already took a bath. I nearly choked, looking at those expectant eyes, my old face burning hot. Who could resist that? Then, I'll touch you a little. Only restrained breathing remained in the tent, and my movements were practiced. Chu's face was flushed red, her gaze hotter than ever. Tonight, with no one to disturb us, we were even more unrestrained. Before long, her tail curled tighter, and suddenly a soft cry rang out. There was no distance left between the two of us. The night was no longer silent. Not far away, Lin, who was holding Chun while sleeping, suddenly woke up. Then which do you like better, Chung or the rabbit-eared tribe shaman? Can I dislike both? Meow, no way. I know Chun likes Chung. Chun pouted. I don't like him. He always gets on my nerves. Really? Really? Then next time I'll help you get on his nerves. The two beast-eared girls hugged each other and talked, gradually falling asleep. Light began to glow at the edge of the sky, and the camp started to get lively. The cat-eared girls got up, stretched, and prepared breakfast. Today was relaxed, with work to be done tonight, so everyone chatted idly in the sun. Chun opened her eyes, looked at Lin in her arms, turned over, and went back to sleep. She had been worn out last night. Luo and I kept at it until the middle of the night before finally settling down, but Lin had gone to sleep early. By the time the sun was high, Lin rubbed her eyes and got up. Meow, she stretched luxuriously. Chun, are you hungry? Not hungry. Prepare your own food if you want to eat. Chun yawned as she got up, tidied her dress, took her bone knife, and left the tent. I'm going to check the tools the clan members are preparing for tonight. The riverbank matter is very important. Lin followed her out, her gaze falling on my large tent. I wonder if Chung and Luo are awake. Chun glanced at me. You can go have a look. Okay, meow. Lin ran to the big tent, lifted the curtain, and slipped inside. Chung, Luo, I'm coming in. There was a strange smell inside the tent, and Lin wrinkled her nose. The hay on the ground was in a complete mess. Luo was curled up asleep, her face still carrying a trace of exhaustion. I had just woken up and was covering Luo with a beast skin coat. After 25 years of accumulation, it all burst out at once. Fortunately, Luo's small frame could take it. Everything from last night had happened as a matter of course. Chung, you're awake. Lin looked around, and her excitement faded quite a bit. Other than a patch of red on the hay and the strange smell, there wasn't much interesting. What time is it now? The sun is already overhead. It's already noon. Lin squatted down to look at Luo. Her cheeks were flushed, and her scent was unusual. She wanted to lean in for a closer look, but I immediately stopped her. Lin, I'm a little hungry. Okay, meow. I'll go prepare food. Lin left, and I began cleaning up the scattered hay, pulling out the tuft that had traces on it. I stared at that bright red patch, torn between keeping it or burning it. The curtain was lifted, and Chun came in. She glanced around the tent. Seeing that Luo was still asleep, she lowered her voice. Since you're awake, come out. The wolf-eared tribe is here. Again, I shoved the hay under my butt and stood up. The two of us quietly went out. I asked, is it the same one as last time? This time there are 3 of them, plus an elder. The former clan chief? I froze. No wonder Chun looked so serious. Lin was roasting meat, and after greeting her, we headed west. What did they discover? Chun was worried. I smiled. Don't think nonsense. We haven't made a move yet. Could it be related to the fever illness? My mouth twitched. Had she really guessed right? Outside the west side of the camp, 3 wolf-eared tribesmen were pacing. The wolf-eared warrior was anxious, while the elder was composed. The old man was thin, with black and white hair and beard. The tent needs ventilation, and it's not good for the children to be crowded together. The warrior cut in. The children will be protected, and the tent is big enough. Sleeping 6 is no problem. I smiled. 6 children, huh? The old clan leader's heart skipped a beat. I said, Old clan leader, I need you to send 6 children to the Cat Ear tribe as security for my trip to your tribe. Impossible, the warrior roared, gripping his knife. Everyone shut up. Stand down, the old clan leader barked sharply. He understood what I meant. I said, this is to protect me, and to protect the children too. Scarlet fever is terrifying. Tents can't stop the contagion. The children will be safer at the camp. I'll send them back once I've cured your people. The old clan leader pondered for a moment, then sighed. Fine, the children will be sent over. Then this afternoon, I'll prepare the things, and you bring the children. I'll go with you. All right. The wolf ear tribesman left. Chun glared at me. I'm going with you. It's not a fight. What are you going for? I laughed. Anyway, I won't agree to you going alone. She turned and walked off. I'm the one you saved, so I have to take responsibility. I caught up to her and held her hand. Be good. The riverbank is important. You need to keep an eye on it. Chun snorted softly. Got it. This afternoon, when the wolf ear tribe sends the children over, Lin will watch them. You take people to the riverbank and do it the way I taught you. In the big tent, Luo woke up and ate meat with Lin. Chun went to notify the tribesmen, and I took Luo and Lin to prepare the medicinal herbs. We took out willow bark, wild ginger, cinnamon, and Houtuinia cordata, then pounded and ground them fine. Luo and Lin sorted them into bags. I brought up the negotiations. As soon as she heard I was going to the wolf ear tribe, she threw herself into my arms. Fine, I'm going with you. I let out a helpless sigh. There really weren't enough hands. Chun had to keep an eye on the riverbank side, and the camp still needed people left behind. Where was I supposed to find anyone idle enough to be a bodyguard? Don't worry, I'll be fine, I told Luo. Luo replied seriously. I know how to take care of people with infectious fevers. I remembered everything from when you treated Aguo before. Besides, I'm a wolf ear tribesman. If they have bad intentions toward you, I can sense it. Lin also chimed in. People of the same clan are very sensitive to emotions. I couldn't help but laugh. These cat-eared girls were far too innocent. No scheming, no backstabbing, just a kind group struggling to survive. Are you really going? I looked down at Luo's bright eyes. Thinking about it carefully, Luo was right. So many wolf-ear tribespeople had fallen ill, it really would be troublesome to go alone. And Luo could do physical cooling and boil medicine, so she'd be a good helper. Luo nodded hard. Then you have to be obedient. Once we get there, you do everything I say. Luo smiled sweetly. I've always listened to Chung here too. I picked Luo up, supporting her soft body gently in my arms. Then you're coming with me. Luo was overjoyed. Her tail swayed as she leaned in and kissed me on the cheek. She had learned that last night. I liked it, and she didn't dislike it either. When Lin saw this, she pounced from behind and pressed down on top of my head. Chung, I want a hug too. Okay, I'll hug you later. Chung, there are tooth marks on your shoulder. Meow, go ask Luo. There aren't any on the left side. Ah. Lin playfully bit my shoulder. Damn it, stop it. Chun came back and interrupted our frolicking. Lin was still biting my shoulder, her eyes full of mischief. Luo helped wipe the drool from the corner of Lin's mouth. Chun sat down and glared at me. Aren't you going to control Lin? I can't control her. I shook my shoulder. Hurry up and let go? Chun's angry. Lin grinned, got up, looked at the bite mark with satisfaction, and ran over to hug Chun. She's always like this? I asked with amusement. Much better before. Since you came, she's been even more rowdy. I told Chun that Luo was coming with us too. She didn't object, but she still felt a little unhappy inside. Are you ready? Waiting for the wolf-ear tribesmen to arrive. I'll keep an eye on the riverbank. Luo poked her head up. I'll protect Ching too. That afternoon, the wolf-ear tribe sent over 6 milk-fed babies, 4 boys and 2 girls. The children all looked uneasy. After I confirmed they didn't have fevers, I handed them over to Lin to look after. Lin quickly started playing with the children. The old chieftain Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Can we go now? Along the way, Xiao kept glancing at Luo. This wolf-eared girl was far too thin and frail. She had clearly been marginalized by the tribe. He thought of Hongxiang, that child who treated every tribesman equally. As he was thinking, I crouched down, and Luo climbed onto my back. I carried her and kept walking. The road's a bit far, so I'll carry her. Xiao nodded. thinking it would be better to leave her in the cat ear tribe after all. Luo asked softly. Chung, does your shoulder still hurt? That was just Lin fooling around. I mean the bite I gave you. It stopped hurting a long time ago. I won't bite next time. Xiao frowned, unable to understand what they were talking about. Soon we arrived at the Wolf Ear tribe camp. The trees had all been cut down, and the camp was much larger than the Cat Ear tribes. Around the perimeter, garbage was piled high, rotten meat, broken bones, spoiled fruit. The stench was overpowering. Several Wolf Ear warriors came out, their eyes filled with both hope and anger. Xiao said sternly, "From now on, the four of you will follow him. Do whatever he says, no matter what. If anyone disobeys, I'll drive them out of the tribe. Haishi, this is in your hands." Haishi was a burly man with a thick beard, half a head taller than me. "Where are the patients?" I asked. Haishi led the way and explained the situation in detail. There were 30 people in the Wolf Ear tribe. Excluding the 6 children, 17 had been infected. Only 7 were still able to move around. I examined the patients and confirmed it was influenza. In the end, I was led to the large tent on the west side. Inside the tent were stone knives, soapy, wood, and wool piled up. In the middle lay a wide grass bed. Looking at Hong Xiang lying there sniffling, I almost laughed out loud. Ouch, you got it too. Hong Xiang had a fever and looked drunk, her face flushed red, her eyes listless, and her tail hanging limp. Hearing us come in, she struggled to sit up and sniffled as she looked at us. Her soft, weak gaze fell on Luo first. "Which wolf-eared one are you? You're so tiny. I've never seen you." Before Luo could answer, she turned to me. "Oh, Su Cheng, why are you here? Your clan elder asked me to come." I chuckled. That wild wolf-eared girl from before was now dazed as a sloth, and the contrast was pretty cute. "What did the clan elder ask you for?" "Obviously, to treat your illness." Hong Xiang rubbed her red nose, and it took her a while to react. "Oh right, you can treat fever illnesses." She blinked. "It's my first time coming to your tribe. I'll go catch you some mountain chickens." I waved it off speechlessly. "Stop talking. Lie down." "You don't eat mountain chicken?" "No, just sleep." "Oh." Hong Xiang froze for a moment, then obediently lay back down. I took Luo out of the main tent. Outside the tent, Blackstone and the others immediately surrounded me. "How is the chieftain?" "No big deal," I said. 7 severe cases, 6 moderate, 4 mild. Gather the patients in an open area, men and women separately. The mild cases should help too. Prepare fire, water, bamboo tubes, and animal hides. Got it. Blackstone and the others split up and got moving. The tribe started bustling. Those who could move walked on their own. Those who couldn't were carried. Wolf-eared tribesmen spread dry grass and ran back and forth carrying water skins and bamboo tubes. Soon, 22 patients were gathered in the center of the camp. The men and women were separated into 2 areas, with a circle of campfire ash in between. 13 were lying down, 3 were swaying unsteadily, 6 were frowning miserably. It looked like a disaster scene. I had Blackstone fill water and boil bamboo tubes, directed Luo to wipe down the wolf-eared girls to bring down their fevers, and personally dumped willow bark into the bamboo tubes to simmer. Then I started physically cooling down the male wolf-eared tribesmen. "Stop standing around. Do as I do. Help take care of your tribesmen. With me here, it won't spread." Blackstone was the first to respond, and the other tribespeople quickly followed. We were busy for more than an hour. The wolf-eared tribespeople weren't familiar with wiping down to reduce fevers, so they watched and learned, being especially careful. 3 wolf-eared girls helped beside Luo. They were more meticulous than the male warriors and learned seriously. After changing into clean animal hide clothes, the medicinal decoction was ready. I had Blackstone distribute it. "Everyone drink some, including those helping. If it's not enough, boil more." Luo and I also drank a bit, treating illness if you were sick, preventing it if you weren't. Have them go back to their tents to rest, and cover up with more dry grass to stay warm. "I'm going to treat your chieftain. Just have the previous female warrior come with me." After explaining everything, I brought Luo back to Hong Xiang's main tent. Hong Xiang heard the sound and opened her eyes. She didn't get up, just rolled over and looked at us. "Su Cheng, you're here again. It's your turn for treatment." The wolf-eared female warrior brought over the supplies, and together with Luo, she helped strip Hong Xiang and wipe her down. I helped from the side. Hong Xiang had a big frame, and Luo couldn't move her alone. The 3 of us worked together much more smoothly. Hong Xiang's tiger hide dress and accessories were all removed. Her healthy, powerful body lay before my eyes. I looked at her without restraint, and the impact was even stronger than the first time we met. She really was a wild female hunter. One word, big. Big everywhere. Her lines were like mountains and flowing water, her figure perfect. Want to hold her in one hand? Impossible. Hong Xiang didn't mind at all, her eyes fixed entirely on Luo. Luo and the female warrior used wet animal hide to wipe her from forehead to armpits, chest, back, and thighs, carefully cleaning her. Hong Xiang was very cooperative. She did whatever Luo told her to do. She was so obedient it left the tribespeople staring in disbelief. As we were nearly done washing her, I left the main tent. Let me check whether the herbs are done boiling. Those were brewed separately for Hong Xiang, in several large bamboo tubes. After the medicinal water bubbled for a while, I wrapped it in animal hide and carried it back. When I re-entered the main tent, the wolf-eared female warrior was gone. Hong Xiang had changed into fresh animal hide clothes and was holding Luo in her arms like a pillow. Luo looked at me pitifully. Chung, I can't move anymore. I brought the bamboo tube to Hong Xiang's lips. Let go. Don't go infecting me. It's a little hot. Drink it slowly. As I fed her the medicine, I asked, what about that wolf-eared tribeswoman? I had her take care of someone else. Hong Xiang took a few big gulps, then frowned and stuck out her tongue at the bitterness. Why is it so awful? Good medicine tastes bitter. I pried at her hands. Let go. She's mine. No. It feels good to hold her. There aren't any in the tribe this small and this well-behaved. How do you know her name? I asked. You really aren't being shy, are you? I looked at Luo, who was like a little quail. Tired? Want to sleep in her arms for a bit? Luo shook her head. I want to sleep in Cheng's arms. Did you hear that? Let go already. I threatened her. Or I won't treat you anymore. Only then did Hong Xiang reluctantly let go of Luo. As soon as Luo crawled out, Hong Xiang grabbed me and yanked me over into her arms. Oh, holding you feels good too. Do you not fall asleep unless you're holding something? No, then let go of me. No, sick people don't make sense. Hong Xiang spoke clearly, but her mind was actually muddled. I was locked in her embrace like a little quail, my head resting against two soft hills, pinned so tightly I couldn't move. Luckily, Hong Xiang was weak from the illness, so she wasn't holding me very tightly. Luo, there's still one bamboo tube left. Feed it to her. Okay. Hong Xiang's breath rushed into my nose. There was no pungent smell. Instead, it carried a faint, alluring fragrance. After she finished the medicine, she shifted a little, smacked her lips a few times, and then was soon breathing softly in sleep. Luo stared blankly. So what do we do if she's asleep? Once she wakes up, she'll let go on her own. Luo, you should rest for a while too. Luo climbed onto the straw bed and curled up in my arms. One embrace inside another. Luo rubbed her cheek against my chin, revealing a sweet smile. Then I'll sleep now. Go to sleep. I patted her cheek and held her a little tighter, enjoying the soft pillow behind my head. A fluffy tail swished over, and I grabbed it, laying it over my body. Luo warm. The little cutie seemed to be mumbling in her sleep, her voice soft and faint. After last night's indulgence and today's helping out, she really was tired. The big tent gradually fell quiet. Only I was left blinking. At this time, Chun and the others should have been at the riverbank. With Chun there was no need to worry about the clay transport. These past few days had been funny in a way that made me laugh and cry at the same time. One moment I was still worrying about the riverbank, and Chun and I had been waiting there for several days. The next moment, the turn of events had smoothly solved everything. It was all just coincidence. Time passed little by little. The noise outside the tent faded away, and only occasionally would a wolf-eared tribesman pass by. I was locked in an embrace, smelling the jasmine-like scent of Hong Xiang and Luo, listening to their calm breathing, my mind relaxing as I yawned and fell asleep. This sleep was both comfortable and uncomfortable. Comfortable, because it was like being in a tender haven. Uncomfortable, because I couldn't move. When I woke up, Hong Xiang had loosened her grip and was lying flat on her back, sleeping soundly. Luo was awake too. She rubbed her eyes and looked at me, then happily kissed me. Chung, the little cutie liked kissing, leaving marks on my face, neck, and mouth. I narrowed my eyes, savoring our mingled scents. Her nimble, moist little tongue perked me right up. If we hadn't been in the wolf-eared tribe's camp, I would have definitely taught Luo a few new things. It took a long time before we finally parted. Luo hugged my waist tightly, her tail swishing nonstop. All right, time to get up. Only after I patted her bottom did the little cutie sit up. Oh, Luo tugged at the wrinkled beast skin skirt, shook her ears, and flicked her tail. All right, are we heading back? It's getting late. I'm worried Chun and the others will be anxious. I patted Luo's head and walked to the tent entrance, lifting the curtain. The dim yellow light fell on my face. The sunset was brilliant, and the dusk spread down like a vast net. Inside the camp, the wolf-eared tribesmen had started busily preparing. Some gathered firewood, some cut beast meat, and some sorted berries, getting ready for dinner. Haysher knelt before the ashes, digging through the scorched earth and blowing on the dry grass. Sparks appeared, ignited the dry grass, and it gradually began to burn. The wolf-eared tribesmen watching cheered excitedly. You're awake. Old tribe leader Zhao's voice rang out. The old man's expression was calm, a faint smile on his lips. Why, he said you were being held by Hong Xiang and couldn't move. Are you okay? Fine. I just ended up sleeping for a while. Why, he must be the female warrior who helped. How are those people doing? Pretty good. The treatment is working. The 3 with mild symptoms have basically recovered, and the others are more awake too. They don't feel as bad as before. Xiao seemed to be in a good mood, and her gaze toward me was much kinder. That's good. I'll come again tomorrow. If nothing goes wrong, they should fully recover in 2 or 3 days. All right. The old man nodded. When are you heading back? Xiao asked. Now? If we stay any longer, it'll be dark. All right. Let He song you. It was hard to travel at night, and there were wild beasts in the forest. Xiao asked He to take a few pieces of meat as thanks and bring me back. The tall wolf-eared man remained silent the whole way. I felt his attitude was a little better than when we first met. His expression was less stiff, and there was less hostility in his eyes. In this era, people with ability were always respected, and the same went for outsiders. Once we entered the cat-ear tribe's territory, He was sent back. There were fires in the distant sky. After confirming there was no danger, he turned back immediately. With the big guy gone, Luo was much more relaxed, holding my hand and swinging it back and forth. Soon we returned to the tribe. The campfire flames flickered, and several shadows were keeping watch around the perimeter. When they noticed movement in the woods, they tightened their spears and looked over warily. Stop! Who is it? Seems like Wu and Luo. It really is them. Wu's back. Recognizing who it was, the cat-eared girls put away their weapons and shouted happily. I'm back. I responded to the enthusiasm of the clan members, and when I got closer, I couldn't help laughing. They had not been back long, and their faces and bodies were covered in dirt, like little tabby cats. I teased them, why not wash up? You're all covered in mud. Miao Chun said to eat first, then wash after we're done. Sure, you and the others will come relieve us after they finish eating. All right. I smiled and kept walking forward. The camp was lively. The cat-eared girls, exhausted from working half the day, gathered around the campfire to roast meat and play around. The firewood crackled, bringing warmth and driving away all their fatigue. A warm fire wind mixed with the fishy smell of river mud drifted through the air. Chun sat among the crowd, turning the slices of meat, but she felt uneasy inside. It was already very late, and Luo and I still hadn't returned. If Lin hadn't kept comforting her, Chun would have already gone out with a bone knife to look for me. Why are they still not back? She stared blankly at the firelight. She had never thought waiting could be this hard. Fortunately, the torment did not last long, and we finally came back. Seeing that we were safe, Chun's nerves finally relaxed, and the furrow between her brows smoothed out. I smiled at everyone, then turned my gaze toward the distance. There, a pile of black mud stood half a person tall. Even from far away, the thick smell of river mud could be caught, and beside it was a cart loaded with baskets. The cat-eared girls had spent most of the afternoon digging mud, and they still had to shape and dry it. Time was tight, so being able to haul back this much was already good. Although they were very tired, they were still happy, their dirty little cat faces lit by the fire as they laughed and joked. Wu, you're back, the cat-eared girls cried excitedly. We didn't slack off today. We hauled back a lot of mud. It just dries too slowly. If it goes bad, it won't be easy to use. We can bring back even more tomorrow. They talked about the hard work they had done today and told stories about Huogger splashing around in the river trying to catch fish. Lin moved aside and winked at me. Woo. Nonsense. That didn't happen at all, Chun said, glaring at Lin. Luo and I sat down, and Chun secretly elbowed me. Why are you only back now? I accidentally slept over there for a bit. Chun stared at me in disbelief. She actually fell asleep in the wolf-eared tribe? Speechless, She bit her lip and tried hard to suppress the urge to beat someone up. She took a deep breath. They didn't make things difficult for you, did they? No. I took the skewers of roasted meat she handed me. Don't worry so much. I went there to treat illness, not to fight. Lin pulled Luo over, and the two of them played happily together, sneaking glances at me and whispering to each other. I rubbed their heads and told Chun about the wolf-eared tribe situation. When they heard that more than 10 had died over there, the cat-eared girls were startled. It was the first time they had heard of such a dangerous heat illness. A flash of emotion appeared in Chun's eyes. Hong Xiang got sick too. Yeah, but it wasn't serious. Huh, she's even afraid of heat illness? So weak, said the rabbit-eared girl proudly. I realized that whenever Hong Xiang was mentioned, this girl was no longer so aloof. So that means you're very brave and not afraid at all? Chun was speechless again. She glared at me, snatched the roasted meat away, turned her face aside, and took a hard bite. Then she elbowed me again. Hiss, I grimaced in pain. After dinner, the cat-eared girls went back to rest. Tomorrow they still had to go to the riverbank, and they planned to finish work before bathing. We returned to the big tent. Luo and Lin went to light the campfire, while Chun and I looked around inside. 6 wolf-eared children were lying all over the place, some on their backs with all 4 paws in the air, some hugging their tails, and some curled up into little balls. When they first arrived, they were still cautious, but now they were completely unafraid. Agua saw me and forced herself to sit up. Woo, they're all asleep. Got it. You should go rest too. I rubbed Agua's ears. Meow, Agua closed her eyes happily, her tail swaying. After a while, she opened her eyes. Then I'm going back to sleep now. After seeing Agua off, I noticed Chun staring at my hand. What? You want to touch my ears too? No way. Then why are you staring at my hand? Chun rolled her eyes at me. Do you touch them all the time? How are you so practiced? Not at all. I was hoping for it, but nobody has ever let me touch them. Fine, I'll believe you for now. Spring asked again, why do you want to touch my ears? Because I like them, so I touched them. It's not like I'd touch just any once. Really, I'm going to rest. Spring turned back into the tent and pulled the curtain closed. She lay down on the hay, thinking back to the last time I touched her ears. That time, I hadn't just touched her ears, I'd touched her legs too. This girl really did seem to like me. She wouldn't even let go when I held her. Touching her was indeed comfortable, almost intoxicating. She curled up, hugging her knees and burying her face in them, her long ears flushing red. I was a little dazed. How had I suddenly fallen asleep? My lower back still hurt from that elbow strike, and I walked over to Lin and Luo, only to find them grooming each other's tail fur. Lin rubbed against me and hugged my arm. Are we going again tomorrow? Yeah. It still hasn't been cured, so it'll probably take 3 days. I said seriously. Tomorrow I'm going alone. Luo will stay in the tribe to help out. There's a lot going on lately, and we're moving the clay one more time, so I need to hurry up and teach you more things. Yay. Then I can take turns with Luo and Agua looking after the wolf-eared kids. Lin chirped happily. I heard that. Luo nodded. I could see the reluctance in the little cutie's eyes, so I pinched Luo's cheek. I'll be back early. Don't be as late as today. Lin swayed her head. I won't. It's not like I'm sleeping there every day. Actually, Spring was really anxious today, meow. Lin said quietly. I looked at Spring's quiet tent and scratched my head. This uncommunicative rabbit-eared girl was really hard to pry open. Lin, what does Spring usually like? Mio Wu, she likes Chung. Lin bared her little fangs. Besides me. Then it's weapons. Spring loves bone knives and sharpens them whenever she has time. Some of the bone knives used by Yu and the others were even sharpened by Spring, meow. She likes weapons? My eyes lit up. Chung, why are you asking that? Lin asked curiously. I want to give Spring something and make her happy. She always keeps a straight face, so she needs to smile more. Spring looks really pretty when she smiles. Lin said sweetly, hugging my arm. Luo also jumped into my arms asking for a hug. Chung, got it, you all get one. The 3 of us fooled around for a while, and Lin lay down with my leg as her pillow. Drowsiness washed over her, and she leaned close to my ear. By the way, Chung, tonight Luo is going to sleep with me, meow oh. Wait, what the hell? At night, my arms were empty, and I lay beside the wolf-eared children sighing. In the dark tent on the other side, Lin and Luo lay on their stomachs chatting. Chung seems to have fallen asleep, Luo said. Lin nodded and leaned her face closer. Luo, did you and Chung really make offspring last night? Luo blushed. Then how did you make them? Luo hesitated for a long time before quietly telling Lin. Lin's eyes grew brighter, and her heart thumped wildly. All of this was taught to you by Chang. Luo smiled sweetly. So that's what making offspring is like. Lin murmured. She hugged Luo. Luo, time to sleep. Meow. A long while later, Luo raised her head. Lin, let's roast some meat tomorrow and bring it to Chang to eat. Why? The meat roasted by the wolf-eared tribe isn't tasty. Okay, meow. In the morning, I woke up and saw Luo secretly kissing me. Chang, you're awake. I picked Luo up and kissed her soft little bottom. Why did you wake up so early? I told Lin we should roast some meat for you to take to the wolf-eared tribe. Is Lin outside making a fire? No. She went to the cave to get meat and see her mother along the way. My eyes lit up and my hands started kneading. Then how about we? Suddenly, I noticed 6 wolf-eared children staring at us. I gave up. Don't run around. Someone will bring food later. Holding Luo, I walked out of the big tent and started a fire. Daybreak gradually came. You're awake. Spring walked over, followed by Shiryu and the others. You're awake too, I said in surprise. Shaman, we've been awake for a long time. Meow, Shiryu said with a smile. Chun said she was going to teach new things today, so everyone is full of energy, Nia said. Didn't you say there was a lot to do these next couple of days, and we had to make the most of our time? Chun said matter-of-factly. I just had everyone wake up. You heard it all last night. Didn't hear anything. Chun crossed her arms and looked away. I smiled and said, eat first. I'll teach you after you're done. Okay, Naya, they replied. After the meal, our group came to the place where the clay was piled up. The river mud had dried in the wind overnight, and the ground was wet and slippery, with a strong, earthy, muddy smell. I was going to teach them pottery. The tribe members gradually woke up and joined the class. Pottery has 4 steps: digging the clay, kneading the clay, shaping it, and firing it. I said, digging out a lump of river mud. Clay needs to be highly plastic and low in impurities. It should be able to be shaped after kneading without cracking. The easiest place to find it is in river deposits. You also need river sand to prevent cracks, plus firewood and turf. The more resin, the better. I tossed the clay into a bamboo section filled with water. The beast-eared girls stared at me without blinking. This is kneading the clay? Chun asked. Kneading comes later. Right now I'm washing it, I said, stirring the muddy water. Washing removes impurities and makes the pottery smoother. But we don't need that level of refinement right now. As long as it's usable in quantity, that's fine. Next is aging the clay, I continued. Dig a pit, wrap the mud in wet animal hide, bury it, cover it with soil and grass, and leave it for a few days. Why bury it for so long? Hor asked. So the moisture can distribute evenly, which improves plasticity and makes it less likely to crack. Aged clay has a much higher success rate. The cat-eared girls all shouted that they understood. I picked up the clay and started kneading it, like kneading dough, repeatedly pressing and pounding it to remove air and prevent it from bursting in the fire. Then cover it with a wet cloth and let it rest for half a day to a day. What does let it rest mean? Chun asked. It means letting the clay that's been beaten and kneaded rest a bit, so the moisture spreads evenly and it's no longer hard on the outside and soft on the inside. You can do an experiment. Fire both rested and unrest clay together and see the difference. I drew diagrams on the ground. Next we need tools, a wheel for shaping and a vertical pit kiln for firing. You can also use hollowed out wood or stone as molds to quickly make bowl and jar blanks. I'll teach you the vertical pit kiln after I finish dealing with the wolf-eared tribe. For now, make the wheel and get familiar with the processes like kneading and aging. Chun glanced at me, her eyes full of resentment. She still hadn't learned yet. Today, keep moving clay. Practice when you have free time, Chun assigned. Sure you guys resume hunting tomorrow. The 6-member hunting team immediately got excited. The cat-eared girls packed up the handcarts and baskets and set off. Luo had already prepared roasted meat and chopped willow bark. The piglets had grown quite a bit and were already able to root around the fence. Blackstone came as promised to pick us up. He watched the cat-eared tribe setting off with wooden tools and vine baskets on their backs, looking completely baffled. What in the world was all this? The 2 of us soon reached the wolf-eared tribe's camp. Some of the tribe members were already able to move around, but the old clan leader still had them continue resting. How is the situation? I asked. Much better than yesterday. Only 5 are still in serious condition, Xiao answered. Keep cooling them down, and boil the things I brought for them to drink. What about Hong Xiang? She's a bit better. Bai He led me to Hong Xiang's big tent. The big wolf-eared girl was still sniffing. "Oh, it's you, Su Chang," Hong Xiang said, turning her face toward me. I touched her forehead. The fever had gone down a lot, though she was still a little hot. "This bag is for the other tribesmen, and give the other bag entirely to Hong Xiang to drink," I instructed Bai He. Hong Xiang sat up and rubbed her red nose. "Where's that little wolf-eared girl? Why didn't Luo come?" "I didn't let her. Didn't want you clinging to her again." Hong Xiang sniffed hard. "She's a member of the wolf-eared tribe." "But she's my tribesman," I replied. "How could she be in your tribe?" "Give her back." "Give her back? She's mine." "Then give her to me. I'll trade you the old man for her," Hong Xiang said, shaking her head. I was speechless. "Listen to what you're saying. Who wants that smelly old man?" I was speechless. At last I understood why the old clan leader couldn't be bothered to come see this girl. This cotton-padded jacket of hers was full of holes. Not just leaky, it was practically a draft vent. "Aren't you afraid the old man will beat you?" "Don't be afraid." Achua's sneeze made the 2 mounds on her chest tremble wildly. She was pretty, sure, but adding anything ruined it. I helplessly found some straw to wipe her nose and chest, and casually grabbed a couple of times as interest. "Su Chung, why are you grabbing my chest?" I stiffened my neck. "Who's grabbing?" "I'm wiping your snot." "Grabbing is grabbing." Hongxiang sniffled. "Is this entrapment?" "I'm not falling for it." "Su Chung, did you bring roasted meat on you?" "I smell it." "Your nose is sharp." I took off the leather pouch and poured out the roasted meat slices Luo had prepared. Hongxiang's eyes lit up. "Su Chung, I want to eat." "If you eat it, what am I supposed to eat?" "I don't care, give it to me. If you're hungry, I'll have Baiha roast some for you." "Fine." Hongxiang opened her mouth and waited. I laughed and tossed a slice of meat into her mouth. "Do people usually have to feed you?" "When I was little, the old man fed me." "I'm not the old man." "Then why are you feeding me?" "Damn." Now I finally understood why this one argued with Chun all the time. After swallowing one slice, Hongxiang opened her mouth again, waiting to be fed. "Su Chung, why is the meat you brought so delicious? What did you sprinkle on it?" "Why should I tell you? I'll trade food with you." "No trade." I teased her. "Give me the riverbank, and I'll tell you." "Okay. That easy." Hongxiang snorted. "The old man already told me. You two had worked it out. The riverbank isn't all that useful anyway. Are you going down to the river to catch fish?" "Su Chung, you still haven't told me why the meat is so delicious." "I told you. You wouldn't understand. I can prepare spices for you later, maybe even salt. But I won't give them away for free. You'll have to trade meat for them." "Okay." After finishing the meat, Hongxiang licked her lips and started looking me over. "Stop looking. I only brought this much. Then I'm going to sleep." "Don't sleep yet. There's still medicine later." I went to check the medicinal broth. Baiha and Haishi were guarding the pots they were each simmering. I also checked the other 4 patients and, after confirming everything was fine, came back. The medicine was done, and I brought it into the big tent. Hongxiang sat there dumbly, waiting. "You've just been sitting there all this time? Didn't you tell me not to sleep?" "I said not to sleep, not to lie down." "Then I'll lie down now. Drink the medicine first, then lie down." Hongxiang gulped down the medicine, then grabbed my arm and pulled me into her embrace. "I'm going to sleep, Su Chung. When you sleep, don't paw at me. Then I won't have anything to hold." "Don't you still have Baiha?" Baiha had already run off somewhere. Too lazy to struggle, I grabbed Hongxiang's tail and covered myself with it. But this guy kept blinking her eyes, and before long she started talking again. "Su Chung, the cat ear tribe changed after you joined. You're a shaman, aren't you? Go to sleep." "Su Chung, why would you be willing to stay in the cat ear tribe?" "Why can't I stay there?" "They're too weak. They can't protect you." "I can protect you. Chun saved my life." "Oh, that bunny ear, huh? Is she your woman?" "Why would you think that?" "Hee hee, looks like not yet." "Then she's way too useless. The cat ear tribe only has you as a man, and she still hasn't taken you down." I was speechless. Is gossip a passive skill too? Hurry up and sleep. "I can't sleep." "If you can't sleep, then let go of me." "No way. Who told you not to bring Luo over here?" Hongxiang stretched out her long legs and locked me tightly in place. "Su Chung, you definitely like eating grass. The tribe said they kept seeing you digging up grass and bringing it back. That's called spices, not grass." "The stuff you sprinkle on meat?" "Yes. You actually made me eat grass." I was tired. Facing this feverish chatterbox, I could only use the ultimate line. "Yes, yes, yes, I like eating grass." "Then I want to eat grass too." "Eat, eat, eat. You can eat all you want." "Su Chung, this is the first time I've ever held a man." Hold, hold. Hold. You can hold. I was at a loss for words. Don't your tribe have male wolf ears? They're all too weak. I don't hold them. Then am I not even weaker? You're different. Why did that sound so familiar? You're comfortable to hold. When I was little, my mother held me like this too. Where's your mother? She's dead. She didn't make it through the long winter. Is the long winter really that terrifying? Every time, a lot of tribesmen die. Frozen to death, starved to death, or they die of illness. I sighed. Remember to boil water until it's hot before drinking it in the future. Why boil it? Because there are lots of invisible bugs in it. Then wouldn't that mean you can drink water and eat meat too? I was speechless. Anyway, boil it and drink it hot. Are you scolding me? No. Then will you come tomorrow too? It depends. Suddenly, there was no sound behind me. It took quite a while before a soft cough came. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Pretending to be sick right in front of me, huh? Are you really the Wolf Ear Tribe's chieftain? Of course. None of them can beat me. Yes, 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 you're the strongest. Now shut up and sleep. After finally coaxing Hongxiang to sleep, I stayed with her for more than an hour. Only when I sensed the strength of the arms around me weakening did I carefully pry apart her arms and legs and climb up. Hongxiang rolled over, revealing her smooth back. Her amber skin shimmered with a sheen, its lines flowing gracefully. I straightened her beast-skin skirt and left the large tent. I found Blackstone and went together to see Owl. Tomorrow I won't be coming. Owl nodded. All right, thank you. This is our deal. Tomorrow have Blackstone come pick up the child and bring the rest of the medicine too. Understood. Owl waved to Blackstone.